Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Indeed. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Tuesday edition of High on Politics. We are live coming at you from the Chicago studio. Yeah, today over on Pepaganda, if you were over on this space, I think that I mentioned this numerous times, but if you were not aware, it was a pre-record. Yeah, was not exactly ideal, but it was a quick fix for something that we, needed to do. I think you guys understand that there's going to be some days where there's medical appointments and just stuff that it's just going to come up, and that's how it's going to go from here on out. But hey, you know what? Today was, we're moving in the right direction here. Everybody say hello to Uni in chat. She is able to join us. She's feeling, I don't know. I'm going to leave that to her to say. But I will say this much, that she was able to get the, Uni has had, Twitch just went offline. Okay, weird. Literally just got booted. Oh, okay. I got booted from my own Twitch feed. That was weird. Anyway, there's something funny that happened. So, the first time that she got put under for something, they told her to go on vacation, and they, for some reason, brought up Miami, and she was just like, "I've never been to Miami." Well, this time, I guess there was a situation where she brought up Miami, but then they informed us that she was talking in her sleep, and they were just like, so apparently she either needs to go to Miami or stay away from Miami because she has something going on with Miami. I'm here sometimes. I've been falling asleep easy. Yeah. No, like, anytime that you're in chat, it's a little bit of a extra joy. So I hope you guys are happy to see her, as happy as I am when I see her pop up in chat, because it just means like, oh yay. Little bit of that normalcy, you know. And you know what, guys? Also, you know, with everything going on, she honestly has been doing pretty kick-ass as far as her attitude, and anytime that she's on here on stream, it is a good opportunity to give her a little bit of extra joy. So, like the stream on the way in, everybody. Hey, Pinkerbell, thank you for that. Also, you know what? Good looking out on the This Space stream. We kept it at 100% for a good while there. That was cool. A little bit over a hundo, I was noticing, where we had more likes than viewers at one point. That was cool. Like I said, I appreciate everybody that checked out This Space stream, even if you did see the first hour of the stream. You know who you are, and you're awesome. I really do appreciate it. I was in Colorado for the past 2 weeks, and you'll be glad to know the network administrator and questionable content. Good job. Oh, did they? Tony. Really? Is that an actual thing? Like, what's going on with that? I don't know, man. I've been dealing with some weird trolls lately. Oh, also, yeah, I am totally in the cozy attire today. It has been crazy. No idea why. What do you mean blocked? Like, what do you mean you checked the network administrator and my stuff was blocked for questionable content? I haven't gotten... The thing is, man, like, this is really weird. I haven't gotten any alerts. But here, let's make sure. YouTube. I think that I'm good. I don't see anything on my end, so weird. Did you maybe hit a button? Like blocked from your work internet or something? Yeah. Yeah, like that's what I'm a little worried, like not worried, but I'm a little interested in what's going on. If you could elaborate just a little bit more, because when I hear I'm getting blocked from what, YouTube or a network administrator, is it your network? Like, what's going on? Because honestly, I have not been seeing those issues. I have been very, very up to date on what's going on. But yeah, work internet. Oh, you know what, Tony? Okay, I know what's going on there. So YouTube does have a new thing for anybody that's covering like controversial topics and a whole bunch of like political topics. So when you register your stream, I have to do it either under news and politics or entertainment. I kind of talked about this, that I've been toying with doing the entertainment thing, but with the content that I have been covering, I also have to ride a fine line here where if the majority is political and I register it under entertainment, then they'll do something weird with that. So yeah, they blocked like a lot of content like that on YouTube. That's really weird. The fact that they can keep YouTube open, but then flag certain videos for questionable content on a network administrator. That's odd and concerning. I will be a little bit honest there. But you know what? I'll try and work around it. I don't know what to do. Honestly, right now, my brain is complete mush. I got off of stream, realized that, oh, this is fun. I didn't record the front end of stream the way that I thought I did, and I was not about to wait for YouTube to do its editor thing, so I had to go back, essentially re-record the thing. You know, it was kind of weird, like, using my own stream where I was just like, oh, okay, so I'm just going to edit this, and I did it the old school way, where I had to sit there, watch through it, which that was painful, and then chop it up and send it off. I got done around 2 o'clock in the morning, and I had to get up at 6 in the morning. So yeah, that was a lot of fun. Pretty much to just like, when I woke up, I poured my cup of coffee, looked outside, and it was still pitch black out. I'm like, fuck. So I'm running on like, yeah, I'm pretty sure negative sleep, because even like the hours that like hour that I got, it was still one of those ones where like I never hit like, you know, REM sleep or anything like that. So I'm beat. It's more than likely going to be a shorter stream today, just so you guys are a little bit aware of that. But I'll try to keep it upbeat, and if I start feeling a little too tired, I will let you guys know. But yeah, OMG, yeah, yeah, it sucked. And then the whole, okay, so this was really funny. My mother-in-law was here, you know, to help us with some of the stuff, and she started showing me, like, she brought some food over, right? She's showing me the fridge, and I'm just like, not now. And she's like, what? I'm like, I'm not even trying to be mean, but like, no coffee in my system. I have no sleep in my system. Please don't speak to me right now. And then just, Ghost said, at least I did take a medically induced nap. Yeah, he did. Again, you are hilarious when you come back from Twilight, because you're very much in the. Like, she kept doing the thing where she's kind of. You can see her kind of playing with her jaw or like her tongue or something, but and then just like the overall demeanor was pretty funny. Although I still have to say, my dad, of all the people in my life that I've ever seen like come out of a Twilight induced event, he was the funniest. I'm sorry, still, like, the fact is, because he doesn't like smoke or do anything, he's like been clean for so long in his life that like I had never seen him, you know, high ever. So seeing my old man and seeing what he would be like if we had just smoked, it was hilarious. It was, I don't think I've laughed that hard in my entire life, and it was after something super serious too. But the way he would fight with the doctors, my favorite story, I think I told you guys, was where he had his heart attack, and this was a different type of thing where they lost him in the hospital. And they kept calling us, and they're just like, we lost your dad. Then he calls me from his cell phone. He's like, I've escaped. He's just wandering around the hospital, and he's got his IV and everything, and he's just evading the nurses. And he had the yellow socks. I think we've discussed this, that anybody that has ever been in the medical system knows the yellow sock, beige sock rule. If you have yellow socks on, and you see somebody with yellow socks walking around a hospital, there's a good chance they should not be. Those are the fall risk socks. So, but yeah, having a stubborn parent is pretty funny. But like I said, he was also like, the first time you see your parent in a state like that, yeah, it was a sight to behold. I will admit this though, like, you know how I said that I don't really get jealous of stuff really anymore. I get jealous of weird shit. So when somebody gets to have like a beer, or they say that they like smoked with their pops, that's the kind of stuff that gets me, where I'm just like, man, that'd be nice. But yeah, my dad has, you know, he tells stories where he was not a fun alcoholic, so I'll take him at his word on that one. I'm sure that some of us have that out there, you know, family history and all. But actually, Tony, real quick, I adjusted my stream to not show that I'm covering very controversial topics, so let's hope that doesn't do anything. But if I start covering the protests, which should be in about an hour or so, I'm probably gonna have to turn it back on. But also, Tony, good to see you, bro. It has been a second here, so. Also, Hermit, what up? How you doing? Yeah, my dad. Yeah. See, I kind of, I don't actually know, but I'm just like, I just get this vibe that's, you know, you guys know what I'm talking about. Some of you guys definitely know what I'm talking about. I'll have that one parent, or both parents, if you're like me, where I think I've told the story that my parents met at an AA meeting. And when I learned that as a kid, it didn't really click until I was like, let's see, about 16, 17. I remember telling a story to somebody, and they just started laughing. I was like, what was funny about that? They're like, your parents met in AA? That is kind of funny, man. I'm like, oh, I mean, it seems like something that could totally happen. But then I was like, well, I've also told you guys that, yeah, I don't know. According to my dad, it was just, yeah, your mom was hot. It's like, wow. That was pretty baseline there. You know, nothing. It was so romantic. So romantic. He's just like, yep, saw your mom in AA, thought she was hot, asked her on a date. My Thought he was handsome. Thought he was kind of dorky, which I always like her side of the story, but that was always fun. Hey, it's 420. Okay, no worries. It blocked tobacco-related vids, and you're in good company. Thanks. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, I have a feeling I know why. I wonder, do you check to see if it blocks this space? I wonder if it would block the Pepaganda show. Probably meet a lot of people there. Yeah, I mean, I haven't done like an AA thing, but I've done like grief counseling. And, yeah, you definitely meet some people, but I don't know. I didn't really... Is this bad that I didn't feel the, like, hey, I need to talk to this person more? It's like, okay, I'm cool if I just see you in this setting, and yeah, not a single person did I feel like, oh, hey, I need to go out of my way to really, get to know them. Huh. I don't know. That's also why I'll be completely transparent about this. I only did one. I did it at, like, the recommendation of my therapist, where she was just like, yeah, maybe you should try this, group counseling, and see how you do in a group setting with that. And it wasn't for me. This is the thing I try to stipulate, just because it did not necessarily, like, wouldn't even say work for me. It's just, it's not what I needed at that moment. Maybe I'll consider going back, because yes, things have obviously been a little bit heavier lately, but I'm still working. But oh, well, Bloodstone, it's always good to have you here, and also it's always a joy to know when I see those little swirls that I know what time it is. It is actually one of the coolest things that you have gotten consistent at too. I gotta say, it's almost like I get a little sad when I don't see it in chat. Gotta be real there. Oh man, I just realized that I started 5 minutes late because I wasn't paying attention. That's how tired I am. I thought that I had at least 10 minutes. I don't know what the fuck happened. I started watching a little bit of this Kyle Kalinske segment that we're going to be covering in a little bit here, and I just got interested and watched a little bit of the video. So I can't say that I didn't do a little bit of a pre-watch. Didn't get through the whole thing though. I'm most interested in watching this Anna Kasparian thing. I know, like, Anna Kasparian is annoying. Especially because, like, you would think that she would just abandon that pivot, but her political homelessness, which, ironic, by the way, I asked for a sandwich, that's what happened. Oh, that's what it was. Yeah, whatever. I mean, LOL, that's a good one. Oh, thank you. Well, she was, I remember, what were we talking about? I think it was her talking about a duck. At some point, they brought up a duck. I was just like, all right, yeah, I got Anna Kasparian over here. I also do like the Anna asparagus, even though I don't know that one. It doesn't rhyme. It doesn't really do anything to, like. You could say that about anybody essentially named Anna at that point, but it does fit for some reason. Just Anna asparagus. She looks like she smells like asparagus. I don't know. I love how, like, all of a sudden it's just like, man, we're getting mean over here. But it really is wild, though. You want to talk about a downfall that at least I'll study. I'm interested in this, and we got people like Hank over at this space who, if you guys don't know, Hank used to work at TYT, and he was one of the main guys to start organizing the union movement over there. And yeah, him and Jank got into it pretty bad, where Jank, it was on his end. It really was. Like, he started throwing Hank under the bus when Hank wasn't exactly like a known personality, like on TYT. And then, yes, it was so suspicious the way that he started just, again, going after the guy when all he wanted to do was unionize TYT, which you would think falls within the whole, you know, messaging of TYT, especially the way that they were sucking off the UAW and just going, you know, gaga over, you know, the prospects of, like, you know, who's the union supporting? Who speaks for the people here? Well, obviously not the people that work for you. Although, did you guys see that John Adirola, or Itarola, I keep saying Adirola, he was on Kat's stream the other night, so, which I'm glad to see her gaining traction. I saw that she was on Dan from the Web today. That was pretty cool. I think it was syndicated from the other night, but still, very cool. Am I a little jelly? Nah. No, I think that I kind of get it now. Now that I see, like, the people that are getting interviews, I was just like, I see where this is going. But I will say this much. I hope that I do get this interview, because I realistically am the one that she does need to answer to. Like, plain and simple. You're running for Congress in my district. You require my vote. You know, the people, like, I do love this little bit where it's just like, you can go on Rachel Maddow, you could go on whoever the hell you want, but you have to convince me. I think I overvalue myself a little bit. But I'll say this much, and I kind of brought it up yesterday at the end of stream, which that was something. We'll bring that up here in a second. Actually, fuck it. I'll just say this. I hope that she starts actually doing more to, like, cater to our constituency and try and get her name out there with them. Because I'm seeing a scary trend where these Republican assholes are doing, like, mini rallies and shit like that in the redder parts of these districts. Actually, one of the towns that I was in for the protest, they had one of these. So, just gonna say, there's something there that everybody needs to be aware of, because I thought about the worst case, and you know what? I have every right to do this. Like, there's nothing that's scarier than, like, number one, if she wins and then loses to a Republican, that would suck. That would do a lot of damage to, like, the movement that has been built behind her now. And again, like, that kind of shows that it's like, okay, you could have all of this national praise, but it doesn't actually translate into local votes. But again, we'll see. And I do actually want some more answers for, like, the carpetbagger thing, because she's going to have to deal with that. You know, she's going to have to deal with the harder questions of, like, are you trying to do, like, a carpetbagging campaign here? Like, you're not exactly, you know, Chicago born and bred, but she also hasn't really, from my perspective, spoken to a lot of the needs of the, you know, constituency. But whatever. I can keep repeating myself. But now this kind of brings me into what happened last night, because it does tie in. That guy that came in, well, guy, bot, whatever it was, that was doing all, like, the like, what was it, fascist something, or fascist smasher, or some shit like that. I don't even remember anymore. But I think that it was a PSYOP account where they're trying to go in and they're trying to stir up a whole bunch of problems within leftist communities, because that's when, honestly, they have the most traction, is when there's just, you know, too much infighting. And I love how, like, I got attacked for just being like, I'm not doing this. Hey, Andrew Morozov, how you doing? Also, Starman, what up, dude? Good to see you. Freethinker, Tony, Bloodstone, Hermit, Uni, Tinkerbell, all you guys, thank you for being here today. But yeah, that was weird. And also, I do want the mods to be on the lookout for more of this. Because if this starts being a trend, that's gonna suck. Just letting you guys know that. I gotta go to politics today. It's gonna be a political day. Why not? I'd vote for the ganja. Dr. Ganj. So what are y'all's opinion about the whole push for the Supreme Court to review marijuana smokers and gun rights? Because now they're trying to go, like, they're literally gunning for I think I did that yesterday too. But they're going for pretty much anybody that is a recreational user, and they're trying to do the thing where they understand that they're going to mostly punish blue states, but, you know, Florida, Ohio, Michigan even. You have a bunch of states in there that, like, are in that mix that kind of like their legal weed, and it's just like, hey man, not everybody wants to be like Texas, and you are actually you're coming in here and you're trying to take away states' rights, sovereignty. We're just losing freedoms left and right. Meanwhile, this motherfucker's building a ballroom. I thought that the ballroom was going to be separate from the White House. I was not aware that they were going to knock down portions of the historic East Wing. Not that I thought about this too. For everybody, like, actually getting, like, tearful over this shit in our house, go fuck yourselves. Like, dude, it's an object. It's gonna change sooner or later, it's gonna be buried under fucking dirt. So just, who cares about that? It is still alarming. We can totally do that. Like, we can totally bring up how it is fucked up. But like I said, if you're acting like it is legitimately your house that it's happening to, calm down. 5-alarm fire. What's up, brother? How you doing? Good to see you. Actually, I just gave some updates in the front end of the show here, but do a little quick wrap up. Had a medical appointment with Unimoogle today. She got her cancer report put in. It was very successful. They used the term very successful, so that was nice. And then on top of that, it was early day, longer day, so I'm gonna be a little out of sorts. I just got a new YouTube player and it sucks. I like the old one more. Yeah, dude, I don't like this new, like, they made everything into bubbles and circles, which, is this what's happening? Because the last update was fine. Why are they going and changing it? I liked when YouTube had all the functions and the algorithm that pushed the cat videos. Actually, I kind of do. Although, dude, I've been having this problem where they're pushing cat videos, but they're AI cat videos. What the fuck is the internet if there's so many cat videos? We don't need the AI cat videos. Why is this even a thing? Sorry. Legitimate rant. Like, seriously, what is happening with cat videos? And why just every other fucking video I'm seeing on YouTube is AI? And I know why. We kind of covered this. We watched a video because I was under the impression that they were going after AI slop. No, they went after AI slop that was encroaching on their AI slop, because if you use their proprietary AI generator, apparently it's completely fine. And it's, yeah, dude, every other comic book video that I watch in the shorts are just, it's the same AI voice. I hate that shit too. Like, you would think that with AI getting better, that they wouldn't use, like, the TikTok voice where it's just that high-pitched TTS voice. It's the end of smoking joints and plucking cans off the fence. AI cat videos are such trash. Yep. Oh, Roy B, thank you for subbing. I appreciate that, dude. Thank you. Welcome to the channel. If you don't know, I'm Pep. Nice to meet you. Skynet. I mean, I didn't think that Skynet would meet Idiocracy, and then that would be it. You know, that is just... I know that it sounds silly, guys, but it's a good example of, like, why do we need this? I'm dead serious. There's millions of hours of cat videos dating back to 2000 whatever. Why? And they're the ones that took over, and it's like, is this what you guys are doing to try and justify the push for AI? Because did you see that something about OpenAI, that if you use Sora, like if you use Sora enough, it will essentially cost them $5 per AI slot video. Which I'm not exactly a math guy, but it almost seems like that doesn't work when you're not making anything. Like, there's no monetization. They're not gaining, because from my understanding, they can't gain monetization from that. Especially on YouTube and Twitch. Funny how Trump's priority during the shutdown is to bulldoze the White House. Guys, I know that this is also, like, I did say how I don't care really. Like, I'm not lamenting the loss of the East Wing. I'm not lamenting the loss of the Rose Garden. I don't really give a shit. But I will just say it is alarming as fuck that he just went and did it. There is no federal approvals, and he's just going on, and it's obvious what's happening. We are doing this collective thing where we're just hoping that that last thread of democracy is going to hold, but it's not. He's gonna declare martial law at some point. He's going to fucking take election powers away, which I'm not sure if you guys know this, but I don't think that the average American is gonna be okay with that. I was just talking to my mother-in-law about this, and she's, you know, I would consider her left, but, you know, more your, like, Chris Cuomo watching type of Democrat, which, no problem. But even she was starting to say, like, yeah, you know, the more people I talk to, the more, you know, normal people are starting to realize that this is not okay. Surprisingly, the immigration thing is really hurting him. I was shocked to see some of these recent polls come out, and how Republicans are coming out and saying, like, yeah, no, boss. So it's weird. It is such a counter to everything that we see in these online spaces. Like, you could argue that we probably spend a little too much time online, but it's okay. What up, Joe? Fist bump. How you doing, brother? Always good to see you in chat. How you doing? Hey, what's up? Itchy? Hey, careful. Scratching a little hard. He's changing his house because he has no plans to ever leave. Remember, just give me your vote and you'll never have to vote again. Yeah, exactly. He really does just give the game away. And that's the stuff where his supporters come out and go like, come on, you take him seriously all the time. And even the ones that, like, may not have even supported him, but they think that because they don't see it right now, that's like, what's the worst that could happen? It's like, I don't know. You ignore the news, you start calling everybody that does pay attention a little bit crazy, and then all of a sudden, democracy is subverted. You don't have the will, like, you literally do not get to exercise your right to vote for a president anymore. Which, I'm sorry, I live in America. I thought this was America. I thought we cared about the Constitution. I thought this was America. Like, how are you gonna fucking prop up these founding fathers where you're gonna just piss on everything that they were about and the like founding documents that they were all about too? I do not understand how we let that happen. And we're, you know what? This is where the American people, you can't just blame the left on this one. The complacency of the average American person is going to play a major role in this. What do you guys think of Prop 50? I think that it's completely necessary right now. You can bitch about Prop 50 all you want, but if they're going to do it in red states right now, like Texas, and they're going to do it in South Carolina, like, you can't constantly have blue states being caught with their pants down because they're like, well, we have integrity. It's like, your integrity just cost us democracy. NYC active protest. Right now? Is there one? Global, welcome to the channel. Don't recognize you in chat? You must be new. And if you're not, I apologize. I always feel bad when somebody's just like, I've been here before. It's just like, oh. Well, you know what? This is actually something that I can be a little proud of. I've been getting a little bit more interaction in chat, so there's good reason that I might not recognize the name. But yeah, can you elaborate a little bit on what you mean by active protest? Man. I hope this is the weather that's getting me, because I've got that questionable sore throat where I'm just like, I hope that this isn't getting sick. Because that would also suck, because, yeah, then I have to essentially stay away from uni for the time that I'm sick, which this does remind me I have to go and get my vaxes. I'm more in favor of Prop 50, but I don't need Gavin Newsom as president. I don't think that Prop 50 would make him president. That's no, what's gonna do that shit is if we don't have a good candidate. Because if it's Gavin Newsom versus AOC, I have a feeling AOC could actually win that. And guys, we can't do this like, well, if it is AOC, I'm not sure if I could vote for her. Like, people, I'm already seeing people doing the Kamala stuff where it's just like, okay, we get it, you're chauvinistic. This is weird. We have Claudia Sheinbaum in fucking Mexico. Like, Mexico got a female president before we did. Do you ever look at that and think, why? What is wrong with America where we still think that women can't run a fucking country? It's almost like we treat them like second-class citizens. It's almost like there's this active plan to take away their rights. See, this is what I want to remind some people of. In the country of America, women are actually a protected minority class. Why is that? It's almost like these some of these women that put on red hats and talk about, yeah, MAGA, yeah, I love having a autocracy, and I love how it's what is it? Actually, it's a theocracy, autocracy. Like, what's that called? Leonard Skinner took it too far and made Kid Rock. Kid Rock, those idiots. I will say, actually, I'll question this because I don't know what happened. Was it like a legitimate lack of education? I would love to just do the oh yeah, they must just be stupid or they're retarded or whatever. Like, no, for real. What the fuck happened where you have too many Americans very comfortable with the idea of sacrificing the idea of voting, of choice? It's insane. It's absolutely insane. And we let them do it with this, air of they were always, protecting freedom, protecting patriotism. We have to stand up for the patriotic idea of America by subverting all of its ideals, getting rid of its constitution, and instilling a forever king. Look at how many women have been presidents in Europe, how many wars they have, or Mexico started in that. Well, again, yeah, this is where the deep state bullshit starts coming up a little bit. I used to laugh at the idea of somebody even bringing that shit up, but now it is just like, the meep state is here, and we just, again, how? My knee. Oh, dude, falling apart. Oh. Yeah, I'm still not really over that whole, the popular idea of why Kamala did not win is because she was a woman. And then some people even said, yeah, it was a bit much. You're asking us for a woman, but a black woman? And then the mainstream media was all too happy to fucking get on that shit. But it's like, wait a minute. But you would rather elect a Muppet? Like a literal caricature of a person? What are you... Jesus Christ. I don't know. Also, as somebody who's always been a little bit like, the system sucks, blah, 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 blah. There is something about watching it all collapse in real time. It's like punk rock, but oh my god, this was not it. This isn't what I thought it would be. But hey, we'll see what happens. Well, who knows? Back to my point, though. I'm still wondering. It couldn't just be Trump. This has to go back to like the Tea Party, right? Because I was bringing this up yesterday about how like the Tea Party essentially became MAGA. MAGA took over the GOP. Hence, I really do need to just say like that. When you see a winning strategy, there's no problem taking a little bit of that and going, all right. Because how often have we just been like, what's the Democratic strategy? And we're like, have Hakeem Jeffries go out there smiling all dopey and just being like, oh, I'll go fight back. Hey, guys. Hey, look, I'm going to go speak for hours. Guys. That was so fun, guys. I'm going to go out there and say how bad Donald Trump is. Hey, what do you think, Mr. Schumer? I think that he is a bad guy and we need to do something about him. Oh, money? Hold on. Not too soon. What the fuck? What up, Jehu? How you doing? Alrighty. That's it. Oh, man. I don't know what I just walked in on. That was my Hakeem Jeffries impression. My Mickey-Dumbo impression of frickin' Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer. Because, yeah, they are like the poster boys for feckless Democrats. And I will say, it has been a little enjoyable to watch them getting just completely roasted in the media, not the mainstream media, but just overall anybody who is paying attention. Actually, my mother-in-law, good example on this one, because she, like I said, doesn't follow a lot of online politics, but even she's just like, what are these fuckers doing? Like, really? That dog is going hella donut mode? Oh yeah, he's like a little transformer. It's funny. The Do Nothing Gang. Yep. They really are. They just sit there, the strongly worded letters, and isn't giving a lot of hope. No, strongly worded letters, the hoping that he's going to oh, wow. Really? He actually did it? Yeah, fuck it, Steve. You got me on this one. SNAP benefits to halt in some states amid government shutdown. Huh. I know he was going after him, but this is just another miscalculation by the Democrats, because he's going to blame all this on the Democrats, and he's going, like, because they're not out there already creating a counter narrative. We're like, they're fucked. Not we're fucked. They're fucked. Pep Talks, what would you do if you were president? I hate that question because I shouldn't be president. I really shouldn't. I'm not the right person ever for any... Dude, I'm not even good for city council. Like, I don't... Well, maybe. Actually, city council I might be okay on, because it's like, if I'm making specifically, like, stoplight, where we could institute some, new stoplights and, speed zone type of situations where it's like, all right, we need to make sure that these speed zones aren't unreasonable, Recess politics. I would run on... Oh, wait a minute. I'd be like JP. Somebody made this joke already at the protest, but it's like, I'll be like JB Pritzker. You know what? The deep dish is too fat. We are getting just do the Trump shit. Just, we're too fat. Chicago's too fat. It's our deep dish. We need to thin out the deep dish. People will stop calling it a casserole. It might taste a little bit better. You know what? I'm all for thin deep dish. Somebody's gonna clip that or just be like, see, look, Pep's worse than putting ketchup on his hot dog. He just called for thinner deep dishes. Dr. Ganj. Dude, you gotta stop, stop telling everybody my secret identity, man. Damn. It's like going up to, like, Bruce Wayne's podcast and just being like, hey, you know who's cool? You know who's cool? Batman. Hey. You know who's on this coffee mug? Batman. Hey, Bruce, what do you think of Batman? Now, all right, I'm going to do this for just a second. I'm going to entertain this as a serious subject. What would I do? He holds a giant Batman. Just happened to be there. 100% tariffs on Illuminati's. No, not the butter crust. Oh, now you have gone too far. Too far. They actually have like a thin version of the deep dish at Lou Malnati's. It's delicious. It's right in front of the Democrats' faces. All they have to say is MAGA owns the House, Senate, and Trump's house. How is this a Democratic shutdown? I mean, they're not good at it because they do it with... I'm going to do my impression of an average Democrat. Okay. Got to get the real action here. Well, we can't because you know what? He made it hard. Yeah, did you know that Donald Trump made my job hard? I don't know. I don't know what to do about it. I'm just so mad. Hey, Mr. News Agency, can you tell everybody how mad I am? Well, are you going to do something? Don't ask me to do something about it. You do something about it. And that is your average Democrat in the in power right now. They aren't allowed to be good at it. Big donors won't like it. Well, did you guys see that AIPAC thing? Here, let's see. Can I find this? I got this sent through a text message, so let's see. I swear to God, if I have to email myself, that's gonna be that'll suck. I think Kat posted it though. Despite AIPAC. Where's the AIPAC thing that she posted? Alright, whoever's running your Twitter account is good at it, but at the same time they post too much shit. Alright. We are so cooked. Yeah, we really are. I mean, again, the people that... Oh, she fixed her bangs. Somebody's listening. Somebody's listening to the important conversations out here on the internet. Starting to think that there's a reason. No, so in summary, because I can't fucking find this, so she had, she found an AIPAC. Okay, actually, no, I have to find this because the context really matters on this. There we go. Aha. It was on YouTube. She actually uses YouTube posts, like, dare I say, as a more informative way of social media than Twitter? Well, I'll be damned. All right, here, check this out, guys. All right. Can I get a better view on this? All right. It says, yes, AIPAC, I do support human rights. Thanks for noticing. So this went out to, oh shit, I might actually have this email. All right, well, now I know what I'm doing. At some point in stream, I'm gonna try and see if I got this. So Congresswoman Jan Schakowsky, who is my current representative, has announced her retirement, which she is in her 80s. The Illinois 9th District will be an open primary for the first time in decades. Wasting no time to enter the race is anti-Israel detractor Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, she's 26-year-old social media influencer. Kat does not mince words when it comes to her thoughts on Israel and the bond between our two nations. Her radical foreign policy agenda includes calls for unilateral recognition of the Palestinian state and labels Israel's presence in the West Bank as an illegal occupation. Bridge too far. Wow, even like the fact that they even said it, it's like the West Bank is it's totally an illegal occupation, but don't call it that. Baselessly blames Israel for the deaths of tens of thousands of Palestinians without recognizing Hamas's initiation of the conflict on October 7th. Jesus Christ, AIPAC. You really didn't even try. Promotes the International Criminal Court, a biased anti-Semitic institution targeting Israel under the false guise of justice. And just remember, guys, this is AIPAC. This is an official AIPAC email. Oh, this went out. Help stop the squad's Illinois recruitment. Oh, okay. So from AIPAC. Huh. I wonder who leaked this. Because, yeah, I don't think I would get that, obviously. I thought that they sent this out to, like, the, average citizen of the 9th District. That is not the case. All right, and she's not just loud, but she's well-funded. She is. Grassroots. Abu-Ghazaleh has already raised nearly $1 million, positioning her as the financial frontrunner in the early stages of this race. If we don't act now, she could win. Wow. Hey, if they're saying that she could win, that actually gives me a little bit of hope. She poses a direct threat to our mission and the future of Israel's security. Fortunately, we have a fighter of our own, Laura Fine. Now, Laura Fine is one of those people that I was talking about, where they've got their candidate going around, checking email action. Yes, we're doing the deep dives into political emails. No, I mean, this is wild. And I have to say, it's actually more wild that another buddy of mine who works in local politics, he sent me this, that they were attacking Kat. When did she put this up? Yeah, only 3 hours ago, so yeah, I definitely got it from him. Yeah, but like I was saying, Laura Fine, I got curious about this because I don't want to just live in my own little bubble. I do want to know if there's any traction behind, the Republican candidates. And there's something to be said about, like, the lack of counter protests and all that on Saturday. But there's also something to be said about the fact that they are almost like, as a unilateral coalition, they are like, the GOP is sitting down and just figuring out, like, exactly what campaign to run, who to run. Like, they're getting together with all the, like, the national party and all that shit. Even scarier. But I don't know. Maybe it is because, like they kind of said there, it's the first open primary in what? Fuck. They actually say, like, how long it's been? A couple decades. So, God, that's kind of scary to think that lady has probably been in office. Wait, let's find out. Let's see. Jan Schakowsky. Mike Wazowski. Jan Schakowsky. Let's see. No, I don't need your fucking campaign site. What I need is your Wikipedia. Since 99? You're telling me that she's, like, wait a minute. This was a pre-9/11 candidate? That's how we should start framing things. It's just like, where were they? Like, did they vote like on anything during the Iraq War? That could be an issue. Unless they had just started their career, but man, it looks like she was like, well, let's see, she's 80-something now, so she was like in her 60s. Yeah. Okay, so I have this other thing that I just want to say. All right. You know how other cultures are kind of like about respecting elders and shit like that? It would be a lot easier to respect elders in politics if, like, I don't know, we did that as a nation. But, dude, these 80-something-year-old politicians openly vote to, you know, make the retirement age even, you know, farther down the line, Social Security, all of it. Like, they just want to kill us sooner because as we start aging out of the workforce, they don't want us collecting retirement. I think that, you know what? Fuck it. I think that's honestly what it is. The system it's not prepared to harness all of these, you know, aging millennials and, well, like, look at what's happening with the boomers. It's wild. It is so wild to see just like how our system is buckling under this. And the fact that these same people who are just going on, taking advantage of that, living a little bit longer, they don't recognize that they're leaving a planet just in total destruction, which is so rich from the generation that like raised us. Because, you know, I came from the generation where you could do anything. You guys could, you know, we're protecting the earth for you. You know, this is why we care about the ozone. We want to, you know, squash injustice. This is why we want to make a better world for you guys. And now it's just like, really? Do you, though? Do you? It's like I was going to finish my point here was that's where I have the opposite thought on this, where it's like, nah, you guys hold power for fucking way too long. Can't, like, they definitely do not like stare at their own mortality. Otherwise, Mitch McConnell would have not been in a position of power for a long time ago. He would have just been like, oh, you know, I think that I just need to call it a day. I don't, but no, you guys need my leadership. Him falling to get out of that interview was hilarious, and people are just like, he had polio. Did you know he had polio, and that's a polio thing? It's like, nah, I don't buy it. The way that he just kind of conveniently just went, he got asked a tough question, and he was just like, oh, my ankle! You tripped me with that Trump question. Wait, this is Mitch McConnell falling. Like, dude, the older he gets, the more like his top jaw starts like, his bottom jaw starts like just like phasing into his neck, and his I got the big eyes. I don't know why you would say that. Objectively just a goofy looking mother effer. There's been many years where propaganda has been targeted to boomers, and the R's have long since known which weapon to push. Yeah, and that's where, like, it kind of brings me back to my original point, where it's like, how come they're so much better at that? May as well be Skeletor. I mean, Skeletor actually kind of, let's be real. Like, if we're talking the Dolph Lundgren He-Man movie, the Skeletor from that movie, Frank Lagnola, rest in peace, legendary actor. I can never say his name properly. Lagnola. Either way, Skeletor looked better. Like, legit. But also, Bucky, what up? How you doing, man? Hope you are well in your journey of life. Many of the elders I know are still stuck in the 50s and are completely useless. Yeah. Yeah, it is kind of weird. So I'm a victim of seeing a meme that kind of got me thinking. You know, occasionally that'll happen with some of these memes. Where they were talking about how I'll word it exactly how it was phrased. MFers be out there having one good year and turn that into a nostalgia that they're going to chase for the rest of their life. I was like, oh. Damn. Not even like a period of time. It's literally 1 year that everybody kind of thinks about. I'm like, you know, that might even be true for me, which is scary. Because 2024 was awesome. 2024, like, I had a great 2024, and then all of a sudden 2025 has just been like, hey, come here. Oh, wait. Let's hold up your head. Bah! And then it continued up. And I hope that I'm in the healing phase of this one, where it's just like I got the ice pack. I'm like, okay, I'll be back. Just, I need a minute. I'm gonna take until January just to kind of refresh, and then I'll see you back in the. I ain't hear no bell. I ain't hear no bell. I just come back. Hey, I'm back. Wow. All right, 2026. That's how I'm gonna approach it. Was that articulate enough, by the way? I totally still knocked off my point. Old people in politics, yeah, kind of needs to change. But all right, because Bernie Sanders kind of is the exception to this. Like, there's a few. Let's be honest. There's a few of those spry guys in their 80s. Oh, can I also just say, I know that we kind of covered this live yesterday because that's when we all found out. But, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna just say it. Congratulations to Biden for conquering cancer and ringing that bell. That was awesome to see. So, I'm not a big fan of the guy, but. Like I said yesterday, I'm always happy to see somebody ring that bell. So, weirdly enough, if Trump got cancer, I would laugh. Just because, you know, I'm the healthiest. I'm totally the healthiest. You never know, too. But I think I have to be consistent here, though. Like, if he rang the bell, look at me, ding, 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 ding. It's just like, all right, good for you. Now, cancer won. Now, let's see. How far does my humanity go? One good year. I really do kind of wish the ones that are just feeling a decline would step aside. Not that they need to pass away, just, yeah, no. So we were talking about Ruth Bader Ginsburg, how she was selfish and how she could have avoided all of this. And how it really does play into this, like, I'm not gonna die. Kind of weird, right? I mean, dude, she was ancient. And at, like, that last year was not a good year. She had time. Imagine what an 80-year-old can... Wait, comprehensive, imagine, actually... Wait, what? What did you just say there? I do not wish the fucker well. I never will. Alright, yeah. I mean, alright. Now I feel like I have a little bit more permission to just be like, alright, maybe in that specific case, that's the only time that I'm just like, oh... Squeamish soul. Schemish. I don't know how to say that. It's like, no, I can't be doing that. I can't wish him well, but I also can't actively, like, wish cancer on a person. Like, that one I can't. I'm sorry. Nah. May not believe in karma, but I'm putting that out there. Okay, what happened with Anna? I'm glad that you asked, because, Andrew, you're also getting me off a bit of a stun lock here and pushing me into the actual news portion of the day, so perfect. Thank you for that. Let's get to that then. Here we go. I actually don't really know. That's why I put a question mark. So, from my understanding, I saw this video pop up on my feed. TYT's Anna Kasparian targeted while walking her dog. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. So, let's see. I honestly don't know. So
this morning, as I was walking my dog, as I always do early in the morning, all of a sudden I was confronted by someone, a woman who I've seen in the neighborhood before, never had any issues with her. And since I've seen her in the neighborhood before and I never had any issues with her, I didn't think much of what was going to happen as I was approaching her. So I'm walking my dog. She's standing in the middle of the sidewalk with her dog, and her dog's going nuts, like unruly. And I'm thinking to myself, oh, she's trying to train her dog. Her dog, looks like it might be a younger dog, whatever. And as I'm approaching, she's looking at me in a menacing way. Like she has a weird wide stance, and I'm like, I still am not thinking much of it. I'm just thinking, okay, she's probably irritated with her dog acting like this. So let me just go around her. So I literally walk into the street in order to go around her and her dog. As I do that, she starts with her crazy unruly dog approaching me and Charlie, essentially like sicking her dog at me, but not letting the dog loose from the leash. Thank God, okay? At that point, by the way, I'm listening to music. I'm minding my own business. I'm trying to avoid her. And then when she's like coming at me with her dog, I like take my headphones out and I'm like, what's going on? And she's like, you're a Jew hater. And I'm like, okay, well, obviously there's a misunderstanding, so let me have a conversation with her. But she's like screaming.
Wow, okay, so this took it, I gotta say, didn't have the pro-Israel
screaming at
on the bingo card. I thought it was going to be her being like, it's somebody on the left. I was gonna go with either trans issue or
meets.
Oh no, I guess Palestine would be
7 in the morning. And I'm like, wait, hold on. And then she brings up, oh, you were rubbing your hands and making fun of the Jews.
Oh, her whole thing where she actually did like the meme thing of like the
Jews.
Okay.
This is Canary Mission propaganda, full stop. And it's in reference to this. Let me show you what they've posted on social media. Now,
you did, look at you.
Claim that
even Jack was really uncomfortable with it.
I'm doing the happy merchant meme, which by the way, I've seen that photo all
Come on, Anna. Come on.
Over the internet before. I didn't know it was called the happy merchant meme. I don't live in 4chan, okay?
It's not about, no, that happy merchant meme is something that we were all shown as, that was anti-Jewish propaganda from World War II.
We were talking about
like, it was a caricature of a Jewish person that, again, we were taught in elementary school that's like, you see somebody doing some shit like that, that means that they are bad people.
One specific person, so I brought that up to her. I was like, I was talking about Larry Ellison, one specific
Anna's catfish fried chicken steak.
Person who wants to surveil us 24/7, so we're all
right, but here, let's do this. Well, no, the catfish, you take that out though, but chicken fried steak is good.
Best behavior. And then she immediately switched to a different aggrieved, issue that she had. The other issue that she's aggrieved about, which I'll get to in a second. Go ahead.
We get a I might. Okay. We might still be in this.
Yeah, and so look,
I'm sure both dogs were very embarrassed.
Feel like the pro-Israel radicals have planted so-called tropes all around us, man. So that you're never allowed to criticize Israel in any way, shape, or form, or in any.
I have this feeling that her dog might have. Well, no, because her dog is pretty old now.
Style, or with any body motions, or with any words, because everything's a trope. Everything's a trope.
I wasn't even criticizing Israel. I was criticizing one specific person. We're going to show you the video in a second. Hold on. Go ahead.
And then Larry Ellison, later in this program, we're going to show you a story about how he's trying to build these giant things in Gaza.
AI centers,
which meaning like, oh.
That's the guy that owns Paramount.
Oh yeah, obviously Israel's going to take.
And his son owns Warner Brothers and Time Warner.
Gaza.
Which they are trying to now merge with Paramount,
obviously,
to create a giant fucking, conglomerate news entertainment bullshit thing, and now they're saying that they're threatening the new woke DCU, bringing back the Snyderverse, blurdy.
We're going to ethnically cleanse them. We might or might not use them for forced labor, but other than that, we're taking Gaza. So yes, and Larry Ellison, who bought CBS, Paramount, and TikTok, and expressly for the
he owns TikTok too.
Purpose of doing propaganda for Israel. They're not even hiding it. They say they paid more for Barry Weiss's site, way more. I'm in the business, I know. They paid an outrageous sum, and then they bragged to the press about, well, that's because she's pro-Israel. Then Netanyahu comes and says, we're taking over TikTok, and we're thinking about X, etc. And then they say, and by the way, they committed a genocide. They murder over 70,000 people, the Israelis do, not Jewish people. The only people saying Jewish people are pro-Israel zealots.
Yeah.
No one else says Jews. No one that's in the legitimate space that isn't Fuentes or whoever, right? But they constantly are like, you said Jews, but we didn't say Jews.
I literally never have
No one ever said Jews other than them, okay? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, can I do this? Can I talk? Can I say anything?
I mean, dude, she literally did the face. She did the, come on,
Your existence
man.
is
So no, but Larry Ellison,
dude, don't do the is your lying eyes.
He's an evil guy who is taking over all of this media for propaganda for Israel, but you're not allowed.
You know what I don't miss? That. Like this whole yelling at me about everything. Like every story he would just
to rub your hands about it.
So he just goes full Swedish chef, Turkish chef, Jank.
You're not allowed to talk about it.
Okay.
They
Of course.
say we're taking over media, but you're not allowed to say they're taking over media. So they're allowed to do it, but you're not allowed to say it. No, I don't listen to any of your stupid rules or tropes. All right, anyway, back to your story.
So
Jank is just wrong because the average person doesn't know the difference.
before we get to Canary Mission and the propaganda they put out there in order to get people to target me like this, after she attempts to attack me with her
Honestly, if both Jank and Anna then walk this back the very next week, I wouldn't be surprised in the
dog.
least. That's the most consistent thing they do, is being consistent. Good job, guys.
The only thing I have on the top of my mind is I need to get my dog to safety because I have a small dog, okay? He's 20 pounds. So as I'm walking away, she says to me, good luck to your husband dealing with you. And I say, my husband loves me. And she responds with, that's why we're trying to get him fired. To me, that was the sign that this isn't some lone wolf situation. She's part of an organized group that's not just attempting to destroy me, but destroy my husband's livelihood when my husband has nothing to do with my career, nothing to do with, guy doesn't even like politics. Okay, he works in athletics, he works at a school, he loves his students love him, but they want to destroy him because
So he's a gym teacher.
He refused to put out a statement condemning his wife. Incessantly they demand that he put out a statement condemning his wife. He's not gonna do that, okay? You're not gonna get in between a marriage because your feelings are hurt over my criticism of a foreign government. Now, she said that and I was like, I gotta call Christian. So
he's just like, what's she look like?
I'm trying to get Charlie home. I call Christian, I tell him what happened. Leave Charlie, drop him off at home. Christian and I go downstairs because I
used to watch TYT years ago. Haven't watched them in a very long time. I haven't watched them since the whole thing that happened with Benny and the bashing the serfs and pretty much any leftist content creator that was just like, no, guys, this ain't it.
He wants to see who is this woman, right?
Yeah.
So at that point,
I used to be a paid subscriber. They were the first. I think that I've told the story a lot, but I'll just say it. Say it again for you guys. I used to be a paid subscriber to TYT. They were the first channel that I ever was a paid subscriber to.
We approach her and I decide I'm gonna file a police report and I don't know this woman's name. I wanna have an image of her. I wanna have a video of her. I wanna have a video of her dog. And so get a load of her behavior here where all of a sudden, now that I'm recording, she's pretending like she's the victim when she's the one who tried to sick her dog at me and Charlie, and pay very close
This makes me wonder.
attention to her.
Wait a minute. So you're telling me that the video's not going to really corroborate. Thank you. Your story.
Treatment of her own dog, how her dog is behaving, and what she's saying.
All right, let's see.
Do you think it was appropriate for you to try to sick your dog on me?
I did not.
Do you think that was appropriate to sick your dog at me?
I want to see the dog.
You sicked your.
Whoa! It's a little.
I told you to stay away from
Oh no!
me because my dog is barking.
Yo, the way you just whipped your dog like that? No.
Was that appropriate? Was it appropriate for you? Was it
Get
appropriate?
away from me.
Look at
Dude, can I talk to you?
No. Why did you try to sick your dog at me?
I told you to get
Because
away
you don't like
from
my
me.
political views?
I told you to get like this.
Psycho.
I told you to stop
Totally insane.
following me.
Now you're acting different because
Research Christian Zionism there and say, yeah. I grew up in a Christian a Zionist Christian cult.
To get away from me. I told you
I was able to disconnect when I was 17.
to get away from me. I told you my dog is barking.
Why did you
I
try to
said
sick your
stop
dog?
stalking me.
Why did you
I
try to
yelling
sick your
at
dog
me.
at me? Why did you sick your dog at me?
No.
Oh, now you're a victim after you tried to sick your dog at me and my dog.
She's come back and attacked me.
No. You'd say you called her a Jew hater.
You called me a Jew hater? You called me a Jew hater. Okay, so there's another video that we're gonna go to that's going to prove that what I'm telling you guys is true because she told on herself, but go ahead, Jane.
So, okay, she knows Anna, she's waiting for Anna.
Yep.
She's blocking the sidewalk.
Yep.
She says this ludicrous comment about Jew hater. Then she knows
My wife was watching the stream upstairs, so I actually didn't miss the video.
about Anna's husband
Yep.
and his job,
Yep.
and how she's part of a group who's trying to get him fired because he has a wife who has criticized Israel. And she thinks she's the victim.
She thinks she's a victim.
Oh my God! Oh, you caught me terrorized.
God, the audio engineer for TYT all these years must be just like, come the fuck on, Jay.
You.
Either that or they don't know how to work gain.
Oh, I'm the victim. I'm the victim. Can I make these noises? Can I do these
It's a
hand
trope.
motions?
It's all a
Everything's a trope,
Battle
right?
energy.
Everything-
Hey, real quick, can I just say, since you brought up Pokemon, the new game is awesome.
It's a trope. You wait like a thug.
I'm gonna be playing it on stream here coming up.
ambushing someone.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden, when they call you out on it, how do you know my name? How do you know my information? How do you know my husband? Oh, stop stalking me. Nah. By the way, I get notes like this all the time. You have to fire Anna. You have to fire. How you are not allowed to criticize Israel.
Fire.
Yeah, you're doing
What
that.
fire,
You're
dude?
not
Hold
the
on.
victim. You are the aggressor. I'm not talking about Jewish people at all. I just literally had both Robert Greenwald, Ben Cohen, two of the greatest people in this country, fighting like hell to stop the genocide in Palestine, let alone everybody who works here, let alone literal family I have. I'm talking about pro-Israel radicals. Radicals who think that they are justified to do anything, terrorize people, assault people, threaten their lives, because we are doing self-defense. We are the victims. No, you're not. If you are supporting this genocide in Israel, you are not at all the victims. You are enabling everything you said you were
Cenk is
against.
defending Anna. Again, in the original video, he was very uncomfortable.
I grew up in a town that was about half Jewish, and I heard things that I loved. That's why I love Jewish culture. And we fight for the underdog. We fight for the people who are oppressed, and never again. And now these pro-Israel radicals who have totally lost sight of that wonderful tradition and culture, coming around going, let's threaten people, let's fire them, let's take the media over. That was supposed to be a trope, now you're doing it. Let's terrorize people. You are not the victim. You are supporting and enabling one of the sickest genocides I have ever seen.
Yeah, so now she's denying everything, but what's really interesting is in the next clip that I'm gonna show you, she tells on herself, because remember, she talked about how they're trying to get my husband fired. Tell my husband about it.
Or just, I don't know, put your your highs a little bit, lower.
We go and confront her about
Because it peaks whenever he goes really high.
what she's saying and what she did to me, and pay close attention to what she says here. Watch.
Wait.
Go
So
ahead.
you're trying to get me fired?
No, I did not. I'm telling everybody about her.
Oh, that's what she just said. You trying?
You said that you're trying to get my husband fired.
Everybody's trying to get him fired.
Exactly. Yeah, you're part of that. Everybody.
Be careful, that woman's dangerous. She tried to sick that dog at me. She tried to sick that dog at me and my dog. That's what she tried to do. That's what she tried to do. She tried to sick her dog at me and my dog because she doesn't like my political views, because I don't like a genocidal government.
Was that her roommate?
So in the middle of that, you hear her saying, no, I said everybody's trying to get him fired. Thus confirming what I said earlier, but more importantly, that this woman apparently knows everything about me, knows who my husband is, know where he works, knows about the campaign to try to get him fired. So she was standing there in the middle. I walk my dog, and maybe this is a mistake. I walk my dog at the same time every day. I have a super packed, regimented schedule. I don't want to talk to anybody when I'm walking my dog. I just want to do what I need to do to help my dog relieve himself and get back home so I can get back to work. Okay, I'm not looking for trouble. I'm not accosting people. I'm not confronting people. She decided to literally wait in the middle of the sidewalk with her dog to intimidate me like that. And when I walked around her, I walked into the street. When I walked around her into the street in order to avoid her, she starts approaching me with her dog in a threatening manner and then acts like she's the victim.
Dude, she brought this to her show.
Okay.
This is kind of like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Like,
first of all, that second lady has nothing to do with any of this.
kind of
okay,
funny.
so leave
No,
her
she
out
doesn't.
of it. Okay. Number two, on this lady who accosted Anna, we do not do the same things that they do. Okay, we are the good guys.
don't eat mushies and watch the news.
We don't accost people in the streets. We don't go stalk them.
Dude, stuff is super intense, man.
We don't terrorize them. We're always for nonviolence. I'm super proud that TYT is now known throughout the internet as the show that is always for nonviolence, always for peace, okay? So nobody go bother anybody here, because I know what they're gonna do next. Oh my God. They showed it online.
Oh yeah, we did. We sure did.
I was just trying to stalk her.
We sure did. We sure did. I will
never. Got a good question here. Is California a two-party state?
Apologize for that. You came from
Or is it a single-party state?
my dog
Let's
and my
find out.
husband. You want to come for me? That's a different story. Okay, mano a mano. That's a different story. You come at me with my dog. With my dog. You try to sick your dog at my dog. You try to threaten my.
No, you may not record a conversation in California unless all parties consent. California is a two-party state. Okay. Now, the fact that you're publishing it might be an issue, because obviously she recorded you as well. But yeah. Two-party consent state is what it's called.
Livelihood. You think I'm a little wilting flower and I'm so scared. I'm not scared. I'm not scared. This isn't gonna stop me from doing the commentary that I do. And by the way, look at what kind of disgusting.
Oh wow, it's a $5,000 violation usually.
Despicable.
Most cases are result in a payout of about $5,000 and a civil penalty.
Dishonest pieces of crap.
Thank you, AI.
Canary Mission is. Because while they were pretending as if I was doing the so-called happy merchant meme and that I'm some big anti-Semite, let's take a look at the video in full context, shall we?
Your best friend's Jewish.
They don't care.
No, my point is, did Larry Ellison or Bill Ackman or Netanyahu call her and say, hey, are you okay with this?
Larry Ellison can tell me how my ass tastes.
Yeah.
Okay, how about that?
Banger of a line.
Yeah,
Right, disgusting, weird Oracle founder going around talking about like, yes, we're gonna surveil everybody. Everyone will be on their best behavior. Yes.
It is very unfortunate that you have such a pointy face that it honestly, okay, so maybe you weren't, because yeah, like even like yeah, she didn't do the like a voice or anything that is, you listen to this just as audio. Yeah, she just like doing like a greedy little fucker. But yeah, she has a very unfortunate like pointy face that made it into the meme.
You're a freak. You're a total creep.
Okay.
All right.
So
creep.
So my point is, do not put Larry Ellison's actions on our friends.
No, I don't. I don't, because I'm not an idiot. Okay, I don't conflate a nation state with an entire group of people who have no say in what's going
I do like the fact that she did just say, Larry Ellison can tell me how my ass tastes.
going on in Gaza. No say over.
Although he might be into eating ass, which that would be a different thing where it's just like, oh, don't give him like.
What these
that got creepy real fast.
Disgusting billionaires in America are doing. No, I don't conflate the two because I'm not stupid and I'm not hateful. Interesting that Canary Mission left that out. Also interesting that
Who the fuck is Canary Mission?
Photoshopped this disgusting, image onto our background to make it appear as though we were using that image in our background. They're such disgusting, dishonest scum. They're scum. They're scum.
Their job is to terrorize Americans.
Yep.
And have us bow our heads to Israel.
Oh. Okay, so Canary Mission is fucked up. Canary Mission is an anonymously run doxing website established in 2014 that smears and publishes personal information about students, professors, and professional broadcasters. There we go.
Yep.
Because if you ever say anything against Israel, we will pretend that you're a hateful bigot, even in a clip where we literally said this has nothing to do with Jewish Americans, our Jewish friends and family.
Oh, online media personalities.
Don't say that.
I was trying to guess what the last one was. I was just like, it's professors. It sounded good.
Don't share that. Let's just make them look like they're anti-Semites, and then hopefully someone will do violence against them and terrorize them and stalk them. Congratulations, Canary Mission. This is the fruits of your labor. The death threats that Anna gets and that I get, the fruits of your labor. You must be so proud because your job is to terrorize Americans into compliance with Israel. I would love to know, and every reporter in the country should be asking if
didn't Canary Mission have to change their name because of lawsuits?
It all work for goddamn Israel.
I just looked up what it was.
Where the funding for Canary Mission comes from? Where does it come from? Who are the people trying to terrorize Americans and saying?
If that's the case, can you just type? Say in chat what it's called.
Anyone in your family ever criticizes beloved Israel in the middle of a genocide will have your family members stalked, will have your family members fired, will ruin your life. Now look, guys, we're tough and strong, and
we're not going to stop.
No. Hold on.
We're not going to stop.
Hold on.
We're not going to stop.
So we're not going to stop. I get it. God knows what they're going to do to us.
Lego Man, dude. Yeah, that's right. We haven't called him Lego Man Jake in a minute.
Knows what they're.
Hey, glad you brought that back. What up, Squish?
Going to do to us, okay? But I run into now. We're talking about normal Americans here. Christians has nothing to do with Palestine. Anna has nothing to do with Palestine. They're not Muslim. They're not Arab. They're not anything. Okay. So and by the way, we shared a report with you guys last week. I have an update on that. Maybe I'll share later in the week about groups now trying to get normal Americans fired from work for supporting Palestine in social media. Not attacking Israel, let alone Jews, but just somebody put a Palestinian flag in their Facebook profile, concerted effort, total rando American. You have to fire her, she's an anti-Semite, fire them. Israel is the kings of cancel culture, and they keep just pressing down on all of America. You better not criticize. You better follow Israel's orders. You better give us another $300 billion.
No, Canary Mission is still up and running.
We should not give a single dollar to Israel.
Sorry, I was in the middle of looking something else up for stream here, and then I was able to get to that.
Is that anti-Semitic? Yeah, of course they are. They're going to say, if you don't give us $300 billion, you hate Jews. Are you insane? You're driving anti-Semitism. Cut it out. You're endangering Jews in America and across the world with your vicious efforts to terrorize anyone who criticizes Israel.
Well, this is why guys like Piers Morgan love him, because they're just like, he's unhinged.
No, we're not going to stop. But most people, I run into Muslim America.
This is partially why he was entertaining. I will admit that, but going back to it, I have no idea how I watched 2 hours of this shit every fucking day.
I can't say anything. I'm an American citizen. I came here for freedom, and I cannot say a word online because if I say one thing, hey, could you please stop murdering children? No, way too much. Could you please stop, Jen? Stop.
No, I'm sick of them having that special treatment. I'm sick of them having that special level of entitlement where our Constitution somehow doesn't apply to us when it comes to critique of Israel. No, I'm not going to give them that pleasure. They don't deserve
it. Is weird that
deserve it. And if you have if you have a problem with America,
do you guys think that this woman realistically is just like that? For Israel, maybe she. I mean, that's a level of investment that is kind of crazy to I don't know, see Anna and just be like, oh, you know what I'm gonna do today?
Being critical of Israel because Israel is the most important thing in the world to you. Please, by all means, go live in Israel. Go live in Israel. Leave this country to the warm-blooded Americans who actually believe in our constitutional rights.
And by the way, that includes Jewish Americans, Muslim Americans, Christian Americans, every kind of American. But if you're like, no, I worship Israel, there's a great way to worship Israel, by going to Israel, okay? So look, if you're wondering why I'm so animated, other than the obvious, they've also threatened my family. And the other day I got an email saying, you're already dead, you just don't know it. So these are the terrorists that work inside America on behalf of Israel. So if I do die, by the way, it was definitely someone who was in favor of Israel, maybe the Israeli government itself.
Sorry, I'm laughing at the fact that I'm like, oh,
you're anti-Semitic. They literally.
When it comes to the Israel-Palestine stuff, I always find myself listening to their coverage and going like, oh.
They wrote an email. You are already dead. You just don't know it yet, and this is on behalf of Israel.
Because cartoons are always animated.
So who's the terrorist?
By the way,
who killed 20,000?
Are we saying that Cenk is a cartoon?
Children? Who has a worse civilian kill ratio than Hamas or any other terrorist group in the world? IDF, Israel. Who has done at least 70 October 7th? Israel.
Yep.
Not Jews, Israel. There's wonderful Jewish Americans fighting against that today here in America, and I love them for it. Because you know why? They're Americans.
Yep.
And they're good, decent people who actually listened in synagogue and temple and learned the actual faith of Judaism, and not this nationalistic, sick Zionism that demands obedience and terrorizes the whole world. And if anyone dares disagree with their nationalism, then they get accused of the worst things in the world, and they try to end their careers. They've been terrorizing this country for year after year, decade after decade, and we're sick of it. The left's sick of it, the right is sick of it, the whole country's sick of it. The only puppets, Trump, that still work for Israel.
For instance, like this, used to be able to see just the time codes, all this stuff.
He said work for Israel. Yeah, goddamn right I did.
I hate the news.
90% of Congress gets money from the Israeli lobby. Yes, it's legal, but that is legalized bribes. And everybody knows it. We know it when Big Pharma does it, we know it when Big Oil does it, and we know when Israel does it. We see you now, we see you. You're buying all of our politicians. That's why people like Cory Booker are like, oh, AIPAC. I don't know what AIPAC is. Oh, they only give me a tiny, I love Israel, I love Israel. I love Israel, I bow down to Israel. We see you, Cory Booker. We see you Democrats, we see you Republicans, and yes, mainstream media. Most of all, we see you doing hasbara, propaganda for Israel, decade after decade. Today in the news, Israel slaughters 45.
I have to say, yeah. Again, that's why I have it just tuned out. I'm like, I mean, he's cooking here. So
Palestinians, and New York Times reporting. Well, they say that Hamas killed the IDF soldiers. Well, did it? You're the New York Times. You're supposed to give us the truth. It turns out they didn't. It was one of their own unexploded bombs.
It is incredibly insidious how Israel has infiltrated Western governments.
Times didn't tell you that. No, the New York Times said, oh, Hamas broke the ceasefire.
I mean, that's why the Epstein connection, all this stuff does anytime that I've heard a conspiracy theory, there's always something that makes me go, eh. All of these the latest Jeffrey Epstein stuff and the Hasbara connections and all the, the powerful people that they had leverage on.
Bunch of lies.
I can see that. I mean, I've been like, well, there's more and more evidence to really point to it.
Media.
I mean, fuck, look at the Charlie Kirk situation. You're just like, I mean,
we see you.
You don't hear a lot about that anymore, do you? They're not really focusing on the shooter anymore, are they? Why not?
We see
it's almost like they realized they lost the narrative on that one. They got what they wanted, though. They literally got what they wanted. They got enough people to get outraged to forget about the Epstein stuff and everything else going on. They're just like, no, we must protect Trump.
that you're working for Israel. You're the most biased people in America. And you know what? I didn't know the happy merchant meme either, okay? So now I know it. Thank you. I appreciate it. You know what? I'm now going to call this the Larry Ellison. Not about Jews, not even about Israel. This one is just about Larry Ellison, okay? So when you see that son of a bitch scheming to make sure that no one's allowed to criticize Israel and take away our First Amendment rights on behalf of his country, then you do this. Okay, I didn't do the meme. I'm just saying this, okay? This is the Larry Ellison. Hey, give me TikTok, work for Israel. Give me CBS, work for Israel. Give me the American government. He bought Marco Rubio for $5 million when he was running against Donald Trump.
He sure did.
There's a state, we got his emails, leaked emails saying, reports back to the Israeli ambassador. If you're gonna report back to the Israeli ambassador, go live in Israel. Get the hell out of our country, because you don't love this country. You love Israel. So what did he do? I bought him for $5 million. He didn't say bought. He said, I checked to see if he was pro-Israel. He passed my test, so I sent $5 million to his super PAC.
Rubio was submitting.
That is buying Marco Rubio.
Yeah, it is.
And it was a good purchase because he's now Secretary of State and works for Israel. So that's how politics is in this country. It isn't about just Israel. It's about all of the lobbies and all the donors who buy all of our politicians and the media who covers it up and goes, oh, don't worry about the money. Don't follow the money. Don't follow the money. It's anti-Semitic to follow the money. No, bow your heads to Israel. Bow your heads to big pharma and defense contractors and to all the donors.
Serena, I'm starting to see your point about like the yelling. This is actually kind of annoying because he has good points here, and it almost dilutes what he's saying to do like the.
We're not bowing anymore. We're not bowing. Hey, Larry, go stuff this in your treasure chest or whatever the hell you keep your nonsense things. And I'm sure he'll come after us because he's so rich. And he loves to use
coming in here with your nonsense things.
Money to bully people and to terrorize people in this country. That's what I think of Larry Ellison. Every time you ring the bell.
Hey, he finally changed that end bumper. Somebody finally got on that and was just like, all right, Jack, here's the thing. You've been using the same one for 10 years. It's time. Okay, the whole dog part of that was, I mean, more interesting than I thought it would be. But it did lead into some, decent takes. I have to be real. It's kind of like every time that I see clips of Anna on, what is it, not her space, whatever the fuck that's called, the fake view that she's on. Cenk is Alex Jones of centrists. I could see that. Yeah. Actually, yeah. That's a really good assessment of him, because he does have like the same type of appeal. Again, Serena, way to point that out, because I didn't think about that. I didn't think that it was just like, yeah, it's part of the whole thing. Felt bad for the excitement. Okay, can we just discuss how when she did the she did the pullback, but the way she pulled up and whipped the dog around, I was like, no. No. Somebody needs a Caesar Milan. You must establish dominance as the pack leader. It's one of the best South Park episodes because as somebody who watched a lot of Caesar Milan, it was her take. Thank you, Blue Skies. Her take. It's so late. You know what though? I didn't think it was gonna have longevity. I guess either they have longevity or PBD podcast has just enough liquid income to just be like, listen, we can afford to lose money on this, I guess. The only thing I saw with the dogs was 2 Karens and an abused dog. Yeah, and that's where I have to say, Anna, She didn't bring that up though. Did you notice? Did you notice how she didn't even bring up how it's like the dog was definitely mistreated in that scenario? I mean, I would have brought that up. Is Cesar Millan legit? There were parts of his stuff that weren't. There was like some shenanigans that went on with like some camera stuff, but some of his techniques were actual, like were, tried and true. But there's this. We found the guy together. When we were looking into the whole Hassan stuff, we found this dog trainer who definitively figured out that it was, in fact, a vibration collar. No story with the Hassan bit. And that it's widely used in training. So it was kind of interesting to find this guy and then see, situations where he would talk about Cesar Millan's training and he would give him credit, but then be like, you have to understand that this guy was also, like, what you saw on camera was not real. That's where I got most of this information, was from, like, one video from that guy. Knew about collars. Well, the guy, he's one of the, I guess, like, most sought-after dog train. I found all this out later after I looked into his channel. I was just like, holy shit, like, apparently everybody knows who this dude was except for me. It was kind of a... Yeah, dragging the dog around was crazy. Well, again, yeah, she kept, like, doing, like, this. Like, okay, I'm gonna be real. Stan, when we have had situations where another dog does try to approach him, he has aggression. Like, he definitely has his territory. And it's not aggression issues. He has his boundaries. And this is also part of dog training, is not every aggressive behavior is a bad behavior. Sometimes dogs are showing aggression for a very specific reason. Sometimes it's in response to, like, anxiety and, those types of situations. But in this one, I don't think so. I think that Stan, he has his boundary, and you just have to respect that. But this is also where, you can have, diffusing, techniques. That's why they always say to carry treats around, because that's a good way. Like, you do pull them back, and you have to, when you pull them back, you never go, like, for the head, because they could, like, essentially, like, whip and bite. So that's something you don't do. You do have to, like, establish a good firm grip and just, like, give them a tug. But yeah, you don't do that freaking, even if the dog was, like, kind of, standing up or whatever, the way that, again, she, like, held it up, like, at one point I watched that dog's neck just go, eh? Not cool. But it's important to know your dog's boundaries, though. It really is. So, like, for me, with Stan, once he has food, you don't go for it. You let him have his food on his time. Also, he does have the, like, food protection thing, which we've tried to train out. We kind of, like, I can only say kind of, because our, like, the training that we went through with him, which was very limited, because they even said, they're like, oh, he can't come in for training. We're going to have to give you, some outsourcing, which was just a fancy way of being like, here is a $200 pamphlet. But it did work. I have to say that every once in a while, you got to read those damn pamphlets, guys. They got some good stuff out there. Anyway, I have 2 dogs, and I have body harnesses for both of them. Yeah, and that's the thing. Yeah, you should not be walking your dog with, like, a collar only if they have those types of issues. Like, I had a yellow lab that did not have those issues, so I could just walk her on just her collar. She would not tug. The only time that she would tug is actually, like, when she would have to just, like, go to a tree and just be like, I must go sniff that. That was the lightest tug I would get from her. But him, he's got the full, the whole harness and all that stuff. And yes, it is. He's got the double loop too, because when he gets going, he gets going. I was just about to say, like, when he, like, transforms into his little, like, donut there, we've seen him, like, when he stretches up, because he also, like, This is one of the weirdest things he does. He'll want to come inside, and he'll just be like, yeah! Like, he'll stand on his hind legs and just, like, slam himself into the door. It's weird. And he'll just kind of hop and, like, balance himself. I'll take a video of it one of these days, and I'll post it for you guys, because it's something. Also, sometimes it, like, scares the crap out of you if he's outside for a minute. I'm, like, playing a video game or something, he'll just be like, gong! It's just like, holy shit! But this is how I know that he is, when he is stretched out, he's about 6 feet. He's a big-ass dog. But yeah, it's important, like, moral of the story with the dog stuff is know your dog's boundaries and don't expect too much from them, and respect, just also know what situations they can and cannot handle. That's a big thing that annoys me, is when somebody, like, doesn't know their dog's proclivities and they still bring them around to places, and it's just like, bro, you not watching this? Whatever, it's a dog. It's like, had that scenario one too many times. All right, so this story kind of popped up randomly, and I really wanted to watch this with you guys because this seems like it should be a bigger scandal. Reporter publishes unsolicited text from Trump's handpicked prosecutor about Letitia James case.
As James Comey's attorneys are arguing that Lindsay Halligan was improperly appointed to her role, Trump's handpicked U.S. attorney in Virginia is attracting scrutiny for another reason. Lindsay Halligan reportedly spent some 33 hours on and off.
I wonder why she got hired.
During a recent weekend, texting with a reporter.
No...
Not in regards to Comey's case, but that of another one of the president's targets, New York Attorney General Letitia James. It was reporting on that case that kickstarted this back and forth that you're about to see. Let me explain. Anna Bauer is a senior editor for the nonprofit publication Lawfare. She recently posted about a New York Times story concerning the case that was being made against the New York Attorney General, and Halligan is the person, of course, who presented that
That woman was texting a journalist after 1 o'clock.
Case.
Was she okay? Was this a male journalist?
For the grand
Like, was she trying to get something? What's going on here?
Less than an hour after Bauer posted about it, Halligan messaged her directly on the encrypted app Signal that reporters often use. And according to Bauer, Lindsay Halligan wrote, quote, Anna, Lindsay Halligan here. You're reporting things that are simply not true. Thought you should have a heads up. What followed that initial text was more than a day of text insisting that the reporting from the New York Times was inaccurate. Now, Bauer hadn't reported that, but because she had repeated it online, Halligan was going back and forth with her on the merits of that reporting. Then, after a few hours, Halligan wrote, by the way, everything I ever sent you is off record. You're not a journalist, so it's weird saying that.
Ugh. Oh, this is putting me in an awkward space because I did say that this is what was annoying about Taylor Lorenz, but this is a little different.
But just letting
I will say this one, it's like, wait, she texted the journalist, and then all of a sudden the journalist is just supposed to be like, okay, you didn't say off the record at the beginning of this conversation. You do understand how that works, right?
You know.
I mean, she's an attorney. She's like a high-ranking attorney. Prosecuting attorney at this point. She should know these things. So, no, a little bit different.
Bauer responded, quote, I'm sorry, but that's not how this works. You don't get to say that in retrospect. She then tonight posted the entire text chain to Lawfare. And Anna Bauer is my source here tonight. And thank you so much, Anna, for being here, because I'll tell you, I know a lot of Trump people who are sending this story around when they first saw it. I just wonder, what was your reaction when Lindsay Halligan first reached out to you?
What a dumb bitch.
Yeah, I was really surprised, and honestly, I was very curious to hear what she had to say. For some background, Caitlin, I did not have a pre-existing relationship with Lindsay.
What the fuck? She just like randomly was,
speaking to her as a reporter.
This is
met
weird.
One time many years previous, while I was reporting on Trump's criminal investigations and criminal cases. She was on that criminal defense team. But other than that, she was very much a stranger to me, essentially. So when I learned that she actually was texting me, or I suspected that it really was Lindsay Halligan, you know, I was interested to hear what she had to say. You know, I report on the cases that she is prosecuting. And so I was curious, but it seemed like mostly what she wanted to talk to me about was a tweet that I wrote that summarized the New York Times reporting concerning certain grand jury testimony in the Letitia James case. And I think that's what really struck me as so surprising, is that, you know, it's very much not often that you see a sitting United States attorney who
just seeing him not look at people when he's listening,
unsolicited reaches out to a reporter to talk about something that relates to an ongoing prosecution, that relates to grand jury testimony.
My neck, hold on, my nussy's getting a little sore there.
Because those are the kinds of things that there's policies, there's
bring me my Hitachi, I need to loosen her up.
Laws that prohibit disclosure about that kind of
Could you imagine what he does? It gives him the
information. So while I don't think it's very unusual to have a prosecutor
like
reach out about that subject matter, I did find it really strange, and especially considering
just pleasuring my neck as he's, hey, you know what?
We didn't have a pre-existing reporter-source relationship.
Yeah, because obviously reporters are trying to, you know, reach out to people all the time, talk to them, get context, obviously to make sure reporting is accurate and fair. But because you were contacted out of the blue, I mean, I imagine you were a little bit suspicious of whether it was even actually her at the beginning.
Yeah, and there were a few things that we did to confirm that it was actually her. So one thing is, as I mentioned, we had previously met one time several years before. She was able to answer questions that suggested to me it likely was Lindsay Halligan, because she was able to say where we first met and who she was with. And then we later were able to obtain her phone number, which then connected to the existing conversation that we had. And then finally, right before we went to publication, we reached out for comment through the Public Affairs Office at the Department of Justice. They confirmed that that these were text messages with Lindsay Halligan, and right before we were about to publish.
You know that she had that moment of like, this was okay. This wasn't like an AI chatbot or something. This was her. You know that she was just like.
Also additionally reached out to me again, and as you mentioned, claimed that our conversation was off the record. You know, Caitlin, I would encourage people to read the text messages that we published, and they can decide for themselves. But Lindsay Halligan never once suggested that we were off the record. She had reached out to me. You know as well as I do, Caitlin, in dealing with speaking to sources, that the way that it works is there's an agreement, there's a conversation that is had about it. And I never agreed to speak off the record. She never suggested it. I would have been happy to speak with her off the record had she suggested it, but she did not.
Again, you'd think a lawyer
do that here. So I was very surprised when she, you know, suddenly suggested that.
See, now, this is where it is different, because in the Taylor Lorenz case, she got a hold of Ariana.
Things were off the record when they in fact were not.
Generally, that's something you agreed to before the, you know, proposed conversation.
Who was second? Wait, who was runner-up for Miss Colorado USA?
Takes place with someone who
the prosecutor or the reporter
wants it to keep it off the record. And you know, you mentioned that you reached out to the Justice Department. They accused you of trying to tattletale on Lindsay Halligan tonight. I want to read their statement in full, because they said, quote, "You clearly didn't get the response you wanted, which was information handed over to you without having to dig into the facts of the case to craft a truthful story. So you thought you'd tattletale to main justice. Lindsay Halligan was attempting."
He called her a fucking tattletale.
To point you to facts, not gossip, but when clarifying that she would adhere to the rules of the law and not disclose grand jury information.
How are we supposed to take this shit seriously?
You tried to leak an entire conversation. Good luck ever getting anyone to talk to you when you publish.
You guys are tattletales and meanie bobinis. You're one of those leftists.
I mean, I read it. I don't think you're threatening to leak it. I just think.
By the way, guys, if you are just joining us, hit that like button to help the stream out. Really, really appreciate it. It does help me a lot, and I very much do appreciate it.
You know, to your point,
We're getting close there,
wasn't
too.
on off the
Let's get 100% ratio for viewership. Come on, come on.
record conversation.
Come on!
No, it wasn't. And look, I reached out. I didn't threaten anything. I reached out for comment because I'm a journalist who is publishing a story, and I want to underscore here that why we thought that this was a newsworthy story and why there's great public interest in this is, you know, I'm a legal reporter. I cover the Justice Department. So does everyone in our organization. You know, we're familiar with how things work in terms of reporter and U.S. attorney relationships and reporter and prosecutor relationships. When this exchange happened, it felt so out of the ordinary and so unusual that, you know, it felt like something that really should be published. Because here you have someone who is already so highly scrutinized.
Thank you.
Under such pressure with these very high-profile prosecutions, and already knows that, you know, anything that she does is going to be picked apart by defense counsel.
Yeah.
Even the most minor.
This is a nice way of just being like, she is a lawyer. She's supposed to know what off the record, on the record is. That's just baseline shit.
Misstep. And yet here she is on the record.
Dude, I recently had a conversation with a lawyer asking some questions about something, and he was just like, on the record, off the record.
Messaging.
Yeah, Pep did a little bit of journalism.
With a reporter about an ongoing prosecution, which just does not really happen that much.
We'll see where this goes, though, because the case is kind of like
communications between reporters and prosecutors. And so we found.
Because I found a story that is, let's just put it this way. I went to initially just kind of have a funny piece where I was just like, oh, this Trumper got away with a whole bunch of legal stuff. And then I looked a little bit deeper in it, and there's a huge problem with the legal system in America that nobody really knows about, and it has to do with like what they consider petty offenses and who's prosecuting them. Do you know that they're just shipping off a whole bunch of those cases to just random law firms?
Found it to be really remarkable, and over the past few days,
I'll make a video about, like a full-length video about it, and what I was doing, why I was doing it,
reporters,
and then who I contacted and what I found.
To cover legal affairs, we spoke to former prosecutors. They have never quite seen an exchange like this, Caitlin.
But as I was saying, the lawyer I was speaking to, everything he said was on the record, off the record, like it was a switch that he was flipping.
And so I think that, you know, it felt like something that we needed to publish, and we did.
Good for her, honestly.
And there was
tattletale.
Nothing in terms of
I can't believe they called her that.
Leaking anything. It was Lindsay Halligan who approached me.
You're a tattletale.
So you know, I think that would be my
wait. She didn't call her a tattletale. She called it tattletale journalism.
Anna Bauer, thank you for joining us tonight.
Ridiculous. Hey, this space. What's up, this space? You guys haven't already subscribed to this space, please do me a favor here. Let me get my link. I would really appreciate you guys going and checking that out. Leave a like on the stream as it is going. I will also invite you guys to check out the content, but I'm not in competition with them or anything, but you don't gotta go or anything like that. Give me a second, though. I'm dead serious. Oh, that's unfortunate. Give me 1 second. What the fuck? There it is. I was like, why is this all blank? Here. This space is a 3-day stream, essentially, where Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday we have a stream that starts at noon and runs to about 10 to 11 o'clock, depending. For my time, Central Time, but 1 Eastern. We'll do Eastern Standard. There's a reason it's called that, I guess. Leave it to the rest of the country to figure out their stuff. But yeah, it is a smaller, or it is a collaboration of smaller streamers where we all share the stream throughout the day, and I started it today. Although it was a pre-record from yesterday. I have to give you full disclosure on that one. First one, too. I thought it went well, though. I was able to hang in chat because there wasn't much going on in the waiting room. So. I had fun, though. Anyway, back to it. Pep, how do I get this space on Discord? Several of us admin have been trying for weeks. If you haven't already, contact Letterhack. I know that it's permission-based, so I can ask for you, though. I will definitely let you know. Anyway, moving on. Let's get to this. I did not know that a few of the admins were trying to get on there, because admins should have access. Also, if Etch is not here, he's probably in this space. But 100%. Boom. Wait a minute. Yes, but sacrifices were made. Wait just a second. All right, I'm really excited about this Rogan and Andrew Schulz thing. I have no context to it. That's why, again, I'm gonna tell on myself here. If you see a question mark in my titles, I don't know. It's legit just be like, I found a video. Let's see together. I appreciate you, brother. We just picked up Life Take Two and Robert Arnold. Oh, nice. Wait, on this space? Very cool. Don't forget the Dark Brandon channel as well. All right, so what I gotta do though, real quick. Maybe they got married. I have to run upstairs to grab my Benjamin. Wait, that sounded like it could mean something else. I mean, I am grabbing the pen though. So. The vape pen. Only in these streams will you see me in real time with my brain just be like, no. Oh, crap. Music to my ears. Trump brushes off critics of the White House demolition. Yeah, dude, at this point, he's trolling. I mean, at this point, he's trolling a lot of his own supporters. I do know that there's like a whole contingent of like veterans that actually care about this, because they see like the whole, symbolism behind this, where they're just like, oh, ooh, I have a feeling that he's not going anywhere. A lot of people are starting to figure that out. Like, that's good. But, Trump's most hated liberal stuns Piers Morgan. Yeah, I got that pulled up for later. Yes, for my secrets, don't care. What I need is something more silly to just kind of play for a minute while I go grab this. Here we go. Yes, I can use this. Woohoo! Dark Brandon might slide you in a show. I don't know who you're talking about. Is he on Twitch? I've never actually heard of this. Like, I know the Dark Brandon meme, but as a content creator, I don't know who you're talking about.
It's day 21 of the government shutdown. The sticking point has been Affordable Care Act tax credits, which Democrats want extended.
And tonight, Republican Congresswoman Jen Kiggans and several other lawmakers are urging House Speaker Mike Johnson to act on tax credit extensions after the shutdown is over. Now, the lawmakers say the first focus should be reopening the government and that this is not the time or place to address health care issues. The letter says allowing the tax credits to lapse without a clear path forward would risk real harm to the people lawmakers represent. And now a live look at Capitol Hill. Lawmakers aren't any closer to a spending deal to reopen the government and aren't planning to vote today. ABC has the latest from Washington.
President Trump today rallying Republican senators at a White House lunch in the Rose Garden, a new effort to end the government shutdown.
Today I'm calling on every Senate Democrat to stop the madness. We've got to get our government open, and the Democrats are trying to keep it closed.
But lawmakers aren't even slated to take a vote on reopening the government.
Republicans may not have time to fix people's health care, but apparently they got plenty of time for a mini pep rally with Donald Trump.
Hey, pep rally.
Fight, Democrats say, hinges on extending Affordable Care Act tax credits and preventing a hike in insurance premiums for millions. The clock is ticking. Open enrollment slated to start on November 1st. Exactly 3 weeks into the shutdown, most government workers aren't getting paid. An estimated 750,000 furloughed and another 4,000 laid off entirely. A Washington, D.C. food bank already seeing the impact.
Good content. I'll check them out.
Many of the families affected now have been living paycheck to paycheck and making ends meet. With a missed paycheck, they aren't able to address all of their needs, pay their rent, pay for childcare, pay for transportation.
Tomorrow will be a notable mile marker for this federal government shutdown. It will become the second longest in U.S. history, and President Trump will have been in office for both the first and second longest shutdowns in U.S. history. Avery Harper, ABC News, Washington.
And we'll continue to track the latest in the government shutdown, including on Live Impact News. We'll have all the developments as...
How is this a Democrat shutdown? Exactly. Well, it's because the media has literally become state media. Like, they did this thing where they threatened a whole bunch of these conglomerates. They found out exactly where they could squeeze them. But they got them. They got them by the balls. They're dragging these fuckers and meanwhile the media is just like, nothing to see here. These Democrats are. Oh, man. All right, so now we get to the fun. That was just a little intermission. Little news intermission. One of their main sponsors. Oh, you are? Oh, that's cool. All he has to do is say it a bunch and it becomes true. Like magic. Jank magic? Or Trump magic? Because I used to think that jank magic was a thing. I'm kidding. Wait, your mom? Wait, White House blows reporter. What? Hold on. Oh, wait a minute. They talk about the recession too. You know what? Damn it. We got some content lined up that I didn't know that I was gonna line up because, yeah. I had 4 videos from yesterday set up specifically for today, and I was just like, okay. Oh yeah, cool. Here we go. Let's find out what's going on with the Joe Rogan, Andrew Schulz thing.
All right, y'all. So a comedy civil war has erupted. You have basically Joe Rogan and Andrew Schulz, and they're the two who...
The radio wars were great. You know what? They had their time in the sun, but now it's time for some comedy wars. Get ready for some yuck-yucks.
We're in the Rogan sphere, who are now leading the charge against the Rogan sphere critical comedians. But yeah, there are some clear dividing lines here. Of course, you have Mark Maron on the other side of them. You have, you could argue, Andrew Santino, Bobby Lee, Stavros. So there's some clear dividing lines here. And this is the first time that it appears like both Joe Rogan and Andrew Schulz sort of snapped and decided to call out some of their detractors. So we talked a little bit about Rogan versus Maron the other day on Friday, but I wanted to dive a little deeper here. So shout out to Too Lazy to Try, who has a great YouTube channel. Definitely go subscribe to Too Lazy to Try. They broke down the Rogan versus Maron thing, and we're going to go ahead and break it down. Here we go.
Addicted to these arguments that people have constantly every day, calling people assholes and losers, and you're just carrying around all that bullshit with you all day.
That's exhausting.
Which is why I don't do it. I mean, I could go in on every person that ever wronged me or this, that, said bad things about me, and it's just super unhealthy.
Well,
super
we know
unhealthy
people our age who are still doing that shit.
Of course, don't.
Comics.
Mark Maron, don't say it.
So as he does his little, I would never, bro. I'm above the fray. I don't engage in this petty drama bullshit, sniping back and forth. He's now going to proceed to do exactly that. And he didn't just do it in this podcast. He did it in another one. He had on Andrew Schulz after Callan and did it again.
He's sad. He wants other people to hurt. That's what it is.
It's just not charitable. It's
also he's pathologically jealous. Like he's like literally mentally ill. The thing is that Marin's podcast, which was number 1, isn't even in the top 100 anymore.
Oh my God. So understand something. Marin's criticisms were substantive. They were political in nature. It was like, hey, you're riding Trump's dick and ushering in fascism. And also, you're making comedy worse because all you're doing is trying to out-offensive each other, right? So he's saying negative effects on comedy and making comedy like this right-wing hack space. And also, you're ushering in...
Plus, I heard he had this guy on, Sam Cedar. It all went downhill after that.
Fascism. That's what Marin's criticisms were. It had nothing to do with any interpersonal bullshit. Nothing to do with that. But notice, Rogan's response is to go personal. Rogan's response, oh, he's jealous, oh, he's insecure, oh, he's mentally ill. So everything he's saying is about the personality, the person of Mark Maron. Everything Maron is saying is about the impact Rogan is having on the body politic and comedy. So Maron's criticisms are substantive. Rogan's criticisms are personal. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's just, it's such bullshit, not addressing any of the actual criticisms.
I don't even think it's in the top 200. It went away. And it went away not because he did anything. He didn't get arrested. There was no scandal. People just stopped being interested in it. And I think that hurts the most.
Well, then, if that hurts the most, you should already be starting to hurt Rogan because he's fallen from grace. He's no longer the top podcast in the world. He's washed.
Why did they stop being interested?
It's not good.
All right, so it looks like Joe Rogan finally proved that he's not above shit talking, even though, of course, he still somehow tries to act like he's above it. You know, he goes from saying he doesn't hate on people who have said bad things about him to spending 20 minutes going off on Mark Maron. So he finally just snapped. And, of course, he's way more tuned in to what people are saying about him than he wants you to believe. And he's definitely not above drama. You know, because usually Rogan tries to avoid feeding into any beefs with other comics or saying anything bad about them, publicly at least. Like Maron, he's been trashing Joe for around a decade, and Rogan would rarely acknowledge it on his show. But it looks like Maron's last special, where he made a joke about Theo Vaughn and the media tour he did, where he was trashing the Rogan sphere every chance he had, really got to Joe, and now the gloves are off. I mean, he must have been holding this in for years, and he finally just ran out of patience because he was ready to go. Like, he was prepared. He mentioned a Reddit post that was criticizing Mark's podcast, and he knew this weird stat about his comedy shows, and he's aware of everything Mark said about him. So Rogan acts like he's above all the haters and doesn't care what people think about him. You know, it's all just noise. But it turns out he's human, and he's actually pretty invested in what Mark, and I'm sure a lot of other people, are saying about him and his crew. And even before this, that was already starting to show. Like, last year, Joe thought Mark was
because objectively, like, Joe thought Maron was funny at one point.
Bert Kreischer, and he sent Bert a message and told him he needs to stop being friends with Mark. So now I think...
I'm sorry, that is like petty high school type shit, bro. Well, that is some petty-ass high school type shit.
Okay, I'm not trying to defend it. It is silly, but this is comedy. This has always been a thing in comedy. You want to go, like, right back to high school? Go try doing an open mic.
Criticism of the Rogan sphere and the Austin comedy scene has reached a boiling point for Joe. And I think specifically comedians that have been mocking him and his crew got to him the most, because now it's not just Mark. You know, there are a good amount of prominent comedians that goof on him, which their opinions mean more to Joe than just a normal civilian's opinion.
That's such a good point, and I didn't think of that. That is such a good point. When it was just assholes like me and, you know, like my audience, you guys, people who like, you know, left-wing YouTube, when it was just us sort of mocking Rogan and the Rogan sphere, saying they're not funny, calling out their right-wing bullshit, then it was whatever. But then it sort of spread. It was beyond the left-wing community. It became part of this, just like this new, like, I would call it like almost like a comedy policing space on YouTube. Too Lazy to Try is part of it. There's other channels that are part of it as well.
Yeah,
and like then it spread to there, and they started criticizing the Rogan sphere.
You could argue that.
Then I don't know, criticism of the Rogan sphere became very mainstream, and then it's like the comics who are still somewhat in touch with the audience also shared some of those criticisms. Like Shane Gillis, by the way, who's in the Rogan sphere, has criticized the Rogan sphere and been like, the comedy's getting kind of hack, and all they got to do is their anti-trans jokes and whatever the fuck, right? And so, yes, it finally got to the point where, like, I guess Rogan was able to tune out the noise when it was just people like me criticizing. But then when it grew to the point where now there's a whole cottage industry that criticizes the Rogan sphere, and you have other comedians, even ones that are somewhat friendly with Joe Rogan, go, I don't really like that Austin shit they're doing. That's why it looks like he's snapping. And the target for all the anger is Mark Maron, who sort of emerged as one of the leading voices that criticizes the Rogan sphere.
And Joe desperately wants to be seen as a respected comedian and be respected by comedians. So I think it hurts him the most when comics are trashing him. And now that that's kind of become mainstream and Maron's getting more attention for it than ever, Rogan finally felt the need to respond. I think Rogan realized a lot of people are actually starting to agree with Mark now. And that's why he needs to point out that Mark is just a miserable and jealous hater.
Correct. That's exactly what it is.
Also, it's hilarious. Rogan decided to respond right when Maron ended his podcast. I'm sure that's definitely another reason why he responded now. And Joe thinks Mark's podcast falling off is a big reason why he's so bitter. Because apparently early on in podcasting, when Mark had the #1 podcast, Joe said that's when he's the nicest and he stopped talking shit about people. But then once Joe and other podcasters started passing him, then he went back to his old ways. And Joe said it's the same thing with stand-up. Mark has a falling out with everyone who does better than him. So Joe saying this stuff is definitely going to set Mark off.
But by the way, Mark Maron is very open about the fact that he was insecure. He is a jealous guy, that he has been hard to get along with. He's very open about that fact. But having said that, all of the criticisms that are going against Joe this time...
That's why he's always been friends with Sam.
...around.
Burn.
All of them are substantive. That petty, insecure, jealous type stuff, he admits that's the kind of person I am, but he's open and honest with that fact, and he's open and honest with the fact that this criticism is political in nature. And, he's angry also about the destruction of comedy and making it an offensive fest, right? So it's like you're not... Whatever the shit is that Rogan is saying against Maron has already said it against himself. He's been very vulnerable with all of his flaws, right? And so you can't just peg all this on that. But he's trying, but that's what Rogan is trying to do.
And he's probably going to want to bring his podcast back after he hears this, just so he can rant about Joe every episode.
Do you understand, Mark, when he first started, when he was just first coming up, was friends with Mitch Hedberg, and then Mitch Hedberg hit, and he couldn't be friends with him anymore.
Really?
Yep. Stop being his friend. Same thing with Louis C.K. Louis C.K. and him were tight. Louis blew up, Mark didn't. He had to fucking hate him, and he turned on him. Talked shit about him openly. And then he became successful. And the years where Mark was successful were the best years of Mark, because Mark was fun. Mm-hmm. I've had ups and downs with Mark. I've gone through this with him 3 or 4 different times, where he gets upset at me, and then we talk, and then, are we good? We're good. He likes to do that. He likes to talk shit about you, and then you confront him, and he says, you're right. And with me, my relationship with him was really complicated, because when I was an open micer, I was 21 years old, and I was just starting out. Mark gave me a compliment once that really helped me. He came up to me and he goes, hey man, you're really funny. He just keep doing what you're doing. Don't listen to anybody else. Just keep doing what you're doing. I was like, wow, thank you.
That's his best side. That's the good side.
It is not all bad.
No.
And he was a young guy back then, right? So he was just being cool. And then over time, obviously I became more famous than him and more successful than him. And he does not like that. He fucking hates that. And the only time we were cool was when Mark was #1. So Mark, the podcast took off, and you got to realize it took off when he was deep into his 40s, right? And it was the #1 podcast in the country. And he was on Rolling Stone magazine, and he
again, notice none of this is about the substance of Maron's criticism. None of it is.
Had his own show on IFC, the Maron Show, and he was fucking great. He was cool to hang with. He was fun because he didn't have to compare himself to anybody anymore, because he was a success. He could look at his own success. He was doing a television show. He had his podcast. Everything was great. And we were cool. We were friends. I'd see him. I'd give him a hug. I'd say, what's going on? We would talk. We're friendly at the store. We never hung out off site.
But
this was, by the way, before Rogan went full MAGA and Trump dick rider too. So it makes sense. Maron has always been a left-wing guy. He used to host an Air America radio show. Air America was the original left-wing talk radio. In fact, when I was growing up, it's what I wanted to do for a living. Obviously, Air America doesn't exist anymore, but he hosted a left-wing talk radio show. And so, I'm not surprised he was buddy-buddy with you. This was probably back when you were supporting Bernie Sanders, right?
Friendly. We had pushed all the beef aside, and he even did my podcast. We had a great time. And then I started getting more successful, and then my podcast passed his. Then my podcast became #1, and then the Spotify deal, and that's when he started talking shit about me. So he started talking shit about me long before all this Trump stuff. This Trump stuff is just the most recent iteration of this bizarre thing that he does with people.
And I'm sure Mark's going to flip out over this, but also he's probably a little satisfied knowing he's really getting in Rogan's head. Right. I mean, this goes on for almost 20 minutes, which is wild because normally Rogan tries to avoid talking about any conflict between comedians. He never really wants to call out comics anymore. Like he used to back in the day, with Carlos Mencia and Jay Moore. Rogan ruined those guys. He used to be able to destroy careers, but I don't think he's really called out a comic like that since Jay Moore. So that's why this Maron beef is a pretty big deal. Shit's getting serious for Rogan. Because also at this point, why even address it? If Maron's a washed up comedian who's had a failed podcast and nobody listens to him now and he's just a hater, why not just let him fade into irrelevancy?
That's such a great point. And the reason he's addressing it is because he knows there's truth in what Marin is saying.
So Rogan must think of him as more of a threat now than ever. And also Joe said he got really pissed about that joke Mark Maron made on his special about how Theo Von would do a podcast with Hitler, because apparently that sent Theo into a spiral. So Mark is wreaking havoc on these people. Like, it's crazy.
By the way, Rogan does go on to say that. He sent Theo into a spiral with his mean joke in his comedy special. Like, well, hold on. Aren't you the free speech guys? Aren't you the fucking suck it up guys? Aren't you the anything goes, bro, nothing held sacred? But apparently Theo Von is off limits to make fun of? Jesus Christ.
He has Joe Rogan now acting like sometimes jokes go too far.
Again, all right, I'm going to give Kyle some credit here. He doesn't know this. Nobody is a bigger, like, pussy to getting roasted than comedians.
And Theo Von is off
really
limits.
Is. Like, and it's not coming from like the, oh, that's not even funny, like, kind of thing. Like, dude, seriously.
Funny that Rogan will praise Tony Hinchcliffe nonstop for roasting random open micers. But then if a comic makes a joke about Theo Von, it's like the end of the world.
So I thought that we were, like, that's what we did here.
Rogan
like,
gets defensive about Theo here and says Mark just made the joke because he's jealous of Theo, which he probably is jealous of Theo, but also I think Rogan's kind of coping here because he also proves the joke was accurate. It's so funny. He's like, Mark said Theo would have Hitler on. Does he really believe that? Does he think that's true? Come on, Theo has anyone on his podcast. He'll talk to anyone.
He also lies.
By the way, that proves his point, right? You guys had Trump on and gave him a hot stone massage. You would have Hitler on in the fucking, 1930s. You would. So the reason why that joke was funny is because there's truth in it. There's truth. I mean, Theo just had some like law enforcement asshole like defending ICE on the other day. Yeah, like this whole like I'll talk to anybody, bro. I'll talk to anybody, bro. Do people realize yet how stupid that is? Do people realize how low IQ that is? Like trying to make it seem like it's a virtue to quote talk to anybody. Okay, invite on a serial killer. Invite on a Nazi. Invite on a child rapist. Invite on a jihadist. Invite on a tanky or a liar or some former friend of you who betrayed you and wronged you and stole money from you. Invite on a violent paranoid schizophrenic. Invite on a cult leader. No, there are fucking lines. Everybody has lines. But when they get cornered, they go, oh, I'll talk to anybody, bro. That's a weak-ass way to try to deflect from the fact that these people helped elect a fucking fascist.
Like, one of the things he lied about, he did a podcast with Howie Mandel, and Howie Mandel asked...
By the way, I love how tuned in Rogan is. Apparently, he's seeing all the shit Marin's saying.
Him, if he had problems with comedians. Like, no, I don't have any problems with any comedians. I've never had any problems with comedians. Like, what are you talking about? He's had a problem with every single comedian that's more successful than him. Bill Burr, Louis C.K., Dave Chappelle, me, Tony Hinchcliffe, everybody that passes him, all of a sudden, he talks about them on stage. And the Theo thing really drove me nuts, because that sent Theo into a real spiral.
Did it?
Yeah. Yeah, well, Theo went into a spiral, and that was a big part of him getting attacked, was Marin talking about him on a special.
Oh my God. All you guys are so fucking sensitive little snowflakes. This is what we signed up for, bro. If you're going to be in the public eye, people are going to fucking disagree with you. If you earned all the fucking flowering love and adoration that you got for so many years, you earned all the fucking disagreement when you start fading and you start saying things people don't fucking agree with. And it's the same with Theo Von.
He'd have Hitler on his podcast. Well, why is he saying that? Does he think that's true?
Yes.
Does he think that Theo has anybody on his fucking show, including Bernie Sanders?
He's learning. He wants to learn.
He'll talk to people, and he will talk to anybody on his podcast. That's not what the thing is. The thing is that Marin's podcast, which was #1, isn't even in the top 100 anymore. I don't even think it's in the top 200.
There's such a jealous, like, whatever, bro. You're just a jealous hater, bro. Like, you just hate me because you ain't me, bro. Like, really? This is the fucking high school ass response.
And I think Mark definitely is bitter. Like, he hates how successful Rogan's podcast and comedy career are. But some of his criticism is valid, and it's just hilarious that he's getting to Rogan this much. Like, Rogan even mentions a Reddit post he saw about how bad Mark's podcast is, which, if he's on there, he should also see what Reddit thinks of his podcast. Of course, every post about Rogan that's negative is from a jealous hater, but if it's a negative post about Mark Maron, it's legit criticism. But even though Rogan does get a lot of criticism, he obviously still is a way more successful podcaster than Mark, which I believe Mark is definitely bitter about. I think he even admits that.
People just stop being interested in it, and I think that hurts the most. And
why did they stop being interested?
It's not good. Here's a part of it. Like, the conversations that he has are fine, but the beginning of the podcast is these like self-indulgent rants about life and him doing things, and
that's his style. It's always been his.
Yeah, but I'll admit that this is why I haven't watched.
Style, Joe.
Like, it's not. He's not wrong here.
Oh, and he does have an audience that likes to listen to that shit.
Yeah, I mean he has an yes, but that's not the point he's making.
Just
I feel like this one is Kyle's off.
It's not your shit where he's selling fucking
hit the like button, thumbs up, subscribe if you have not.
elk
Yeah,
meat
thank
and
you,
dick
Starman.
pills or whatever the
Appreciate
fuck.
that.
Jesus Christ! Again, this is the weakest response I've ever seen.
Thread dedicated on like Reddit where people fast forward to the time, like they give you the time stamp of when he's done ranting, so you can just get to the interview because nobody wants to hear it.
It is
Like it's
true.
like it's an inside, you know, joke, but it just that's the reality is
It's kind of like it's the opposite with Sam Cedar, where it's like they get to the interview and you're just like,
It's like Theo passed him, like rocketed past him.
I'm sorry.
And
I
now he has,
appreciate
like,
what they do, and I appreciate the guests they bring on. But more than one occasion have I found myself where I legit will be like, oh, one halftime.
Number 2 or number 3 podcast in the world.
And then Rogan starts
Maybe that's a
trashing
me
Maron's
thing.
comedy career. Like, he was not holding back during this episode. And he mentions how he's pissed it never really took off and he feels like he deserves more success. And then Joe mentions how sad Maron's
It's not a criticism to say you don't like their style.
fans are and brings up that he has the record for most.
Dude, I have literally said this about myself, where I'm like, if I'm not your bag, I'm not everybody's bag, so I get it. I totally get
Single
it.
seats sold to a comedy show. So Rogan was really prepared with ways to trash Maron. I mean, I don't know how you could pretend like he's above feeding into beefs or attacking comics anymore. I mean, I get why Rogan would want to respond to him and trash him. You know, it's fair game. But you can't act like you're above it all at the same time. I mean, like I played in the beginning, before he starts going on this rant, he's like, man, I could go off on every person that's ever wronged me, but I don't engage in that kind of thing. You know, it's just bad for you. It's unhealthy. And then he proceeds to just go off on Mark Maron for 20 minutes. You know, it's like he was trying his best to hold himself back, and he knew he shouldn't go off on Mark, but he just couldn't help it.
Maron never developed an audience for his comedy, and he always felt like he deserved it. And that's what drove him the most nuts. He always felt like he deserved it. But it's like, you deserve what you get. You know what he has a record for?
I hate to say, Rogan's not completely off base here. This is the kind of comedy chat that I've always appreciated, and the kind of inside baseball, like I said, the comedy clicks.
One of those.
I like getting the dirty details of the comedy clicks.
Ticket things, what it's Ticketmaster, whatever one.
I just said the same thing like 4 different times.
Number 1 for selling single seats.
That's interesting. That's really interesting.
Rogan's doing deep dives, trying to be like, what can I say to go after Maron? What can I dig up here? Jesus Christ, bro.
People with no friends.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Really? Fuck.
Sad people.
The thing is, this has been kind of well known in comedy, and Mark Maron himself has said this.
Sad people that identify the way he
he said that to Sam, where he's like, dude, you're one of the last friends I have in comedy.
Behave.
And then Sam kind of burned him, where he's just like, why would you think that is, Mark?
But the proof is in the pudding. Do people come to see you? Do you put asses in seats? Do they enjoy the time? Or is it an angry bomb where you're on stage ranting about other comedians?
See, but that's not fair, because again, his comedy is not irrelevant. That's not fair.
Well, that's Maron. And
Oh my God. Literally trying to pretend like there's no truth in anything he said. That joke about Theo fucking blew up. It went viral.
Yeah.
It's hilarious.
Well,
And you're pretending like that's not the case.
Does that all the time. Tim Dillon was just saying he was doing that in LA the other day. Just ranting about all the comedians that are at the Riyadh Comedy Festival.
Good.
Yeah,
Fuck,
that's
of course. What, you guys think you're above criticism? Jesus Christ.
no, that's
These
fine.
comedians, fucking free speech tough guys. All of them think they're above criticism.
Which is all, legitimate area of criticism, if you can make it funny. You're working for the Saudi government, and they've definitely done some stuff that's fucking horrible. The root of it all is not real. It's not that he cares so much that he wants everyone to do the right thing. That's not it. He's upset that all these people are getting attention.
Oh my God, this is so childish. So in other words, he's saying Maron doesn't even believe or care about the political, points he's making against us. It's like, no, that's literally the core of it. That's the core of. Oh my God.
He's upset that all these. It's very childish. But he'll make it look like, he's the righteous side, the left, the progressives. He's the voice now, and he's gonna fucking, we got work to do. We got to get these fascists out. No, it's about him getting more attention.
Bananaconda is what I got.
That's what it ultimately is all about, and that's unfortunate. And I'm not mad at him. And if I saw him,
oh yeah, totally not mad, bro.
And I talked to him, we were cool, I'd give him a hug.
Yeah, so maybe they could just hug it out and do a podcast together. And, we can't have the last line of defense fighting with each other like this. No, I'm kidding. I'm sure this is just going to escalate.
No,
and other comedians will probably chime in and start beefing.
Now, by the way, it's exactly what we got. So Andrew Schulz dives in And he honestly, his reaction might even be worse than Rogan's.
Like, I've been seeing a lot of comedians like trying to like separate themselves from Austin lately. Have you seen this? A lot of comedians that like use Joe and his millions of followers to boost their careers, that went on there to promote their specials, that performed at the club, like really used Joe's power and influence that he was very generous to give them. And all of a sudden there's like a little internet backlash. It's like, and now I see these comics like kind of vocally talking shit, that they would talk all this shit, by the way, behind closed doors, because it's what comics do, but like real like rat weasel shit. Because you let this guy enrich you, you used him for his followers, and now you see a situation where like they're getting backlash, and instead you pile on for self-salvation. Yeah. There's a lot of fucking weasels in this business. And
so, according to Andrew Schulz, it's rat weasel shit to disagree with Rogan publicly. If you've ever been on his podcast, you're not allowed to say a single fucking word against him. That's the logic he's setting up here. What happened to free speech? What happened to being authentic? What happened to telling the truth? What about that? No. Can't do it when it comes to Rogan. Rogan, you got to bite your tongue. He's the emperor, god, lord, overlord, king of the fucking... Lord and overlord in the same thing doesn't make sense. Of the comedy scene, right? So you're not allowed to say anything about him. It's unbelievable. Holy shit.
Good. I like to see it. I want everybody to know.
All right, so it looks like the Rogan sphere is done holding back. The same day Rogan called out Mark Maron, Schulz also called out Maron and every comedian that's turned on Rogan. So things are getting really interesting. You know, it seems like now Rogan's friends might have the green light to start trashing other comics. Because like I said in my last video, for a while, Rogan didn't want any conflict between them. He hates it, which is respectable, but we all know behind the scenes there's a ton.
Yeah, because it creates a rift in, like, politics. You can get over that with comedy. You cannot get over a rift where you start shitting on another comedian that they might like, and then it turns into like a, yeah, you know what? I'm not really about this.
A conflict.
This happens a lot.
Jealousy, trash talking, and backstabbing. So it's nice to see it all be put out in the open now. I mean, after the Riyadh Comedy Festival and comedians trashing the Rogan sphere, it's like we're in a comedy civil war now. Like Schulz, he went off on so many people during this. You know, like with Rogan, you could tell Schulz has also been holding this in for a while, and there's a lot of people he wanted to talk shit about. And it's hilarious because he brings up Bill Burr and Bobby Lee and Andrew Santino and the backlash they've been getting for doing the Riyadh Comedy Festival.
By the way, Bill Burr hasn't said, I don't think, anything against Rogan. If anything ever, it was very tepid. Santino also, I don't think he said anything specifically against Rogan, just very tepid criticisms of the Austin scene, or his guests make those criticisms. And this is still leads to Andrew Schulz going off.
Like, bad friends are in shambles. Go look at their comment section, which is ironic because Schulz also performed at the festival and is getting called out in his comment section, but he's in complete denial. It's so funny. He's like, thankfully, our fans don't even care that we did the festival. But if you look at the comments on this podcast, it paints a different picture, and it's pretty similar to Bad Friends' comment section. But at least neither of them have it as bad as Bill Burr.
Yeah, you know, dude, Bill Burr's getting cooked, and he's starting to push back pretty hard, too.
They'll be fine. Like, Schulz is right about that. I'm sure they'll always be making jokes about it, but this will blow over.
I love Andrew Schulz trying to be like this fucking moral policeman against other comedians. Meanwhile, he took money from a literal genocidal dictator who used a bone saw on a journalist to chop him up into pieces, did a genocide in Yemen, has fucking slavery in their country, has women as second-class citizens, had people executed for tweets they don't like.
Whoa, dude, you describing Trump's fucking dream for America?
Have people executed for witchcraft and apostasy. This guy who's swimming in blood money is gonna go in on comedians who tepidly criticize Rogan.
I don't think Schulz's fans really care as much as Bill's, especially. Like, this isn't really that surprising from Schulz, but it is hilarious watching him cope over it and act like Bad Friends fans are losing their minds and his couldn't care less. But I think he's just looking for a way to trash Andrew Santino and Bobby because they had criticized podcasts like Flagrant for having on politicians. Also, they had on Mark Maron, and he went off on Rogan while he's on there in the whole Austin scene. So I think Schulz is trying to use this as an opportunity to throw shade at them.
And I know I ain't shit, y'all ain't shit.
Well, that's the reason why we don't have any pushback, barely any pushback, is because we've never been the virtue signaling type. We've never been the ones out here. Like, there are people that are getting pushback, and like, based on some shit that they had said in the past, I kind of get it. Like, I'll be honest, I kind of get it.
Yeah.
You know, like, Burr's getting all this pushback, and it's like the first time I've seen in his career him not like aware of why it's happening.
Yeah.
Like, I saw him on Conan, and again, it's a clip, so I don't want to take clips out of context, but he's like, oh, these people are like sanctimonious cunts, and it's like, bro, you did say that Beyonce sold out for blood money.
Yeah.
For going to like an oil state.
Yeah.
And then you went to an oil state. So like, now I will say, that being said, we've received almost no criticism. You know what I mean? Bad Friends is in shambles. That comment section is crazy. You know what I mean? Like,
I love how, as they're arguing, all the anti-Rogan comedians are petty. He goes...
I I don't know. The way he said that, I think he knows.
This is like the world's pettiest shit I've ever seen. Just like
knows.
a gossipy, shit-talking high schooler, basically.
Yeah.
Right?
Again, this is comedy, dude.
As he pretends he's holier than thou. It's really something.
Stop looking at comedy as this thing that, like, that never happens. Bullshit. God. There's nothing more annoying than some of these people that are just like, George Carlin wasn't about that. It's like, George Carlin sold out stadiums and never had to work a comedy club. He did it. Anytime he worked a club, it was completely voluntary, and he had very specific rules. Like, heckling? No. Can you approach him at the shows? No.
All he did is went there and showed his... Yeah.
Did he go first? Yes.
Yeah, he showed his dick, and then Santino, he did an accent, and then they came back. It's not that crazy.
Yeah, it's progressive.
Leave him alone.
Which he should. He was George fucking Carlin.
Oh my God. Show your dick, Santino, do the accent, and then you come home. It is what it is.
It's so funny, dude. Yeah, well, look, we got the best fans.
And the comments are hilarious.
Literally, all these, like, if you're a comedian, you kind of
people are like, did he just gaslight us?
Some top tier gaslighting going on.
These guys will talk shit about them.
On here, the first 20 minutes of this podcast is the
I'm guilty of it.
boys' justification for taking the money. LOL. Did he just gaslight us into saying we didn't care? So his own audience is criticizing him for taking this
he just
Saudi blood money. That's amazing.
Saying we don't care. Like, all I see in the comments are fans caring. So this was an interesting strategy. And then they also spent like 20 minutes ranting about how they don't care what people have to say about them doing the festival, while simultaneously addressing
Schultz got to be the most bothered.
I have two vinyls displayed, and they're both his.
Unbothered person on the planet. Schultz has now literally turned into the type of person he hated 5 years ago. Rule number one in dodging moral accountability: openly have no morals to begin with.
what everyone has to say about them doing the festival. I mean, like this comment says, Schultz has got to be the most unbothered person on the planet right now. So Schultz and Akash addressed the rules of the festival, because a lot of people are criticizing comedians for censoring themselves for the Saudis, since there's a lot of stuff you can't joke about. But apparently Schultz and Akash didn't even read the rules or see what was off limits. Like, Schultz claims he didn't censor himself at all, and he'll say whatever he wants over there, and he thinks there won't be any repercussions. He's like, oh, they don't really care about the rules, which, thanks to Tim Dillon, we know they actually do. They take the rules very seriously, because obviously he got fired before the gig for making a slave labor joke on his own show. So maybe Schultz didn't censor himself while he's there, but we know for a fact there are topics that are off limits.
People came up to me like, you can't talk about X, Y, and Z, and I was like, what? I haven't even looked at this list.
You can say.
Oh, you're so full of shit.
We can't, but we're good.
I haven't even seen it. What are you talking about? That's crazy.
Yeah. And then you just deal with
the way his voice inflection just went like
repercussions that which are nothing. It's nothing ever.
Yeah, but our jokes.
No. What it is, it's people covering their asses there. It's just it's like when you're like dealing with like a marketing campaign.
And then they also start.
Oh my God, is he really this stupid? Does he really not understand the nature of fucking Saudi Arabia? Like,
yes.
Jesus Christ, you have no idea what you're talking about.
Yes.
Trashing comedians who are talking shit about.
Bro, like, sometimes he does project, like, how do they not know about this? It's like, come on.
The comedians doing the festival.
Half these guys are fucking assholes, again, that when they comment on politics, it's because they read a short article or watched a few YouTube videos.
Like Mark Maron. And it sounds like Schultz refers to somebody else specifically here, too.
God, I miss the days.
But he doesn't say their name.
Like, can we just go back to like the Opie and Anthony days where like Patrice O'Neal would come in and just shit on everybody?
I think he might be referring to Gianmarco Ceresi. I think he was speaking.
Devil's Advocate Productions in the house. What up, dude?
Not about the festival.
Schultz has no morals. I knew him. He doesn't understand why people care about anything.
He also makes fun of the Rogan sphere.
That's the thing. When these fucking comics are like trying to be self-aware when they're shitting on us, they're like, just for the record, we didn't get.
Especially with like the way that he has always approached this. I mean, let's be real. He kind of, and there's a level of respect I have for this. I gotta say, like, he did figure out how to do comedy without doing comedy. So that was
an invite to the real.
We know you didn't. You can't perform outside of Brooklyn.
Exactly.
That also doesn't surprise me.
You do musical theater crowd work.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? Like, your comedy isn't good. Why would they want you?
Look at that audience.
Although one of the funniest jokes I saw was about Pete Davidson doing the Saudi Arabia show, where it was just like, oh, so your dad dies in 9/11, and now you're gonna go work. You're literally gonna go take blood money from the people who perpetrated it. Cool.
Of yours, I bet I can count the minorities on one hand.
What a sacrifice!
They really think they're above criticism, and they really think it's not like a gold mine of material that they just sucked Saudi dick for probably what, $500,000, $1 million each. They really think like, they're not going to get any pushback, not going to get other people making jokes about them. Like, I'm sorry. You guys are fucking washed. You guys are pathetic. Like, this is sick.
To not go to the festival you weren't invited to.
Yeah, they don't know you exist. It's not because you're a problem. It's not because you speak truth to power.
Yeah.
It's
I just saw a meme about Trump that said, when the Senate asked me about my connections to Epstein, so I mobilized the National Guard instead.
Because you speak truth to upper middle class white people and 10 minorities who want to fuck upper middle class white people.
Just pat yourself on the back.
Yeah.
That's it.
Go to a Mark Maron show. Count the minorities.
I really appreciate that. Fuck yeah. Dude, that's...
Five alarm
Thank you for the
fire
$50. Holy shit.
Just for the support.
Thank you. Here, I got to give the dog some treats while
Exactly.
I doubt you get it. I doubt you.
So now all of a sudden, diversity doesn't matter, bro. We're all about equality and meritocracy,
Dude.
bro. We don't do identity politics, bro. Now all of a sudden, when it comes to attacking progressive comedians who criticize them for selling out for blood money, now all of a sudden they trot out like, oh, where's your diversity? What the fuck is this? What the Rogan sphere is fucking cooked, bro. They are cooked. They are fucking high on their own farts. Jesus Christ.
To the second hand.
Yeah, where are those minorities he cares so much about?
And then Schultz starts going in on comedians who have turned on Rogan, which he doesn't name anyone specifically, but it sounds like he has a lot of people in mind.
Right
so shit's getting serious. Like Schultz goes off and calls them two-faced snake weasel rats. And he claims the comedians are just going with the tide. Like they went on Rogan when it was more beneficial. And now that his podcast isn't what it used to be and public sentiment has shifted, comedians that were former guests of his are jumping on the hate train.
It's like, and now I see these comics like kind of vocally talking shit that they would talk all this shit, by the way, behind closed doors.
And Pinkerbell.
Worse, because it's what comics do, but like real like rat weasel shit.
Thank you.
Because you let this guy enrich you, you used him for his followers, and now you see a situation where like they're getting backlash, and instead you pile on for self-salvation.
Yeah.
Not get your boys back and refute some of the rumors that exist on the internet.
Yeah.
There's a lot of fucking weasels in this business, and it's good. I like to see it. I want everybody to know, because they're going to get canceled for some shit in the future. They're going to not live up to the purity test. And Joe is the type of guy that he would have had your back. He would have had you on the biggest platform in the world to explain yourself. He would have given you that opportunity. But now, you're showing who you really are.
So again, you're not allowed to criticize Rogan or the Rogan sphere. If you do that, you're a rat weasel.
Thank you, Pinkerbell.
That's what he's saying.
And again, 5
it
on
is
fire.
mandatory that you always pretend like everything there is amazing and perfect, and you always agree with Joe, and you always agree with Andrew. I mean, look at the fucking standard they're setting up.
So comedy scenes are comedy scenes. Like Brooklyn was the most annoying.
It's not showing that my thank you showed up on this.
Comedy scene.
Yeah.
Probably still is. I don't need to perform anymore.
This thing.
So you're allowed to criticize the Brooklyn comedy scene, but somebody from the Brooklyn comedy scene is not allowed to criticize the Austin comedy scene. Funny how that works.
Take care. I got to go prepare for movie night extravaganza. Hell yeah, have fun. Hope to see you tomorrow for the second. Yeah, I'll be there. I'm gonna pop in.
It's almost like you've set up different rules for your.
I was gonna pop in the last one, but I didn't realize it was like the last 10 minutes. So I was kind of like, It seemed like they were wrapping things up, and I'm glad that I read the room right.
Which also conveniently allows you guys to take blood money from a dictator.
It's like they're going like all the comics and whatever. It's like, listen, the majority of comics at a comedy club suck. Okay? They do. I go to the cellar and roll my eyes at half of these motherfuckers before I got to go on and mop up the bombs that they fucking do. Okay? Now, Joe can no longer do something for you, or Tony can no longer do something for you, because that's what it really comes down. When going on Joe Rogan made you a millionaire for 6 years in a row, all these comics were fucking quiet. They were complimentary. They were being so sweet because they wanted to get in. Now that going on Joe Rogan once doesn't automatically give you a career. And now that Kill Tony is focused on more like character-based people, now they no longer see their salvation in these two people. So now they're having these honest conversations. Oh, they're saying the R word a lot. Shut up, retard.
So why can't it be that they actually disagree with you guys, though? That's what, like, he dodges Occam's razor, which is like, maybe criticism is happening because you guys are worthy of criticism. Maybe people genuinely didn't like that you rode Trump's nuts and gave him a hot stone massage. Maybe people don't like the fucking mental gymnastics that goes into not admitting Trump is in the fucking Epstein files, right? Maybe they don't like that Trump is now bombing multiple different countries on a daily basis illegally, blowing up fucking Venezuelan fishermen on some casual shit. Maybe they don't like the fucking concentration camps that Trump is setting, alligator Auschwitz, fucking sending people to Guantanamo Bay and shit. Maybe it's substantive. Maybe, nope, not allowed to entertain that. It's got to be some like fucking personal moral failing of yours that you ever criticized Rogan or disagreed with him and said it publicly. Oh, how dare you say it publicly? Jesus Christ.
Dude, I'm seeing these comments. It's just so two-faced snake weasels, little rats. Yeah. And this is kind of who they are, though, to be honest. Like, these are the conversations they have in private, and then they kind of change face. So maybe it's even better that they're finally have the balls to be authentic.
Yeah, so it sounds like shit's hitting the fan here. You know, those comedians goofing on Rogan really touched a nerve. Like, I figured it was getting to him, but I didn't realize it was this bad. And I'm not totally sure who Schultz is talking about, but at one point it definitely sounds like he's referring to Stavros Hakias, who's been on Rogan's podcast, but he's not.
And by the way, is funnier than anybody in the Rogan sphere could ever fucking hope to be ever.
someone whose career was made by Rogan, but Schulz refers to him.
And it's not just because we share like similar politics. He's legitimately one of the funniest dudes on the planet.
Because he did a podcast with another comedian, and I think she made a trans joke or something, and he called her out on it and said she had Austin brain. And that clip got a lot of attention. And Schulz,
no, she kept saying the T slur, the slur for trans, the T slur for trans, right? She kept saying that, and Stavros was like vibing with it and being jokey about it, but was also like, "Hey, dog, like, don't say that. Like, for your own good, kind of. Don't say that, right?"
Also mentions how this person was on a podcast that's known for saying offensive stuff, which sounds like he's referring to Town. So I think he's definitely talking about Stavros. And also, it sounds like he could still be talking.
But you can't cancel Stavros. He doesn't care.
No.
Right? He doesn't care. For him, there actually is nothing held sacred. And so, the Rogan sphere comes after him. That's not going to impact him at all. He doesn't give a fuck, right? Like, but they're making it seem like he sinned by disagreeing with Rogan.
About Andrew Santino and Bobby Lee, because they had on Marin and they also criticized the Rogan sphere. But then recently Santino went on Rogan's podcast and did Kill Tony. So after that, people thought everything was fine between them. But now hearing this, it sounds like, who knows? It sounds like Schulz thinks he's a backstabber. So also I think he could be referring to Anthony Jeselnik.
To be completely real, what's really annoying is that we're still focusing on these guys. These guys, like, this is what I do not like about comedy in general and where it's gone, is how all these dudes made the bag, and ever since they did, there's no acknowledgement really that they have lost their edge. They've lost. They're not as funny. But unfortunately, there isn't a lot of good avenues. Ironically, with like we have YouTube, we have all this shit, but it's not pushing newer comedians to the point where it's like people are just going out and seeing their stuff and listening to like, well, you know what? I might eat my words on this one because I realize that I watch a smaller comics podcast, and it's kind of the same thing where it's like he started finding success and all of a sudden the content started changing.
Because he's been making fun of Schulz and the Rogan.
That's kind of proving my point where it's just like, God.
Sphere for a while now. But I guess
why is the worst enemy to comedy getting famous and getting money?
It's not as much recent.
Like, dude, you can look back at any 90. God, this goes back to freaking the 70s with Richard Pryor.
And those comedians seem to respect him a little more, so it's possible Schulz isn't thinking of him. And obviously,
not saying these guys aren't funny, just saying that there's definitely, a bit of a loss. Well, certain ones specifically, like Tom Segura and Bert Kreischer, I cannot stand listening to those guys anymore.
I mean, he's been on Rogan's podcast, but Rogan's not responding.
Jeselnik, I think this is why I'm walking this back a little bit, is because Jeselnik, you know what, he's fine.
Responsible for his career either. So then also, I'm sure Schulz is thinking of Bill Burr and maybe Dan Soder. He's another guy that's been on Rogan's podcast before, and he's taken some subtle shots, kind of more.
Now Soder's the man. So even with the money he's made, he's still like, no, I don't care.
People that follow Rogan.
That's a true comedian. Like, that's a real comedian right there, where he's just like, no, I made enough money. I don't give a shit.
And the comedians that latch onto him, like Schulz. And then also he had on Mark Maron recently, so I'm sure that did it. It sounds like if you have on Mark Maron, the Rogan.
Man, Soder getting some promotion.
Sphere hates you.
Yeah, so it seems like it's the Rogan sphere. It's Schulz, it's Rogan. They're like the petty high school bitches. You know what I'm saying? Like, Bobby Lee and Andrew Santino, how dare you have on Mark Maron? He's not friends with our overlord.
Yeah, they're no longer punching up.
Like, what do you do? Like, come on, man. We all see through this.
But none of these comedians owe their careers to Rogan. Like, I'm sure they really appreciate him inviting them on and would admit Rogan's very gracious to comedians and loves helping them out and seeing them succeed. But I don't think
comedians
it's out of
in
line
general
for them to joke about.
I mean, but some of them you can consider influencer comedians, which, hey, now that's a new topic.
Or criticize Rogan just because
Which ones fit that bill? I think Andrew Schulz. I almost said Santino. He does not actually. Schulz
had them on his podcast once. I mean, obviously, I don't know what's going on behind the scenes, but I wouldn't say these comedians are stabbing him in the back. Even though it does seem like Andrew Santino might be a little two-faced. He criticizes podcasters like Rogan and has Maron on, who's known for trashing Rogan, and really doesn't push back at all once Maron starts going off on him. But then when Andrew has something to promote, he'll go on Rogan's podcast and be nice to him and act like none of that happened. So also Schulz acts like all these comedians are just kicking Rogan while he's down and only trashing him now because it's popular.
Damn, Kyle out here watching the whole thing.
But there's a lot of valid criticism of Rogan, and his podcast has changed quite a bit. Like some comedians, I'm sure, are jealous and just piling on because they sense weakness, but a lot of this is just cope. I mean, Schulz acts like the only reason comedians feel comfortable criticizing Rogan now is because his podcast isn't as popular. And it seems like he thinks it's out of line for comedians to make jokes about Rogan.
I just think it's so corny. You use someone to enrich yourself, and the second they're going through something, you immediately abandon them, and then you could say nothing.
Dude.
Yeah.
See, okay, but here's the thing. Ready? I remember I defended Rogan during a bunch of fucking scandals back when I was going on his show, but I also genuinely thought like this guy he supported Bernie Sanders. He's definitely left-leaning. Maybe he has a handful of positions that are more right-leaning, but he's definitely left-leaning. His heart is in the right place. So I defended him during scandals when I felt like the criticisms were unfair to him, right? But then guess what, Andrew? Like, Rogan went full fucking MAGA. He went full MAGA. He went full pro-Trump. He started, either not knowing or censoring himself when it comes to legitimate criticisms of Trump. He helped usher in, like, tens of millions probably of young men to support that project. So he helped usher in fascism. Sure. So now it's like, I'm done defending him, right? There was a time where I defended him in some of his fucking lowest moments, but as soon as it became clear to me, he's actually not left-leaning and he actually doesn't mean well, and he's gone...
Oh, I realized, I'm like, what changed? He got rid of the sideburns.
Like full fascist. Then it's like, okay, well, fuck him and fuck the political project he's a part of. Schultz makes it seem like it's not possible to have genuine and sincere disagreements that you express, right? When your job is fucking public speaking, whether it's in a comedy context or not. It's just so, like, it's just very childish and very, like, you really are acting like he's your lord and you're the peasant.
But you have to, now you have to say something. You have to have a word. It's like, yeah, okay. Well, now we know who you are. Even though we always knew, now everybody knows who you are. And your fans probably...
No, some of them I'm surprised by.
Really?
Some of them I'm like, I thought you were a stand-up dude, man. I thought you were a stand-up fucking guy. And you were not.
Maybe they are. Maybe they are stand-up guys, and maybe they're authentic. And they were being authentic when they defend...
Calling you out for taking blood money is actually kind of like giving them the...
Did Rogan, and they're being authentic now when they're not.
Is the epitome of
what's changed, because I feel like
they don't see their salvation in him. Comics are loyal to their salvation.
Sorry, what are you saying?
Like, I feel like when Rogan was in LA, it was everybody got along. It was really kumbaya in the comedy scene. Like, no one really attacked other comics, even if they disagreed with them. What has changed?
This is my opinion. Joe Rogan was the way to make it for a 6 or 7 year stretch. It was like you went on Rogan. I saw it happen to me. Like going on Rogan, life changed immediately, right? And when that was the case, all these comics were real fucking quiet. Nobody said a peep. No one said, and if they disagreed with something...
I have to drop, but wanted to see a happy puppy on my way out.
5 alarm fire $50.
Yeah, but back then he wasn't riding Trump's dick, bro.
I wanted to see a happy puppy on my way out. Smiley face emoji.
Here you go. Here, let's get the pup cam up. He's gonna be right here because he's just like he saw that and he. Wait. There we go. Let's get the pup.
And back then, it didn't look like the Austin comedy scene was going to be
Thank you again, man.
just a competition to see who could be the most offensive. Like, what are you missing about this?
They were just silent. Now going on Rogan once isn't going to immediately change your career. So then comics go, okay, well, I can't make it immediately off of Rogan. I can't make it immediately off Tony. I guess I'll sandbag these motherfuckers while the internet is coming after them.
Or maybe they'll give their actual opinions and tell the actual truth about what they think of the Austin comedy scene and Rogan and you.
I think that's what it is. I think it's purely where is my salvation? And now they see their salvation as like, I'm going to separate myself from the manosphere because there's so much criticism on the internet. It's like, no, that's the time where you should lean into the people who helped you. That's the time where you should be a good, solid friend. That's the time where you should refute fake narrative.
Be a good, solid friend as your friend starts goose-stepping and zig-heiling and ushering in fascism.
It's about someone who helped you when you offered nothing to him. All these people that went on Rogan, they offered nothing to Rogan. He literally gave them a platform and the biggest platform on the
Look at how fucking transactional this guy's brain is.
And millions of people that can go come out to your shows. You made millions of dollars off this guy, and now you're gonna fucking sandbag him, let other people come on your show to fuck.
So if you're keeping track, you're literally just not allowed to criticize him ever because you once went on his podcast
and talk shit about him.
Have a great night. Thank you. You too, man. And seriously, thank you for your generosity. I really appreciate it, and I will catch you on the next one.
That is the. Yeah, you don't want that.
Also really appreciates the generosity.
Motherfucker in a foxhole, put it that way. And people know that. People know that at their core. Like your fans might support you right now, but they know you're a rat. And and your time is gonna come, and then nobody's gonna be there to help you.
So it's on now. Andrew Santino, Bobby Lee, Mark Maron, Stavros. I cannot wait for the responses. I cannot wait because honestly, Schultz and Rogan make it seem like, we have a perfully clear conscience.
Shit.
We never said anything wrong. We never did anything wrong. There's nothing criticized worthy about us or the Austin comedy scene. It's like, you have no fucking idea. Like, you guys are niche. You're the niche ones. It turns out, like, riding Republican dick as they destroy the country makes you sort of, by definition, not that funny. Like, if you can't see the obvious glaring flaws with that way of being, that's a you problem. And so we'll see if any of I feel like some of them might take the high road, but then again, comedians are not really known to do that. So we'll see. Some responses may be coming. Hey y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop, and watch that video on screen right now.
You haven't said thank you to the Lord for being on the platform. So by that logic, am I supposed to thank you, YouTube Daddy? Hey, yeah, got a new little. Actually, looks a lot cooler than I thought it would. Brought some edge to the pepper. Wait, this always happens. There we go. Yeah, if you guys did not know, I just took it off of this because it just seems off. But yeah, when you hit $100 donate, the $100 donation goal for stream, I put this on and keep covering the news, so it doesn't really matter what we're covering. Obviously, I'm gonna have some limits. I kind of thought about that. I'm like, if there's like something major, it's like, guys. But then again, all right. Okay, I have to go get Uni something to eat real quick. She just texted me. Here, let's do this. Let's start the next segment. And then, like I said, I have to go get my wife something to eat real quick. They're screwed. Trump screws Mike Johnson. He storms off in a rage. Wait, what?
Blanket pardon, sir. Was that the blanket pardon? Was that
look, I'm not going to address it because I'm not sure of the details of this, and I think we've said enough. You know where we stand, and every one of you should stand there the same way. We denounce violence from anybody, anytime. Those people should be arrested and tried.
Mr. Speaker, should the president have...
So that was a visibly panicked Mike Johnson, Republican Speaker of the House, recognizing that Donald Trump totally screwed him.
She is on low fiber. I don't think that would work.
By reporters about the fact that Donald Trump pardoned 1,500 violent January 6th insurrectionists, and then earlier today we learned that one of them was arrested again for threatening to kill Mike Johnson's colleague, Democratic
Minority
Leader
Leader. It's going to either be sunny potatoes and ham.
So
peanut
this
butter.
is just
Let's
the
see which
chickens
one she
coming
chooses.
home to roost.
I'll
Not
be
only
right
do you
back.
have Trump pardoning them en masse and Johnson being put on the spot, too cowardly to condemn this, but the man who was arrested for threatening to murder Jeffries used the same sort of rhetoric that not only Donald Trump uses to talk about the Democratic Party, but Mike Johnson himself. And so we have to look at this and MAGA's reaction to the Jeffries threat, or rather the threat against Jeffries. But before we unpack all that, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. Just a teaser of what Mike Johnson said just a little bit about the No Kings rallies earlier on Fox News before this press conference, before the news broke, and then Johnson had to run away in fear because he and Trump screwed themselves.
Policies and not Biden policies. But the point is, the Democrats have zero basis to oppose it other than the politics that were on display at their No Kings rallies, their Hate America rallies on Saturday.
No. So again, Mike Johnson's like, Democrats hate America. You hate America because you don't think Donald Trump should be a king, because you criticize Donald Trump, because you oppose Donald Trump. You're communist, you're Marxist, you're unpatriotic, you hate America. All these things coming from Republican leaders. Very similar rhetoric to what the threatener, the January 6th insurrectionists pardoned by Trump and released back onto the streets, had to say about Hakeem Jeffries. And so I want to play some more clips before we look at the general reaction to this situation. So here's Mike Johnson learning about it in real time, or claiming he's learning about it in real time at the press conference.
Got to run up in another 2 minutes. I can't hear it.
No, terrible. That's the first I've heard of that. I don't know anything about it.
Wait.
Anybody
wait.
who threatens
I'm gonna
to kill
go back. Let's see what it said. Wait,
No,
what?
Terrible. That's the first I've heard of that. I don't know anything about it. But anybody who threatens to kill any political official, we denounce it absolutely. They ought to have justice fall upon their head.
And yet when Democrats said that about attacks on Donald Trump or Charlie Kirk, that wasn't good enough. So again, we need to use loudly and aggressively MAGA's own standard against them. And when Mike Johnson says these things, it's like, no, you need to condemn Republican violence, MAGA violence. Why is your movement so uniquely violent? Why is the man who got arrested for threatening Hakeem Jeffries regurgitating words and rhetoric coming from your cult leader, Donald Trump, and you yourself, Mr. Speaker? We're going to hold you to your own standard, which means you will always fail. You always fail. You always lose the debate because you can't be consistent. Your movement can't be consistent. And again, you see it in real time. Right here, Johnson is panicking as reporters double down. Again, one of them even being a Fox News reporter.
Mr. Speaker, getting back to the threat to Hakeem Jeffries, this is one of a number of individuals who were pardoned as a result of...
They used to have the press mic'd at, like, all these things. What is going on lately? I've noticed this more and more, where it's like you can't hear any of the reporters' questions.
Rearrested on various charges. Did President Trump
But then they cut to Fox News, and Fox News is always mic'd.
make a mistake by just offering a blanket pardon for every single person that was convicted as a result?
I don't know any of the details of this at all. I don't know who's been alleged to have been involved in this. I will say that anybody who threatens political violence against elected officials or anyone else should be have the full weight and measure of the Department of Justice on their head.
So listen, I want to say this. Mike Johnson is a coward. He's a hypocrite. He's a liar, but he's a smart guy. He's not stupid. And he's usually not necessarily a masterful orator, but he's a pretty smooth speaker. You can see that he's panicking in real time because, of course, the question is, what kind of message did Donald Trump send by pardoning this man who would then later go on to threaten? And you can see Steve Scalise and Lisa McClain, other parts of Republican leaders, they're visibly dying inside. Like, this is just a microcosm. You guys fucked up. This is objectively your fault.
Yeah.
Democrats should be loudly ranting about this, and the media is right to question you. And maybe Mike Johnson and Donald Trump should be thinking, maybe we need to be very careful about how, when, and where we assign blame to Democratic leaders for unforgivable violence committed against us if we don't want that standard turn around on us, just like it has been today.
I trust that will happen. I hope it will. We are intellectually consistent about that, obviously. I will tell you this. The violence on the left is far more prevalent than the violence on the right. Don't make me go through the list. You all know it. All of these the assassination culture that's been advanced now, this is the left in almost every case that is advancing this.
So I want you to imagine, number one, it's just not true. Political violence is generally more represented on the right against the left. But I want you to imagine how Mike Johnson would have and probably did react if and when, during the condemnation of violence against Donald Trump or Charlie Kirk, liberals, leftist political commentators, Democratic politicians said, well, we condemn the violence, but it's much more prevalent on the right. How would have and how did MAGA and MAGA Mike Johnson react? They were like, that's not, number one, that's not true. And number two, you can't say that because you just need to be focusing on who was the target of this specific act of violence. So again, by your own standard, Mike Johnson, even if you were correct, which you're not, you need to shut the fuck up because this is not the standard you created. What you should say is, I condemn the violence of this MAGA Trump supporter against my friend and colleague, Hakeem Jeffries. We disagree on a lot. But violence against him is unacceptable, and that's really all it is. I condemn political violence in general, and I condemn political violence against Hakeem Jeffries, but he can't bring himself to support his own standard. He wants to enforce a standard against liberals, leftists, the left, progressives, and Democrats that he himself will refuse to meet. Pathetic. And you should make fun of him and call him out for it.
Not the right. So let's not make it a partisan issue. You don't want me to go there. We're just going to say anybody, any deranged individual, this has to stop. And the rhetoric that you saw on display on Saturday, we highlighted yesterday, it plays into this, okay? There are people that get triggered. There are deranged people in society when they hear elected officials participating in a rally that was paid for by Soros and sponsored by communists with signs and placards and mantras that were repeated that we should bring death to, fascist politicians. What they mean is calling for the death of elected officials. Please, enough of that. We got to stop it. Stop the rhetoric, stop all the nonsense, and stop the violence.
Thank you.
Look, I'm not going to address it because I'm not sure of the details of this, and I think we've said enough. You know where we stand, and every one of you should stand there the same way. We denounce violence from anybody, anytime. Those people should be arrested and tried. Thanks.
Okay.
So he says, they call everybody fascists, and these communists, they call everybody fascist. I want to remind you.
I mean, you're going to see a lot more of this with the way that they keep, letting these people go, and on top of it, like reclassifying these, militias
of what the one who threatened Hakeem Jeffries, the suspect who threatened Hakeem Jeffries, what he had to say.
People peacefully exercising their First Amendment rights are causing deranged pardoned Jan 6ers to make death threats. It's effing it's crazy.
In terms of
it's a crazy argument.
His a rhetoric when he attacked the U.S. Capitol. He says,
yes, that is.
We're effing in. Every single one of you is a patriot. Remember that. Restore this republic. Down with communism. Down with communism. Down with Biden. We will restore our republic. So he used the same rhetoric that Hakeem Jeffries is using, or that Mike Johnson, I should say, is using now, while clutching his pearls about political rhetoric. Political rhetoric, that can these people can be triggered into doing dangerous things. And I mean, we know that from this communist, evil, anti-American, hate America rally that happened over the weekend. These awful, terrible
Well, I hate to say there, Joe, you're actually one of those guys that's always kind of played it safe on the center here. But now you're starting to feel a little bit of that little, when they call you a radical leftist, you're just like, no, I'm not. It's just like, hey,
human pieces of shit.
They're going to keep calling you that, buddy.
And ironically, using the same language that radicalized the very man who was just arrested for threatening Hakeem Jeffries. So again, Mike Johnson will always lose the debate, and Democrats should relentlessly, publicly call him out, because he'll always lose. It's so funny. It's so funny that he will always lose the debate, which is why Democrats should have the debate. Like, hey, Mike, we're using your own standard against you. We win, you lose. How funny is that? Because, of course, MAGA Republican politicians are genuinely terrible people. Now, they're entitled to the same sort of safety that everyone else is. Political violence against MAGA Republican politicians is unforgivable. You forfeit your right to political and vigilante violence when you're part of a healthy, constitutional, democratic republic with norms and elections and lawsuits if you think that they broke the law. But that's the difference. Democratic politicians will not do this the way that Mike Johnson does this. And Democratic politicians don't demand a double standard. They demand one standard. Mike Johnson knows his MAGA movement can't survive the same standard. They have to be graded on a curve, and they have to hold themselves to a lower standard. That's what we're seeing here. So let's take a look at some of the initial reaction.
I don't know. These pardons, I honestly think that they should have a parole system.
I think actually,
where it's like, if you're being pardoned of a crime, you should still be treated like it's parole.
As a matter of fact, a Fox,
you would think that politicians would kind of want that too, so they don't have this type of embarrassment where it's like, you know what?
News reporter,
at least the system worked, right?
Was also weighed in on this as well.
It took a lot for me to actually be able to say that.
Yes, but let's take a look. Mehdi Hassan, friend of the show, says, hey, at Real Donald Trump, and hey, J.D. Vance, this is on you. Indeed. Miles Taylor, former Trump official, said a Trump-pardoned Capitol insurrectionist was arrested threatening to murder Democrat leader Hakeem Jeffries this week. Gee, who would have thought that forgiving criminals for attacking Congress might encourage them to keep attacking? Great point. Matt Iglesias, centrist reporter, said, okay,
there should be certain violent crimes that are not pardonable.
The hypothesis I'm tentatively developing is that some of Trump world concerned about political violence is not
that actually makes sense.
Entirely in good faith or on the level. What do you guys think? Chris Murphy.
But we're in America where
never forget they aren't telling the truth when they say they care about stopping political violence. Few acts in history have done more to incentivize political violence than the January 6th pardons, and virtually every mainstream Republican supported letting them all out. John Favreau, Pod Save America. Trump tells supporters to march in the Capitol to help him overturn the 2020 election. Trump supporters injure more than 140 police officers and threaten to murder politicians in both parties. Trump pardoned supporters convicted of violent assault on January 6th. Trump and MAGA leaders called Democrats terrorists.
Read the comment section on this just to lose a little bit of your faith in humanity. It's going to be a lot of just like, but Biden did this and because they're mostly bots.
Arrested for threatening to murder Democratic leader whom he calls a terrorist. Again, very sequential.
We have to talk about that, like the overbotting of every fucking social media platform now. It's
lots of
getting
reactions
obvious
to this. And again, lots of people making fun of Mike Johnson, as well they should. Again, Miles Taylor, former Trump employee, talking about this. Governor Newsom's press office pardoned by the Party of Law and Order. Tom Nichols, conservative, how unexpected. Let's see here. Guy Benson from Fox News, 100%, he says, in response to Michelle Tafoya, says, unacceptable. That's it. That's all. Hold him accountable. So that's probably the boldest we'll see from a Fox News reporter in this respect. We'll definitely keep tracking this. A lot of people are commenting on this, but we're seeing a lot of cowardice from MAGA Republican politicians and MAGA Republican leaders. And certainly Donald Trump and Mike Johnson should be peppered with questions about this until the stars burn out. But there you have it.
Stuns Piers Morgan. Well, I would like to see that for myself from the actual source. I don't need your commentary on it. Sorry. Bad attitude to have, but no. For real, I do want to watch the original Piers Morgan clip of that. But before that, I do want to get to this little bit here. TwitchCon stuff. Philip DeFranco, when it comes to like Twitch drama and shit like that, this is who I will turn to. It's like, why not?
Because you're seeing more and more top creators and streamers and their fans saying that TwitchCon is not safe and you shouldn't go. And a lot of that, it appears to be connected to what happened to Emiru, who's one of the platform's biggest stars over the weekend. Whoa. Right in the video, you see this just massive dude walking up to her during a meet and greet and attempting to kiss her before being shoved off by security. All of
what the fuck?
Which, among other things, sparked
what the fuck?
A ton of questions about how this was even possible and whether Twitch was taking security seriously. Right on paper, they claim to be, especially because leading up to the event, figures like Pokimane, Hassan Piker, Valkyrie, and Cutie Cinderella all claimed that they weren't going over safety concerns. And after that, you had Twitch CEO Dan Clancy bending over backwards to say that security would be beefed up at the event. And at the very least, you would think that would especially be the case for Emiru, who is one of the only massive creators still going to the event. Right, and then with that, you had many saying it felt like it was only after the clip of the assault went viral that
that's crazy. That is even crazier though. Like the fact that she was one of the only ones to kind of just go, you know what? I want to meet my fans. Twitch is paying me a lot for this.
Twitch addressed it, saying in a tweet, the safety and security of all those attending TwitchCon.
Yeah, I have a feeling TwitchCon's not going to last anymore.
Is our highest.
I mean, when you have the highest profile guests, and then you even have like lower tier streamers that just refuse to go.
Priority. The behavior displayed by the individual involved in the incident yesterday.
RIP TwitchCon. Yeah.
Involving a high profile streamer was completely unacceptable.
Yeah, after that, the TwitchCon ball pit debacle and then this.
Acceptable and deeply upsetting.
Or foam pit or whatever it was.
And then going on to say, we immediately blocked this individual from returning to the TwitchCon premises and they are banned indefinitely from Twitch, both online and in-person events. Right, and then on top of that, they changed the system to stop allowing people at official meet and greets to bring a +1. But then with that, what you quickly saw were people pushing back against Twitch's statement. Right, people pointing to the incident and the clip, noting that in the entire 2-minute, 20-second version of the video, you can clearly see the attacker just walk away. And also, probably the person to push back the most was Emiru herself. Right, not only did she tweet about it, she also went live to talk about the situation, how she feels Twitch failed completely, and how parts of their statement are misleading at best. And so you had things like, according to her, it actually wasn't Twitch's security that stepped in to save Emiru, but her own private security. But also, it's not like Twitch's security wasn't around. The guy had to pass 3 or 4 other checkpoints to even get close to Emiru. It's just that it appears that they stood around during the incident and afterwards. But also, one of the first things that she does do is thank the person who posted the video.
I don't think that Twitch would have put out an official statement if that clip wasn't posted and going viral. And even after the fact that that clip was posted and going viral, as far as I know, the other people who had meet and greets today were not reached out to ask if they wanted extra security.
You also had Emmy confirming a lot of the things that people were speculating about online. So, for example,
I was doing my meet and greet, and I've seen people saying that it was an obligation given to me, like to be a featured creator and to have my show, I had to do a meet and greet, which is true. I was told that I had to do a meet and greet, but as far as I know, there's some people that canceled. Regardless, I didn't cancel. I thought it was going to be fine. So, I show up at 4.
Which, again, dude, this is
doing my meet and greet.
I mean,
it's not only just like her, like being scared to ever go out to these things, but this does show where it's just like, wow.
Also confirmed that Twitch.
Where was the rest of the security? This made every other creator look vindicated in their fear of and them canceling.
Actually did permaban her favorite security guard after he held onto a stalker until law enforcement came at a previous TwitchCon, which was definitely something that shocked a lot of people because clearly Emmy Rue needs security, and just at a glance, it looks like Twitch's response to her effective security was to ban them. And then also a big thing is that Emmy pushed back on the claim that Twitch quickly dealt with the guy. Because one, it was apparently her manager who called the police and talked with them. Two, it apparently took hours for the guy to be tracked down. And three, it took Twitch 2 hours to approach Emmy Rue's team about the assault.
What?
And
my manager comes back to me and she's
These convention centers have like hardcore security systems. Like what?
upset. She's like, oh.
The first thing that they should have done was coordinate with the security team at the convention center to find
Okay.
I understand if the guy like ran and hid, but again, that seemed to be a failure on their part for not detaining the guy.
I've been talking to Twitch people, and I'm really upset because I noticed a lot of negligence around the event, and I'm not happy with the way that they're handling it now. And I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, well, I asked them, what are they gonna do about this? And you know what they said initially? They said, oh, well, he's banned from the platform for 30 days. What? And then she's obviously
again, IRL assault does not equal permaban. Wait, what?
Hello? That needs to be indefinite. What the fuck are you talking about? Also, that's nothing to do with anything. No one gives a fuck if he's banned on Twitch or not. We're talking about the convention here. So they change it to indefinite. Takes an hour for that to happen, by the way. These two people are the head of security for Amazon and the head of risk for Twitch.
Right, and with all this, you had Emmy Rue spending a lot of time asking how smaller creators are supposed to feel safe during this if she can't. But she apparently spends tens of thousands on security for these events, and clearly people with 50, 100, or even 1,000 viewers, they can't do that. Even though really, it always just takes one person. They could be in just as much danger with crazy fans. While you had her addressing this in a live stream, I feel like another thing that should be noted, she apparently ended up only spending a few minutes to calm down before finishing her meet and greet, and then she had to go live on stage for a show. That is not to say that this is even remotely normal, and she made it very clear that this was her last TwitchCon and she'd never be attending again, and that she is definitely pressing charges against the guy. Right, and so with all of that, as you'd expect, there have been a ton of reactions. And so you had things like Taylor Lorenz speaking.
I wonder how much people Twitch. I wonder how many people were just like, why, wait, that just happened and then she's going live?
CEO Dan Clancy, and asking what Twitch was doing to prioritize safety, and he said,
the safety of our creators is the top priority. The challenge we face is a challenge in today's society. It's not limited to Twitch. It extends throughout our society. I do think that when you're live streaming, in many ways, since you control your community and you can ban people, you can make it so that those people that you don't want engaging with you and participating with you aren't there. Okay, it's very different. When I use other short form content and people say all sorts of stuff, well, I can't stop that. But when I live stream, they basically don't bother me. Now, what happened yesterday obviously was something that we care deeply about, securing this environment. We're looking very closely at everything that happened there, and I care deeply about Emmy. She's a friend of mine, and so I want to see how we can support her.
Though that response, it felt kind of anemic to most, and it kind of just reinforced statements from people like Moist Critical, who have long avoided live events like this over safety concerns. Right, and now, after what happened, you had him saying,
now, as a result of the assault that Emmy Rue experienced at their event, they are going to be having a stronger security presence at further meet and greets that are scheduled. The question begs to be asked, why wasn't that an emphasis beforehand? You're saying that safety was your top priority, yet it's very clear, very evident in this clip that there's not a lot of security there. So what are you doing about safety? I don't understand. If safety is such a high priority, where's security? I don't know why it's so lackluster then if it's such a high priority. And again, this is a huge streamer. Emmy Rue is one of the biggest streamers. What does security look like for streamers that aren't her size?
And you also had Charlie there adding that his apprehension about going to events, it stems from Christina Grimmie's death years ago. And he, Emmy, and others have all pointed out how quickly this recent assault could have been much worse. Right, among the many voices speaking out here, you had big creators like Esmond Gold taking the opportunity to say that, this is just another example of Twitch's failings.
The moderation team at Twitch is completely deranged. the advertising team is completely misguided, and the executive team is completely disconnected.
Did he get a big... Here's the thing. I have to be real about Asman. Did he all of a sudden get like more popular on YouTube or Kick, and now he has the balls to say this shit? Because it seems like you benefited from this, Asman.
All levels of this organization, they failed. I think this is going to be the last TwitchCon, by the way. I cannot imagine anybody ever even thinking to go to another TwitchCon after this.
With the man going on to point out that Emiru's experience, it's not an isolated event, and that every TwitchCon, you know, it has these horror stories of assaults and groping. And in fact, you had Emiru herself also mentioning this and asking people to send her examples from this past weekend, since she's positive she wasn't the only one. Right, but with all that said, it just looks like Twitch has another PR nightmare on their hands. And so the big question for many is, you know, whether Amazon thinks any of this is worth changing leadership at the platform over. Because the general consensus is that the ball was majorly dropped at the event, and that the promise to take security more seriously, it wasn't real. You know, for now, we'll have to wait and see. And of course, in the meantime, I'd really love to know your thoughts, opinions.
Thoughts, opinions, and let them know in the comments section, right? Wait. Hold on.
And reactions. But then next up in the news today, we need to talk about Trump, Prince Andrew, and Epstein. Because there's actually a lot going around with and around the Epstein case. And where we can start is with Donald Trump versus Representative Thomas Massie. Right, Massie, you know...
That's not what I thought. Okay. Yeah, because didn't her book come out today? I thought that there'd be a lot more about that, but... Let's see... Let's take a look. Okay, here we go. MAGA might serve with lawsuit on House floor. Wait, what?
Pursuant to...
Hold on. They have footage of this?
Clause 13 of Rule 1, the House stands adjourned until 2 p.m. on Friday, October 24, 2025.
MAGA Mike Johnson just got served with a...
Pursuant to Clause 13...
What? God damn it, Midas Touch. You always do this shit. Taking that fucking view back. You can fuck yourself. That's infuriating. Oh, hell yeah, I come back to the spicy pepper. Yep. We have, somebody said it in chat. Talking pepper has been obtained. Or talking pepper status. I like that. All right, well, let's go to this Piers Morgan thing. Because it is essentially rage baity, but I want to see the clip of the Harry Sison saying some shit to him and owning Piers. Let's see if that's the case.
I did take a shit. Have you crawled out of a Donald Trump
leader with too much power? Most Brits are currently scratching various charming advantages of the British royal system. But the slew of ugly new revelations about Prince Andrew, many of them emanating from the US Congress, who are investigating the Epstein scandal, have made this a very bad week to be a monarchist. And while protesters in the US are fulminating about a leader...
Is he not?
...with too much power, most Brits
I misread that. I always thought that Piers was like into the monarchy.
About why the actual king has no power to strip Andrew of his princely title or to kick him out of his 30-bedroom royal mansion. The truth is that President Trump has far more power than the British monarch. All presidents do. It's what they choose to do with it that really counts. President Trump chose to respond to the weekend's protest by sharing an AI-generated video of himself flying a fighter jet loaded with effluent, which he deposited with surgical accuracy on
say poo-poo, or make it as silly as it is.
Friend of his show, Harry Sisson. Trump's critics did not see the funny side.
I want you to imagine King Charles having an AI video of himself flying around in an F-16, dropping excrement on people. Okay, so, or Keir Starmer doing that, or what if Albanese did this as an example? Just, I want you to imagine somebody other than Donald Trump on the world stage. So this is a complete mockery of the institution of the presidency.
Well, President Trump's actions on the world stage have, in fact, been winning plaudits rather than mockery. He's sizing up a second meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin, and he's in no mood for seeing the Gaza ceasefire collapse after Israel carried out air strikes just days into the truce.
It's like a lightly toasted hot dog.
Made a deal with Hamas that, you know, they're going to be very good, they're going to behave, they're going to be nice, and if they're not, we're going to go and we're going to eradicate them if we have to. They'll be eradicated. And they know that. If they keep doing it, then we're going to go in and straighten it out, and it'll happen very quickly and pretty violently, unfortunately.
Well, it was the president's use of "we" that gets to the heart of another live-wire debate about America's place in the world. Many in his own MAGA movement signed up for America first, not America and Israel first. They're pretty comfortable with the president's power. They just don't want to see Bibi Netanyahu sitting on their throne. Well, joining me to debate this is Harry Sisson, the aforementioned Democrat influencer seen being bombed by effluent in the viral Trump meme. Scott Horton, author of Provoked. Isabel Brown, host of the Isabel Brown Show.
Oh, God, her.
On the Daily Wire. And the senior editor at Human Events, Jack Posobiec. Well, welcome to all of you. Well, Harry, you're the man of the moment, the man of the memes. Just be honest with me here. When you first saw that meme involving
Jack, can you smile a little bit?
Being deposited on you,
I don't want
did you laugh?
No, I don't think the president behaving in this way is funny. I think we have to hold our leaders to a higher standard. That's something that you typically see in my Twitter comments from like some MAGA boomer who spends their time making AI videos all day. It's not something you'd really hope to see from the president of the United States, but alas, we are here. This is the guy leading our country. He's not serious. And I don't actually think he cares about anybody but himself. And I think he's more interested in social media beef with a 23-year-old, as the vice president is, than he is in leading the country.
I mean, you managed to say all that with a completely straight face, but your side have done endless, incredibly mocking, humiliating.
We're not the president, douchebag.
Memes about Trump. I mean, you'd accept that.
Like what?
Well, I mean, I could get literally 1,000 if you gave me half an hour to find them. I mean, it's not a secret.
Can you give me a couple examples from like?
Wow. Right there. Debate 101.
High-ranking limit.
Well,
like what?
It's not a secret that the left do memes about Trump, right?
Can
you give me some
debate on that one.
high-ranking Democrats that are similar to this?
Well, okay. Let me flip the question
Is he really going to both sides this issue? Oh, he's certainly trying.
Are you saying there have never been any mocking memes of Trump by anybody on the left in America?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm asking for like high-level prominent Democrats who might be in a similar position.
Oh, okay,
to Trump,
so well, Gavin Newsom has done a lot of memes on Trump.
Yeah, mocking Trump. Wait. Yeah, mocking Trump. Literally, he's doing that to point out how ridiculous Trump
Distance
is.
yourself from those.
Has he done an AI video of dropping feces on the American people?
Well, that's a question of taste.
No. See, the better question there, Harry, would have literally just been like, yeah, he's doing. Do you not understand the joke of what he's doing there?
But he does mocking.
Like he's literally mocking Trump.
Memes of him, yeah.
Yeah, he's mocking. Oh my God.
Right, I mean, I think taste is a big point here, and I think
taste. Oh, shut up.
Gavin Newsom like mocking Trump on social.
Now you're giving. See, Piers is doing that thing like, got him.
Social media or posting like AI photos of himself or something like that is vastly different than Trump pooping on Americans, including myself and the American flag in that video. I think even you, Pierce, would agree that those are two vastly different things. No.
Well, there is a report, for example, that you have sent a cease and desist letter to the White House threatening legal action if they don't withdraw it. Is that true?
No, I saw that on Twitter. I don't know where anybody got that from. I think there are genuinely just a lot of accounts on that platform that make stuff up. And I think that's just another case of that. But you heard it here first. I have not.
Man, those little, those momentary slips of Pierce's face where he gets like genuinely angry.
Sent a cease and desist to the White House.
Okay, good. Isabel, you know, I got to be honest. When I saw it, I thought, yeah, it's pretty tasteless, but it made me chuckle. I don't, you know, it's like it's a classic Trump stunt. Many people will think it's pure.
Why are you again? You're sitting here talking about seriousness, and then simultaneously just like, it's a Trump thing. It's just Trump being Trump. You know, Trump trumps.
Well, and pathetic. Other people will laugh.
Trump takes Trumpy dumps, and then he, you know, I make a little bit of a ha-ha.
The point that Anthony Scaramucci made, that you wouldn't see these other... I mean, of course you're not going to see Keir Starmer do it, or Anthony Albanese, or any of these guys, because they just are classic politicians who behave in a classic political manner. The whole point of Trump is he's the complete sort of antithesis of a conventional politician. And I can imagine...
What? That is such a weird way to just be like, he's the antithesis of a conventional... you know what? I'm sure that they said that about other certain people.
Imagine.
But you get a very up in arms, you know, one single arm, you know, saluting in a very specific way.
There are a lot of,
you know,
Americans, and I'm talking about millions, who would have found that just...
Man, he would get so mad. Oh, you called me a Nazi!
Amusing. Right, and didn't read too much into it, just thought it was Trump basically retaliating.
It was during No Kings protests, like... And that's his answer to it. You do understand just objectively, like, number one, it wasn't really that funny. Like, all these AI videos, they're trying to sell these on you. You do realize that. So, like, the boomer mentality of, ha, 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 no. Again, objectively, just, it wasn't good comedy. It wasn't a good, it wasn't even like a good AI video. It was actually a very shitty AI video.
Retaliating to what he would have seen as a ridiculous protest by being Trump.
Yeah, I think amusing is a good word used there, Piers, and ultimately Donald Trump's sense of humor is not a surprise.
Dude, I cannot wait for her to start losing her right to vote. Oh, it's going to be fun to see these ones.
We've known this man for upwards of a decade in American politics now,
but her shocked Pikachu face at least will be a little, you know, bright shining light in that darkness. That because again, guys, I hope you understand that this is where it is going. And when I said that, like, women need to start worrying about, you know, everything that ICE is doing, yeah, I mean, like, her.
He understands meme culture better than
pick me bitches.
President Donald Trump. He's the architect of most of the best memes in history, but I don't think it's comparable to the memes, graphics, posters, calls for legitimate violence that we saw spread in city streets across America this last weekend from people of all ages on the left wing of the American political system, saying that anyone who supports Donald Trump, anyone who works for him, anyone who voted for him should be violently attacked, murdered, or assassinated because they are inherently Nazis, racists, or fascists. And that is the political rhetoric that I think we're having a very hard time reconciling with as we move forward in this country, particularly in the wake of Charlie Kirk's assassination. Harry, you asked for specific examples of memes that are raising the political temperature to incite violence against right-wingers in this country. You yourself posted in June of last summer showing Charlie Kirk with a Ku Klux Klan hood photoshopped over him, calling him a racist and saying, Charlie, just put the hood on already. That video was later archived.
That's not true.
Oh, please tell us
what I posted. I'd love to. What I posted was actually not of last summer. I don't even know where you got that from. It was from the New York City primary where Charlie Kirk likened Zohran Mamdani to the 9/11 terrorists. And I thought that there was a very racist and obviously unfair comparison. And so I told Charlie Kirk to put the hood on because there's nothing similar between Zohran Mamdani, a politician whom he might have disagreements with, and 9/11 terrorists. So I don't know where you got your information from, but that's just objectively false.
Oh, according to a very basic Google search, Harry, in June of last year, you posted a video.
I encourage people to do it.
Charlie Kirk is out here preaching unity while pushing every racist trope in the book. Just put the Klan hood on, Charlie. It would be more honest. You obviously were delivering that in a sarcastic tone, but you showed an edit overlaying a Ku Klux Klan hood on Charlie's head for dramatic effect. That video was later archived or removed after it had almost 2 million
Let's play this game.
Million views
Oh,
on
see,
TikTok
now,
alone,
immediately I
and
would
I
just
think
be
it's
like,
just an incredibly clear example. Just like thousands of videos, photos, protest posters, T-shirts that we've seen, Piers, across the country at these so-called Save Democracy protests, Save America protests, where you're watching people wear T-shirts saying "Make assassinations great again" with Donald Trump's head exploding. Public school teachers in Chicago simulating shooting themselves in the neck to celebrate the fact that Charlie was violently assassinated on an American college campus. You're watching people say, if I had the chance to kill Stephen Miller because he is a fascist and a Nazi, of course I would take that opportunity. People calling for the execution of Donald Trump, anyone who votes for him, anyone who supports him or works for him. This is a very dangerous time to be openly conservative in America. And the amazing...
Oh my God. Oh my God. You guys have all of the fucking control. So are you admitting that it was a dangerous time to be a fucking Democrat while
thing about all of that
while we had all the control? Wait a minute.
is those people represent more than...
These people are fucking laughable, like how bad they want to be victims. Again, she's a white Christian woman. Guess what? Biggest victim in America.
half the country. So I think we're coming to a time in America right now where we have to reconcile the fact that we need to be
Harry's actually not that
open
good
and
at
honest
this.
about our beliefs, to the point that
If he can't
it is impossible
out-debate
to
this,
reconcile with people and to
then I gotta
coexist
say,
with
like,
them
that's
when
a
they
problem.
legitimately want you dead after spending years calling you a fascist, a Nazi, a white supremacist, literally Adolf
You can
Hitler,
interrupt her
or
now.
anything else we often see influencers like Harry post on social media.
All right, Harry, respond to that.
Okay, so I just...
I hate to say that was actually a pretty well-placed ad break.
Yeah, I have a quick response. So first of all, the video you're still talking about is not true. I also haven't archived or deleted any videos about Charlie Kirk. That was a complete factual error on the behalf of a lot of Republicans following Charlie Kirk's murder. Haven't deleted any of it. You can go look it up. Wait. But Isabel, respectfully, I let you finish. Respectfully, I let you finish. So I haven't deleted any of those videos.
She's never brought a dude to finishing. So like, I don't think you.
Yeah, you can go see all the videos, all the tweets.
I could have said that better.
I've posted in response to Charlie Kirk. Now, you keep talking about political violence.
What up, Bryant? How you doing, dude?
We have study after study that shows that more political violence comes from the right wing, especially in modern American history, than it does from the left wing. So even if you just want to ignore the data, question for you. When Donald Trump mocked Paul Pelosi getting beaten over the head with a hammer, was that okay? When Donald Trump Jr. did the same, was that okay? When Mike Lee, senator from Utah, mocked the murder of Melissa Hortman and her husband in her home on Twitter, was that okay? When Donald Trump didn't lower the flag for Melissa Hortman after he did, of course, for Charlie Kirk, was that okay? When he was asked about Melissa Hortman, he said, who is that? He didn't know who Melissa Hortman was, didn't even attend her funeral like President Biden did, former President Biden. So these are examples of political violence. The largest example of modern political violence comes from your party, Donald Trump, on January 6th, and then he proceeded to pardon all of those people. So you
can't be real. We had a great meeting tonight, but I'm pretty depressed.
keep talking about political violence, but every major Democrat in office has condemned.
Well, I hope I can cheer you up a little
any
bit.
violence. I would condemn anybody.
I mean, hey, I'm a dude in a giant pepper hat.
At these protests saying they want to take the lives of any conservatives for their beliefs. But your guy pardoned people who beat police officers over the head. He mocked the beating of Nancy Pelosi's husband.
Harry, hang on. Let me jump in. Harry, just to be clear, though, you know, I'm looking at photographs here on my phone from the protests, right? Charlie Kirk had it coming. Make assassinations great again, right? There was this woman who's now been identified as a teacher, right, who was
good as
literally on
not the word I
video
would
mocking
use,
the assassination, mimicking what happened.
mean,
now, would you
I'm hanging in there.
unreservedly condemn that?
I think I've made this abundantly clear by now, Piers, that any mocking of Charlie Kirk's murder, any call for violence against anybody for their political beliefs is unequivocally wrong. But to suggest that it's only people on the left who do this is categorically false. And I know it because after Charlie Kirk was murdered, I got death threats that I reported to the FBI. I've been a subject of these targets, as I'm sure the fellow right-wingers on this panel have been the subject of death threats from people that disagree with them. So let's be nuanced about this. Let's not be disingenuous and surface level. Let's have an informed political discussion, which would all lead us to the conclusion that there are crazy...
Both of them blinked really hard, like, What's that?
People on both sides who will make threats to people on both sides.
Dude, did you see Jack's face just go, oh, well, that would mean that, oh.
And coming on here and pretending that it's one or
I would have to give up the grift.
The other, and citing examples of people who are not elected to the Democratic Party when there are people in the Republican Party who mocked
from my point of
is
view,
disingenuous.
Well, from my point of view, there is no doubt that there are people on both sides that do this kind of thing. The irony here and the shameless hypocrisy is that you have these widespread protests across America with a lot of people engaging in this, and a lot of people were
his stomach can't even stomach this.
Testing about how disgusting Donald Trump is whilst being disgusting themselves. And so my point is, if you're going to protest about this guy saying he wants to be king, isn't he terrible, blah, 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 you probably shouldn't be glorifying the assassination of a 31-year-old dad. Let me bring...
Who the fuck are you talking about? Like, wow. His disingenuous framing continues.
In Jack Posobiec here.
But just for the record, I agree.
Okay, good. Jack Posobiec, I mean, let's go to the meme first of all. Did you have a big problem with it? Should Trump avoid doing things like that? He's not a conventional politician. He does shocking things to wind everybody up. I mean, what do you feel about it?
I mean, well, at some point, if you guys are just admitting that, then don't be surprised when everybody starts ignoring it.
A meme is a meme.
Honestly, that's the biggest protest that anybody on the left can have, is stop buying into his bullshit. Like, seriously, stop reacting. Just be like, okay, whatever. We're going to still protest you. We're still going to do all this stuff, but we're not going to react to every goddamn thing you do.
I don't think a meme hurts anybody.
I mean, honestly, like, Trump this is why I have kind of changed my mind on like YouTube coming after like creators like myself. No, they rely on us. They literally rely on us being outraged. Now, if I stop covering Trump and feeding the outrage and feeding the algorithm, yeah, then I could see myself definitely getting, you know,
it's like Harry, show us on the
hit
dollar
on that.
The meme hurt you.
His audio sucks.
Trump is going to post memes. He's always been posting memes. He's not going to stop posting memes. But at the same time, you look what he actually does in terms of his presidency. And, you know, I actually like what he had to say in response to the No Kings protest, where he said, look, I'm not a king. I'm just a guy who works really hard and works his butt off to try to make the country better, make the world better. And I think he does do that. I think he legitimately does when he goes on these trips to Israel to work on the peace deal, when he goes on these trips to Anchorage, Alaska. Now he's talking about going to Budapest to talk about ending the Ukraine war, when he's working on these things. And certainly people can disagree with specific policies here and there, and I'm sure many do. But at the same time, when they talk about his intentions, I think that's where his intentions are.
Okay, I'm going to come to you in a moment, Scott. Thank you for your patience. Just going to bring in Rand Paul, who's joined us. The senator's earned the president's ire this week for criticizing both the budget and the U.S. strikes on Venezuelan boats, and joins me again. Welcome back to
Interesting Pivot.
Censored, Senator Paul. Thank you very much for taking the time. First of all,
he only has a career because of his accent.
Let's just go through the.
I mean,
two things which have.
As much as I would, he has a career with American audiences because of that. Because we're stupid and we hear a British accent, we're like, they're smarter than us.
Round up Donald Trump. Your objection first.
The biggest fallacy that the British have ever pulled on America.
First of all, to the budget.
Well, the way I look at it, you know, there are two choices that have been put forward. A Republican choice, which would lead to about a $2 trillion deficit next year. A Democrat choice, which would lead to about $3 trillion in deficit. And people say, well, take one or the other. And I say, well, I don't really like either one of them. It's sort of like the deficit of $37 trillion. Whose fault is it, Republicans or Democrats? And my answer is yes. You know, it's really both parties. So I put forward a third possibility, and that would be that we balance the budget over 5 years by gradually having across-the-board cuts each year for 5 years. And I think that's the way we should go. And I just can't find myself voting for spending levels that don't decrease the deficit, but actually increase the deficit next year.
Sorry.
And then moving to the issue of these Venezuelan boats being attacked, the administration's position is clear that they think they're dangerous terrorists, representing a direct threat to the lives of Americans, and that's why they're doing it. What is your objection to
posh British accent? Remember what we established yesterday with the "Oi!"
They're executing this strategy.
You doing an interview over there, Pierce?
You know, we have dangerous.
We're gonna go out for a pint afterwards.
People in a lot of American cities, but we just don't go in and shoot them.
Yeah,
I mean, we have trials, they get legal representation. And even on the high seas, it's been that way for generations. If you go off the coast of Miami, The Coast Guard will be stopping boats today, and about 25% of the boats that they stop, that they're suspicious of drugs, there won't be any drugs on board. So 25% of the time the suspicion is wrong, and that's why we don't shoot and just blow up boats off of Miami, but neither should we be blowing them up off the coast of Venezuela. Number one, there is no fentanyl made in Venezuela. Not just a little bit, there's none being made in Venezuela. These are outboard boats that in order for them to get to Miami would have to stop.
Piers always gets really like, again, his face is so telling. He could not play poker.
Stop and refuel 20 times. They're in all likely going to Trinidad and Tobago, which is an island right off of the coast of Venezuela. So there's a lot of reasons to be worried about this. But number one is the broader principle of when can you kill people indiscriminately? When you're at war. That's why when we declare war, it's supposed to be done by Congress. It's supposed to be thoughtful. It's supposed to be debated. And we're not supposed to do it willy-nilly. And then when you have war, you just kill people in the war zone. And even then there are rules of engagement. But interdicting drugs has always been a criminal activity and a criminal anti-crime sort of activity where we don't just summarily execute people. We actually present evidence and convict them.
Donald Trump, as I said, responded with some ire to your positions here. He said, whatever happened to Senator Rand Paul? He was never great, but he went really bad in capitals.
The saddest part is about Piers' show is that Trump doesn't need this. He does this like with his asshole agape, dude.
Elected twice in the great Commonwealth of Kentucky, but he just never votes positively for the Republican Party. He's a nasty little guy, much like Congressman Thomas Massie, a.k.a. Rand Paul Jr., also of Kentucky, which I won 3 times in massive landslides, a sick wacko.
By the way, in the new Pokemon game, when you just, like, you find a bunch of, like, random stuff, right? It's just like a little shining, spot. Most of the time, it's a tiny mushroom, and every single time I get a little chuckle where I'm like, eh.
Who refuses to vote.
Stop making fun of me. Come on. What the hell is Pokemon doing? We got to ban Pokemon. They say tiny mushroom.
For our great Republican Party, MAGA or
immediately
America First.
Think about
it's
me.
Really
That's not
weird.
fair.
Your response?
You know, I don't take it too seriously. I've known President Trump for over a decade. I played golf with him a couple dozen times. I actually enjoy his company and his personality most of the time. But it doesn't mean that I'm going to be a rubber stamp or agree with everything. The idea that it is weird to believe in a balanced budget or weird to believe that we should only vote for spending proposals that put forward less debt than the year before, I think the American people would disagree with that assessment. I think the people that I represent and the people who voted for me voted more because I'm very honest and forthright that we have a spending problem, we have a debt problem, and that really both parties are guilty of it. I would say, if anything, my support right now in Kentucky is higher than it's ever been. And really from people all across the spectrum, Republicans, Democrats, and independents coming up to me and
look
saying,
at him still thinking he has a
your ability to stand firm for principles, as
I can't
opposed
agree
to
with
just
everything, but I
bending
do
the
sign
knee or
off on
kissing
it.
the ring.
Gold is up by more than 40% in value since the beginning of this year. The president's comments hysterical. I'm assuming he didn't mean hysterically funny.
Yeah. No, I think that he misperceives what's going on as far as where things are. I think there are people that are concerned about indiscriminately just blowing people up, because where does that lead? It leads to chaos. You know, it would be a world with no norms and no rules. And I think that some people get it and some don't. I mean, some will offer up, well, gosh, the next thing you'll know, Rand Paul will be wanting people to have trials, or, for murderers to get lawyers. And it's like, there are very simplistic people who don't think this through, but yeah, the worst in society get legal representation. Why? Because sometimes we're wrong.
I needed this.
Even when we've been very certain with all of the rules of trial and due process, the DNA analysis has found that many people have been wrongly accused of rape and murder, have been exonerated after decades in prison. The Project Innocence has found. And so I think that blowing people up indiscriminately in boats, look, there are a lot of reasons why there could be even drugs on the boat, but the boat could be some poor fisherman who took a couple hundred extra bucks to transport these people, maybe assuming they might be drug dealers, but this is a person who did it out of desperation, or it could be they've kidnapped one of his relatives and he's doing it because they may harm one of his relatives. There's a lot of reasons why fairly innocent people could be on those boats. But the bottom line is, even if they are drug dealers,
how dare you bring an aspect of humanity?
We don't live, or we don't want to live in a world of summary execution.
How dare
with
you?
No process.
And finally, your view of the Trump meme, which has caused so much response to this, the King's protest, where he basically dropped poop on the American people, including Harry's system. What was your reaction to that?
I guess I think of it on a different plane. I think of the debate our founding fathers had over the separation of powers, of what Montesquieu said when he said that the executive powers, when united with the legislative powers, you'll have no liberty if those powers are put together. I have been a stickler for fighting against emergency powers for any president, whether it's a Democrat or a Republican president. So I see the debate over separation of powers as an important one, and one that needs to be on a higher plane maybe than cartoons and memes.
And just one last finally, but this is all with the context, of course, that the British royal family are massively in the news right now for very bad reasons, which is the continued scrutiny of Prince Andrew and the Epstein files. A lot of the damage is being caused by leaks from Congress who are investigating this. What is your view of the Epstein scandal and what should happen next?
I voted to release the Epstein files. We had a vote about 2 weeks ago in the Senate, and I was one of only a handful of Republicans who did so. But I've always thought that in order to have trust in government and trust in the justice that is meted out by government, that we have to believe that justice is impartial, that it's colorblind to your ethnicity, but also blind to how wealthy you are. And if the notion becomes prominent and accepted that wealthy people are treated differently than the ordinary people, that justice
there he
is somehow...
He wants the status quo where we ignore that, or they do just enough to to fool us.
Skirted if you're wealthy. I think that's a really bad signal to send to the public. And so I think if we want the public to believe that justice is the same for everyone, we have to make sure that all the information comes forward and that rich people weren't given a bypass or a pass on this scandal. So I haven't been really involved with all the details of it. I don't know what's going to be turned up from it, but I think it should be transparent so people can regain trust in the justice system.
Yeah, completely agree. Senator Paul, thank you so much for coming back on Uncensored. I
appreciate completely agree. Gotta go.
Thank you.
Let's go to Scott Horton. Scott, you've been incredibly patient. Thank you very much. Just what Rand Paul there was saying about, I guess it all plays to the same thing, that people think in America, Donald Trump is behaving like some kind of out-of-control monarch. And you could look at what's happening with the attacks on the Venezuelan boats as part of that, sort of trying to just circumnavigate the normal rules of engagement with these things.
You can add the White House now.
Position all of this stuff there. What is your view of the No Kings protests and the way that Trump is currently conducting his presidency, where there is validity to the idea that he thinks he's just a king and not an elected official?
Well, the protests are just a joke. I mean, that's just liberal Democrat voters whining. But I absolutely stand with Senator Paul and with his father, Dr. Ron Paul, on severe and strict constitutionalism. And that means an end to the world empire. You know, I don't know if you saw this, Pierce, but there's actually an article in Foreign Affairs, which is the journal of the Council on Foreign Relations, the headquarters of the American empire since 1921. And they have an article this week about how, geez, how did the presidency get so imperial? Well, you need an imperial presidency to rule a world empire, don't you now? If you're going to be the dominant political and military force in all of Europe, Asia, the Middle East, and Africa, as well as Latin America, then yeah, you're going to need a pretty powerful president and a National Security Council that can declare any emergency and act with haste to do whatever they want. You listen to Dr. Paul talk about the strikes going on there off the coast of Venezuela, where there's no, as Al Gore would say, there's no controlling legal authority. No one even pretends that anyone can make them stop. The President of the United States.
At what point do they just stop talking and just go, that sounds kind of like what these again, the deep state stuff.
Hell, he could launch H-bombs at any city he chooses. There's no one to tell him no. And that's because America is a world empire instead of a limited constitutional republic. And that's why, you know, I regret, I don't mean to like diminish anyone. I just think it's sad how Partisan politics makes everyone so stupid. We need to abolish the Federal Reserve System and institute a 100% gold standard. We need to bring all our troops
He's one of
home
the
from
old school
world.
guys.
We need
Holy
to repeal about 99% of the laws passed since 1900 to save this country. We got people crying about, X cartoon.
Meanwhile, he's literally selling gold. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I take your point. I mean, the irony, I think, of this whole no kings thing is that the US president legally has far more power, actually, than the royal family have in the UK. They have no real power at all. They're just figureheads. So there's a kind of irony there, is that no kings, but actually, if you had a king like ours,
okay, we'll call it no
the power of the
dictators.
presidency
What the
would be
fuck
massively
is this?
reduced,
They always do this shit
not
where it's
increased.
like,
So there is a kind
how
of
come
weird,
they used words?
I think,
Why would they
assumption
use
going on
words to
here that
explain
our
things?
king or queen, as it was before, of course, the king's mother, that they somehow have great powers. They don't. Isabel, I want to just play a clip. This is Robert De Niro talking about Stephen Miller, one of Donald Trump's senior aides.
He will not. We see it. He will not want to leave. He set it up with his. I guess he's the Goebbels of the cabinet. Stephen Miller. He's a Nazi. Yes, he is, and he's Jewish, and he should be ashamed of himself.
I'm sorry, I just find that unbelievably offensive. To call a Jewish man a Nazi, to call him Goebbels after the propaganda chief of the Nazis. And they keep doing this, the Democrats and Democrat supporters. And, De Niro's been doing this about Trump for decades, it seems. He's almost hysterical about him. But to call a Jewish member of the Trump administration a Nazi like that, just beyond the pale, isn't it, Isabel? I'm a busy man traveling the world promoting my new book, Woke is Dead, hosting Uncensored. You might be wondering, how do I stay so fresh? Well, let me introduce you to Mando deodorant. It's a game changer. One swipe covers me all the way through busy days. It's made with science-backed and gentle ingredients like mandelic acid, giving double protection with its clinical strength and reduces sweat by 92% after 12 hours. Mando's starter pack is perfect for newcomers. There's a solid stick, a cream tube, and 2 free products like body wash and deodorant wipes, all with free shipping. As a special offer for Uncensored fans, new customers get 20% off site-wide with the code PEERS, P-I-E-R-S, at shopmando.com. That's shopmando.com.
All right, he gets
code
one.
PEERS for 20% off.
Why do you have to repeat yourself 4 times when I'm giving you the one?
Please tell them that I sent you. And go to shopmando.com with code PEERS for 20% off.
He'd stand to
free
skip
shipping.
the English man's ad.
It is, and it's wildly irresponsible, Piers, but it's the same behavior we've witnessed for upwards of a decade now, really since Donald Trump first announced his run for presidency in 2015. You've watched the legacy media, our academic institutions, the entertainment industry, all of the loudest voices in society call Donald Trump or anyone who supports him or works for him a fascist, a Nazi, literally Adolf Hitler, Hitler Youth. I was called regularly on my college campus. And I know Jack Posobiec, myself, and many people who've been fighting on the front lines of this conservative movement have been warning for upwards of a decade. This is the natural result when you label people with this rising political temperature, a fascist, a Nazi, transphobic, white.
But you can openly use the words communist, socialist, and all the other division, like the divisive words. Like, dude, no, don't let her get away with this.
Supremacist, the literal
Come on, Harry.
KKK and Photoshop hoods over them. People eventually resort to violence because they'll believe this constant narrative.
That is the key. Yeah, I mean, that's the key thing. And we bring in Jack here. I mean, we saw with Charlie Kirk that some of the bullet casings the shooter used had anti-fascism slogans on there. So that we don't know the full motivation yet. That is still unraveling. But clearly, it looks like this
But you sure are trying to push a narrative, aren't you?
person was attacking somebody he thought was a fascist. And that's because a lot of people on the left call Charlie Kirk a fascist and a Nazi, as they do with Trump, as they do with Stephen Miller. And to me, if you're a deranged, young, impressionable mind, if you
bring
do
up
buy
the
into
whole
that
communist angle
that they're
here,
genuine
otherwise you're
fascists and
useless.
Nazis, you would see it as your civic
Seriously,
duty
bring up their
to kill
rhetoric.
these people. Why wouldn't you? And that's the
God
danger.
damn it.
Yeah, no, Piers, that's exactly right, and that's what we're facing. And by the way, hats off to Oxford, because I understand the Oxford Union has just voted to take out I think he was the incoming president of the Oxford Union. He'd been the president-elect. I guess he hadn't taken it yet. But here's a guy who had debated Charlie, had invited him to campus just a couple of weeks before Charlie's murder, and then is blatantly celebrating the murder of a man that he had just shared a stage with. And certainly they had disagreed on that stage, and that's fine. And that's what free speech and free dialogue and free debate, especially on campus, which is the modern public square, is all about. Yet here he is now celebrating this, laughing about Charlie's murder. And the issue, Piers, is that these violent Marxist ideologies are commonplace, and they're
22 minutes out from
becoming
the
more and more increasingly common. And I even have a bone to pick with some conservatives who say, "Oh, well, it's just video games, or it's just social media." I said, no. Go back in time, and you can find throughout history, whether it's the French Revolution, which, by the way, one of the watchwords when they were leading people up to the guillotine in revolutionary France in the Reign of Terror and Robespierre was "no kings, no masters." That's where the phrase "no kings" comes from, right before they chopped the king's head off. So that's where that phrase comes from, and everyone needs to understand the violent tendencies and the violent origin.
Wow. Oh, wow. That was a new spin. You know what? Got to give him a little credit on that one, though, because I expect to hear that from some conservatives in my life.
Of all of these symbols that they're still tapping back into. Bella Ciao, which was written on one of the bullet casings, I believe not one of the ones that was fired. Destiny was very, very emphatic that I say that the last time I was here. So yes, it was not the specific bullet casing that shot and killed Charlie Kirk. It was the one next to that bullet casing. But Bella Ciao is, again, an anti-fascist communist song from Italy from World War II, and has now essentially become the national or international anthem of Antifa. This violent ideology is spreading throughout college campuses. We see teacher.
This is reaching, but if they pull it off, it's going to be bad.
Teacher, where they're buying into this so many times when we.
No, the thing is, you need people in his life need to start pushing. Like, this is where a lot of the grifting pieces of shit, like their family members, the people that, they kind of ignore it because they get their little piece, might want to start speaking up.
You look up one of these people that find at one of these protests, they end up being a teacher. And unfortunately, this is all over the place. And I went to the White House and I told the President of the United States to his face that the next person who could be assassinated is very likely sitting around this table right now, after we saw Luigi Maggioni, after we saw Thomas Matthew Crooks, Ryan Routh, and now this individual, Tyler Robinson, there in Utah Valley.
Right.
Why does he have a 1,000-yard stare? Because that's usually what happens when you just grift yourself into the position of not having a soul.
Posted last year in the run-up to the election, Donald Trump called for a united Reich in his new campaign ad. "America, are you listening?" Trump is telling us what he wants, and he's referencing Nazi Germany while doing it. It's unacceptable. He must lose in 2024. And again, I just played De Niro calling Stephen Miller a Nazi and stuff. This constant refrain from people on the left of invoking the Nazis, Adolf Hitler.
Yes, it's called knowing history. That's why also it's not using it hyperbolically anymore when you guys are literally supporting Nazi fucking tactics.
All this stuff.
When you're doing this thing where you're just ignoring brown shirt tactics, where you're ignoring the subversion of democracy, all for your little game here where you're just like, "Oh, guffaw, my best friend, he looks bad. I don't like that."
I just don't know why you...
Oh, why do they call us Nazis?
Guys do this. Obviously,
we just throw out the term gas chamber. Why do they call us the Nazis?
Trump is not Adolf Hitler. Apart from anything else, he's trying to find peace, right? Not actually killing everyone that gets in his way. And
as the center guy talked, I don't remember, he said something about abolishing the Federal Reserve, and everybody kind of rolled their eyes collectively like, "Oh, one of those types of libertarians." Okay.
He has a Jewish son-in-law. Right, so these things are they're not just wrong, they're unbelievably offensive in a way that actually the woke left would normally lead the charge of wanting to cancel people that did this, that said these kind of things.
Honestly, Harry needs to stop taking these I think that Harry's only there because nobody else is coming on the show from the left. They're starting to wise up a little.
But apparently it's
I've
fine.
noticed that Piers does not have the same guests that he used to.
Left.
Cenk is the only one that's still making these appearances.
Well, I mean, what is your...
He's like, I'm changing their mind, of course.
Reaction first to De Niro, and then maybe talk about your post and whether you regret using the Nazi language.
Well, I'm going to work backwards. I'm going to start with mine and then talk about what De Niro said. So first and foremost, in that ad that Donald Trump posted, the words unified Reich were on a newspaper that appeared in the ad that was like praising Donald Trump. So if the Trump campaign is putting that in an ad, I think that deserves to be called out. Number two, I don't think anybody in this debate can name me a high-ranking elected Democrat who has called Donald Trump Hitler. I don't think anybody can. Number three, one of the only high-ranking politicians in American politics who called Donald Trump Hitler is J.D. Vance, calling him America's Hitler. Now, working backwards to what Robert De Niro said, I think what Robert De Niro said is a little distasteful. I think he certainly could have worded it better, taken out some charged language. But I just see these recent stories about Republicans, whether it be the youth leader group chat or Paul Ingrassia, who is still Donald Trump's nominee to lead the office of special counsel, pledging affinity for Hitler. Peter Gunta,
there you go,
who is the chair of the Young Republicans Party in New York, said, "I love Hitler," in a chat. Other people were musing about refitting gas chambers so they, quote, fit the Hitler aesthetic. Paul Ingrassia, the special counsel nominee, just got caught in other leaked texts saying that he has a Nazi streak. So when these high-ranking Republicans who are working in the party right now are pledging affinity to Hitler, I think that deserves to be called out. Not that every Republican should be painted as that.
I'm Jack Posobiec.
I certainly don't do that. I don't agree with that.
I just think that's, what Harry's saying is he's being a little hyperbolic right now since.
But can the conservatives on this panel condemn?
He's saying something that I don't like.
Donald Trump's nominee, and number two, can they condemn the youth Republican group chat? And then number three, if they
really
read it off
have
as a joke, then why were they so against people joking about Charlie Kirk? I never joked about Charlie Kirk, but they pick and choose when humor can be applied in politics. And when you're pledging affinity to Hitler, that's a joke, according to many. I've seen some of their tweets.
They have to admit that it's like, all right, got you there.
My point of view, criticizing a
I'd be
conservative
happy to
figure.
answer the question about whether or not a high-ranking Democrat has used this rhetoric. Who is Kamala Harris?
I know. I want you to answer all the questions. I want you to answer all the questions
for you. Who is Kamala Harris?
No.
Wait. Answer all the questions I just gave you. And can you name me when Kamala Harris said that Donald Trump is Hitler?
Who was
when did Kamala Harris? Great.
Was Kamala Harris last year a high-ranking Democrat when she was?
When did Kamala Harris call Donald Trump Hitler?
October of 2024. Kamala Harris said on the campaign trail, Donald Trump vowed to be a dictator on day one. His former chief of staff said he
did.
Wanted generals.
He literally did.
Like Hitler.
Jesus Christ, we have footage of him saying it, but you guys do this thing where you're just like, he was just
Hitlers. Donald Trump openly admires dictators, including a.
He does. Oh my God. Does she always dunk on herself like this when she uses Google? Holy crap.
Adolf Hitler.
Like, dude, since we're bringing the blonde back, I guess we're bringing the blonde jokes back.
Last October, that was said on the campaign trail from the Democrat
Kamala Harris said this during the campaign, during the closing days of the campaign. It was her final campaign pitch. Is that high enough ranking for you? You guys supported her for president.
Exactly, because there have been reports
the person
that Donald
you
Trump
supported for president
just
is someone
relax,
who was campaigning by calling Trump Hitler.
Jack,
you're so disingenuous when you bring this stuff up. You can't even acknowledge the fact that your own candidate was on the campaign. She got a video about it. It's on her Facebook, or it's on her Twitter page.
Let me offer one here, which is Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton literally compared Trump's rally in Ohio last week to Nazi leader Adolf Hitler's speeches.
Why does any left-winger go on this show?
She made reference to Hitler's speeches, which saw people raise their right arms
Harry, you look like a fool.
in the Nazi salute.
You honestly do.
I remember as a young student,
I thought I would have a moment to actually make a good point, but you know what? You got me all flustered, and then he just kept talking over me. Piers didn't say dick about that, but he knows how he kind of jumps in anytime that Harry starts doing shit. It's kind of fun. It is at least fun to just see how transparent it is.
J.D. Vance was totally wrong to say it about Trump as well. I think the young conservatives who've been exposed by this Politico expose were totally wrong too.
Can they say that?
Some grotesque stuff in there.
I have no problem saying that, Harry. But there are
Jack,
sitting
can you say that?
Like Jasmine Crockett, who literally just weeks ago called Donald Trump a wannabe dictator. I mean, it's
calling somebody a wannabe dictator is not the same.
crazy.
You're actually a fucking insane person, lady.
You say that?
Like, holy shit. And again, Harry, Call them out on using the divisive language of fucking communists and all the other fucking ists that they always throw out there. What the fuck, man? Why are you guys... Ugh. You guys are so embarrassingly bad at this.
Jack, can you say that? Can you condemn the young...
Anybody that goes onto these panels, like, they never have that.
Republicans group?
Just the obvious ones. Like, he almost did it. Just like, bring me an example, Pierce. And he's, well, I'm sure if I Googled it, I'd have 1,000. Name one.
Chat where they play.
That was a good start, but then he got fucking used again.
Such affinity for Hitler.
Jesus. And I mean, let's not credit Piers with this, by the way. It's the production team of his, what a little show here.
Hey, I don't really care about some group chat right now while you guys keep shooting up all of my friends.
Oh, no, Jack, you can condemn
really don't
both.
care.
You can
No,
be...
I
But I
would
do
use that
think,
both.
but Jack, I do think for consistency, actually, you should care. You know, JD Vance tried to downplay.
Oh, I should? Oh, hold on. I have to reboot. Oh, yeah, consistency. You know what? That group text was wrong, but you know what else was wrong? The communists and Kamala Harris. And do you denounce Kamala Harris? 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 Someone fix Jack.
What the young Republicans were saying in these racist, sexist messages. One guy said that rape was
I don't
epic.
think JD Vance said anything wrong.
One said rape was epic. Another said, I love Hitler. He tried to say they're all very young, but actually some of them were nearly his age. The reality is that kids do stupid things to tell edgy, offensive jokes.
Well,
He
Piers,
said,
let me
fine,
just
but they're
ask this.
actually,
Were any of
but
those
they are
young
still part of the
Republicans
conservative
standing
movement.
on top of rooftops.
Oh, for fuck's sake. We actually got a rare moment here where Piers was just like, yeah, you know what? This is kind of fucked up. You got something to say about this?
Outside of the No Kings rally, shooting at Democrats.
But that's terrible too.
You're being so slimy. You're being so slimy.
Which they don't happen. So I'm sorry.
Jack,
Until
you
we
can
deal with the
condemn.
people
Wait.
who keep shooting
Jack.
at my friends, then I'm not really concerned about some group
You can
chat. I
condemn
don't hire
both.
those guys.
You can
I don't work
condemn
with
both.
those guys.
Jack,
doesn't matter.
I think you can easily condemn all. I think you can actually.
Wait.
That doesn't matter. And why, if you don't work with these guys and blah, 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 like, why are you so, like, protective of
If
it?
you're going to be intellectually honest,
got it.
Actually, it should be easy to condemn all of these things. All the
Wow.
invoking of the
Him
Nazis
actually calling him out on his intellectual dishonesty.
and Hitler should be condemned. It's never appropriate.
Hey, her little smile went
because
away.
Hitler and the Nazis were a gazillion times worse than anything we're seeing here.
Is there
I
legit,
think
like,
the
whoa.
messaging between these young Republicans
I didn't
was
have to do the-
appalling
oh.
and should be condemned. I think that J.D. Vance trying to defend it and calling Trump Hitler before, that should be easily condemned. All these things should be condemned. The killing of Charlie Kirk should be absolutely condemned by anyone, right? All of these things, if you're going to be intellectually honest, should be condemned. I want to just change gears now. I want to bring Scott back in. Let's talk about
Wait, I
Israel.
feel like we should hold them to account, Pierce. I mean,
Well,
these
everyone
are,
should be held
you're
to
talking,
account, but everyone should be.
But you're talking about,
everyone should.
Pierce, you're
It would
talking
be
about
much
political
better.
violence.
It would be much better for the political discourse in
Pierce,
America.
you're letting him get away. You're letting him get away.
No.
Yes, you are. And let me just
Well, what do you
explain
want me
why
to do?
briefly before you bring in the other guests. Jack is in a corner right now, right? He continues to go with this line of, oh, you know, I'm very upset about Charlie Kirk, which is understandable as he should be.
It's not a line, Harry.
You guys shot and killed Charlie Kirk. It is a line. First of all,
Harry.
you guys.
No, there isn't a you guys in this one. You, oh my God. See how like the false flag totally worked on these? Dude, this guy knew Charlie Kirk and he doesn't recognize her. It's like, oh my God, you're a puppet. Here,
was not
say what you're going to say.
Democratic-
Come on, Jack.
To get past that, because you say that,
Jack,
oh, you're so
you
worried
can
about some
condemn
meme.
both.
You're up
Look
here
at
talking
Jack.
about,
You can
oh, there's a
condemn
meme.
both.
I'm so
Look
upset
at the
about
isolated
the meme.
incident
You're
of
up there-
these
you
young
have more
Republicans
grief about
praising
that
Hitler.
Than
Can you
I've
condemn
seen
that,
about
Jack?
any of this stuff.
Jack,
More grief
can
about
you
that than any-
condemn?
Show me on the.
This isn't even good, Gish Gallop. He just keeps talking.
Show me on the doll
people
with the
who
meme.
pledge
Show me, just show me.
to Hitler.
Show me on
Can
the
you
doll
pledge
with the
allegiance to
meme
Hitler?
virtue.
No, but
Can you
actually,
pledge-
okay, let me look. Don't talk over each other. Jack, I don't think it is difficult.
Did you just see? He's like, gotcha.
For you to just say that what those young Republicans were saying in these messages
Dude, you're
that was
getting
exposed
cooked here.
was wrong and should be condemned. Why is that difficult?
No, I don't think it's difficult at all. But what I do think
do it.
is very obvious here that was timed by Politico.
Wait,
Politico,
so
by
do
the
it.
way, which refused to Harry, I let
He
you
won't
talk.
do it.
But if they were young people on the left who were
that it was
exposed to
time
that
to come
stuff,
out the
you
same
would
way
condemn
as
it.
Charlie
Walking the
Kirk's
bar,
presidential
walking the
And that's
bar.
the point, and that's exactly right,
medal
Piers. He
freedom
condemns people on the
ceremony.
left who joke about other things he doesn't like, but when it comes to pledging allegiance to
Yeah, when
Hitler,
you guys
he won't
publicly
condemn
shoot
it.
at my
Jack, let me
friends,
ask you a
yes, I do
simple
condemn
question.
that.
Yeah, but they can
Jack,
both
let
be
me
wrong.
ask you
They
a
can
simple
both be
question.
wrong, Jack. And I do think if it was young
I'm
people
not saying
on the,
it's right.
if it was
What I'm
young
saying
people
is
on the left
bullets
who
are
were doing
flying
these
in one
messages,
direction.
you would condemn
The
it. That's
bombs
my
are
point.
going in
Jack,
one
let me ask
direction.
you a
and if
simple-
people
let
sit
me
here
ask
and
you a
act
simple
like
question.
Before we run out of
Republicans or
time,
the right
all
are
right,
the ones who
all
are
right, guys,
violent, it's just not true.
All right, I want to move on.
He won't do it. He won't. Everybody, all the Republicans talk
Just
about
not true.
political violence and extreme
What did he
rhetoric
do?
on the
What did he
left.
do
He
in the wake
will
of
not
Harry, let me
condemn
ask you
people
this.
All right,
Harry,
I wanna-
He doesn't listen. Like, holy shit. Why? Honestly, if I was Pierce's fucking producer, I would not invite Jack on because, like, he looks kind of stupid here.
Allegiance to
Time out,
Hitler.
What did he do
please.
in the wake of Charlie's murder?
Time
He
out,
had
please.
prayers.
You know what I did?
Time
I
out, please.
posted,
That's
I
what I
posted
stand for.
Time
videos.
out.
That's
I'm
what I
bringing
posted
Scott
videos
in. I don't want to
condemning it.
mute your mics. So please, some respect for Scott, who's not had as much chance to talk as you guys, which is a shame.
I hope he
Scott,
condemned.
Well, why is he here? To be completely honest.
Is it?
Scott, before we run out of
Scott has had nothing to chime in with.
time, I do want to talk about Israel. The president has slightly reined back on his use of the word "we" when it comes to any retribution against Hamas if they do not disarm. What do you think is going on here now? Obviously, none of this was
Such
ever
a
going to
douche.
be
He really
easy.
is.
Trump deserves enormous credit for getting the hostages released. I think everyone should agree to that. But do you think this ceasefire can hold? And if the critical part of that equation is that Hamas disarm, are you confident that they will do that?
Well, no, look, I think the entire deal hinges on Donald Trump's very large promises to Hamas that he will restrain Israel and prevent them from going back to war. And Hamas climbed down on full withdrawal from the Strip and a couple of other things based on Trump's promise. So they made a huge gamble there, and it's either going to pay off or they're going to
Jesus
suffer.
Christ.
There, of course, are people in Netanyahu's cabinet already saying, well, now we got the hostages back. Let's finish the job and that kind of thing. And it's only Donald Trump that can restrain Benjamin Netanyahu. And I certainly hope that he will. I think that he means to. I believe that he's sincere. He's talked such a big game about this.
Yeah.
That I do think that he means it in this case. So we'll see how it goes. Now, of course, Hamas is not truly a state in any way. They do not have a true monopoly on force there. And some kook from the Popular Front or the Palestinian Islamic Jihad or even one of their own guys could fire off a rocket. So the question is, or, just shoot off a rifle or any kind of thing, set off a landmine. So then the question is,
wait, it sucked the light. Yeah,
is
I mean,
America
for
going
real.
to give Israel permission to take any pretext, any small thing in order to completely restart the war or not? As far as the total disarmament of Hamas and what's to come,
God,
what's supposed
Mr. Melatonin over
to
here.
come next as the next stages of this thing, I don't think anyone's really thought that through very well. Hamas, I mean, look at what's happened after
Scott, if you need to sleep, take a little dose of Scott. Listen to him for about 5 minutes and you'll be right out.
years of this. They haven't gone anywhere. They're right there. All those people that were killed were essentially killed for nothing. And, how to get them to disarm. I mean, I'm not in favor of any American intervention here at all. We should just absolutely stop in every way. But all other things being equal, I guess it would make sense to let the Egyptians or some of the Gulf states try to set up a thing to reconstruct the place. But of course, the Israelis don't want to let anyone rebuild Gaza for the Palestinians. They're still determined to kick them
Yeah,
out
he's
of
the
there.
gold guy.
So this is absolutely, the unstoppable force in Netanyahu
We need to go back to the gold standard. Yeah.
versus the hopefully immovable object in Donald Trump. But from the Israeli point of view, I don't think they're done taking that territory whatsoever. And let me say one more thing here in reference to y'all's conversation about National Socialism. The most dangerous Nazi on the face of the earth right now is a man named Andriy Beletsky. And he was just promoted to brigadier general and runs what's now called the 3rd Army Corps of the Ukrainian Army. It was the 3rd Separate Infantry
Jack's just like, I know, I've heard that guy's name.
Division.
Yeah.
It was founded as the Azov Battalion. And this guy Beletsky is formerly of the Patriot of Ukraine gang and is an avowed Hitlerian National Socialist. And whenever you see coverage of the Ukrainian Nazis, you'll most often see this quote of him talking about leading the white race against the Semite-led Untermenschen,
Somebody
which means
get
the
your grandpa.
subhumans.
Somebody come get
you can
your
find that
dad.
whole speech. I've reprinted it on the
grandpa.
blog at
Someone get
antiwar.com. It's called Racial Social Nationalism, and it is absolute straight up Hitlerian insanity. And this guy is in the top 2 or 3 most powerful men in the running to succeed Zelensky as president of Ukraine.
2 minutes.
And he's made his ambitions extremely clear. So you want to talk about national socialism? How about America's sock puppets in Kiev right now? And their armed
well, it seems like
forces
Jack
at
wouldn't
war.
condemn that. I don't think Jack would condemn that. I don't think, because he can't condemn 2 things at once. He's focused entirely on one topic. He can't condemn that. So you can't talk to Jack about it. But Isabel and I, we can discuss that with you as well. Jack is, he's in his own world. So.
Well, Jack,
Harry,
have
you taken a shower yet to get the president's mud and goo off of you?
I don't have you
Your
crawled
hair
out of
looks
Donald
nice,
Trump's
so you must have
colon
used
yet?
some conditioner.
I
Have you
did take a
crawled
shower.
out
Have
of
you
Donald
crawled out
Trump's
of
colon
Donald
yet?
Trump's colon yet? I know it's hard. It's dark in there with everything you do to suck up to him on a daily basis.
See,
I'm not
again,
sure. Have you
Piers,
gotten
like,
out
this
there
is
yet
what
or
they
no?
do. It's just,
Dude, you started it, you dumb fuck.
it's just
Oh my God, first graders would be like, you shot first.
constant crudity. And they get so he's so upset
So when you give
President
it to
Trump
me,
responds in
when
kind.
you
No,
give
I
it
wanna
to
make a
me,
point here.
I
He can dish but can't take. Oh my God, he's the epitome of that kid.
can't give it back.
so
Come on,
here's-
man.
How did this guy get famous?
Here
You give it to me, I
here's
can't give
Harry,
it back
who
to
came
you.
on here
That's
and
how
said
he
the
gets
president
offended.
shouldn't act like
To
that.
be
and then he
fair,
engages
Jackie,
it in
to be fair,
himself. He
Jack,
does
you
the
did
exact
throw
same
the
thing.
first unclean slur.
Yeah,
So,
exactly, Pierce. He threw the first punch, and he gets mad when I give it back to him. He
here's my
cries.
point.
He cries
He goes
victim.
right
It's
for it.
crazy.
He goes right for it.
Okay, let me give the
that's
final
called
word. Let me
being
give
better at this.
the final word to Isabel.
He just goes
You know, I
right
think
for
ultimately
it.
we're missing the larger point of this entire conversation, which is
Have you never fought? Oh, he's never fought. He's never been in a fight.
that the irony of
You're supposed to jab. You're supposed to, get a few points in boxing. Yeah, I learned that you're supposed to get a few. You're supposed to get a few jabs in, and then just wind up for that uppercut.
all of this is we're watching
Meanwhile,
the
he's
president
mad
who
when
has
he
worked
actually gets in a real fight. He's just like, bah! Gets knocked out cold. You weren't supposed to actually hit me.
tirelessly to instill peace in the Middle East and around the world consistently be called the president who surely was going to start World War III by the same
Oh my God, she looks like she gives toothy blowjobs.
people who are leading so-called no kings protests in every major city across America, who have been in office longer than
420.
twice the time we have been alive. Look at people like Nancy Pelosi, who were first elected into office into the United States House of Representatives 38 years ago, 10 years before I was even born. These people have made hundreds of millions of dollars off of their career in public service, supposedly serving the American people,
Trump.
but really being the modern version of a king. So you're watching this
cryptocurrency.
Okay, one thing I would say, Isabel, is that, like I say, the British king does not have the power, for example, to pardon people who've been put in prison for crimes, right? So I want to end by asking you all one question, same question. I want a one-word answer. And the question is, should President Trump have pardoned George Santos? Harry?
No.
Scott?
Yes, he should. Yeah.
You're only allowed one word. I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
It's a yes?
Yes.
Isabel?
George Santos joins the
He
discourse.
has the constitutional power to do
Yes
so.
or no?
One word.
Yes.
Okay, Jack?
Yes, but also he didn't pardon him. He commuted him, which is a different thing.
Okay,
No, it's not.
it is a different thing. You're
It's
right.
a different thing.
He commuted
didn't
a
pardon
sentence,
him.
yeah.
He commuted a sentence, which was an excessive sentence, and it was right for commutation.
The pro-crime Republican
he's
Party.
Still legally,
the pro-crime Republican Party.
All right, it was a
legally
one-word
felon.
answer, everybody. And the reason...
Yeah, we're done there. Fuck it.
So Jessica Tarlov, the Fox News liberal,
Wow,
decided
a 4-minute Kyle segment? Whoa.
to absolutely cook her co-hosts here and stun them into silence. This is probably the best moment that I've seen of her. So this tweet here says, Jessica Tarlov leaves her Fox News co-host speechless as she drops a truth bomb list of the issues Americans are protesting Trump for on No
I saw that this clip went viral.
King's Day. So yes, this is something you'll hear. Like, why you
I
guys
didn't actually
even
watch the clip. I just saw that Jessica Tarlov kind of cooked the rest of the
Jesse,
five.
why are
for
you
once.
protesting?
They let her speak.
Well, sit back, relax, and
Well, let's see. Because even when they do that, you'll always hear Jesse Waters be the first one to try and chime in with a zinger.
in the reasons.
We also know there was a ProPublica investigation that more than 170 Americans have been detained by ICE, with 20 held for more than a day without being able to contact their lawyer or a loved one. And
What's with that audio?
And that's what the No Kings protest is about. Donald Trump says, I'm not a king. And yeah, we get it. You're not a king. You wish you were a king, and you're running this administration as if you should have those kinds of rights. The lack of respect for the Constitution and the laws of this country are astounding. And Trump even told Kristen Welker when he was on Meet the Press a few months ago that he didn't know if he had to uphold the Constitution. And in preparation for today's show, I just wanted to go over a few of the things that people who are going to be out there on the streets peacefully protesting are upset about. Starting with the basics, signing an executive order to do away with birthright citizenship, which is literally in the Constitution, sending troops into blue cities.
Oh, you mean anchor
unilaterally implementing tariffs, which Congress gets to do. I already talked about the 170 Americans who've been locked up, cracking down on the First Amendment, detaining students for op-eds.
Anchor babies. Baron Trump. Hey,
you don't like, targeting law firms, universities, reallocating funds appropriated by Congress to fund your big ICE force.
It's so amazing that they can just have that much cognitive dissonance to not recognize that it's like their own, the guy that they love so much legitimately would suffer from that. Well, if it was actually applied to him.
Firing inspectors generals that are looking into your friends. Like,
they can always, it's so weird how they can figure this out where they're like, nah, I don't need to be outraged about that.
Elon Musk making billions off of crypto scams, and your kids are running all over the world making deals. And the Trump administration has defied 1 in 3 judges that have ruled against him.
What is with this fucking audio?
And you're seeing that are saying from judges appointed up from Reagan up to Donald Trump.
It's literally the source video that he was watching.
That are saying absolutely not. You are breaking the law in taking some of these actions. All of that is what No King's Day is about.
I want to give her a lot of credit because this is difficult.
that.
It's difficult to be in the lion's den like this. It is very difficult to be in the lion's den like this. The politics of it behind the scenes are difficult. You got all these people, your coworkers with them. You want to be nice with them. You want to vibe with them. You don't want any problems. But at the same time, you have these.
Listen, no. Then you don't do that, man. God damn it. He really is. It feels like people have been attacking Crystal for giving Sagar too many passes, and now he's jumping in, dutiful husband.
Really fundamental, principled disagreements on, you guys are not only wrong, but, horrifically and disgustingly wrong on all these different things, right? And so...
Because with a sentence like that, where it's like, yeah, work with these people, you got to keep a level of decorum.
For her to go in there and clean up like that in front of them is just great, knowing that she's going to get... It's fucking 4-on-1, right? It is 4-on-1. I mean, I think it's difficult enough. What Crystal does is difficult enough, where it's 1-on-1 and you have deep disagreements. This is 1, 2, 3, 4-on-1, and it is not. I do not envy her for those backroom politics, those business politics that you have to do, workplace politics. It's ugly, but she's exactly right. She's exactly right. All these things that Trump has done, I mean, I've said it before, but if only one of the things he's done, if that was the only thing, if the only thing he did so far in office was his war on the First Amendment, trying to kick pro-Palestine protesters out of the country, people who write op-eds they don't like, shit like that, cracking down on the media outlets. If he only just did that in office, that would be enough to have 7 million people out there. But no, he did that and 848 other things that are fucking disgusting. So it's great that it broke a record, and I think we should keep this shit going, man. The other thing I'd say is, police officers, they actually did their jobs. They actually kept the peace. The protesters were totally peaceful. The only people that caused violence on the No King's Day were the feds. It was ICE. It was federal agents that caused problems. That's it. So I think it's time for cops to start arresting ICE officers for being the criminals that they are. So that's what I'd say. But great job here from Jessica Tarlov, 100% on point.
Yeah, I guess Kyle can keep it brief. Where is this? Portland, Oregon. We got dancing across the street. It's a little weird to watch it without the music. It's just like a bunch of people just silent disco where you take off the headphones and you're just like, oh. If the left has to move center to beat fascism, we are cooked. No. I do firmly believe that it's move left or get left behind. Aw, thank you, Kenzie, for being nine months of membership
black
over
heart
on
emoji,
Twitch. Hell
transgender flag emoji.
yeah. Wait. Oh, no, over on YouTube. My bad. Why did I get that ping over on my Twitch page? That was weird. That does not usually happen. That makes me wonder, did I mix up my settings? I'll figure that out later. All right. Well, unfortunately... oh my god, dude. It's just Music City over here. Okie doke. All right. Intermission time. I'm not going anywhere for this one. I just want to see. Caller wants to debate October 7th with Emma. I missed this.
Hey, this is Dave.
Dave.
How are you?
I'm well. How are you, Dave? Where are you from?
I am from San Francisco.
Dave from San Francisco, what's on your mind?
Okay, so I have a question about October 7th.
Sure.
Do you believe that there were mass rapes on October 7th?
I believe that there is quite likely that there were sexual assaults on October 7th. But I believe that the reporting from the New York Times screams without words, which is the centerpiece of these accusations, is flimsy at best. And there have been multiple exposés about the sourcing and the reporting on that, including the fact that the major journalist writing that piece was an Israeli filmmaker with very little journalistic experience, and that the examples cited were secondhand and not from the first person, even if they were to grant the victim anonymity. So my view on that is basically that I have no doubt that war crimes were committed on October 7th by Hamas, but I think that we need a little bit more information to call it systemic.
Well, you say you need a little bit more information, though, because and it seemed like I've heard you on a number of occasions since October 7th trying to minimize what happened on October 7th, trying to downplay the whole rape thing when you even said earlier on we need more investigation. Like
caller, can I ask you a question? Let me jump in here, caller. Do you think that little babies had their heads chopped off?
Can I just ask you a question, though? How come there have been numerous investigations since October 7th,
which ones?
Including by the UN, not exactly the most pro-Israel organization, not just one, but multiple investigations by the UN where they have said,
oh, this guy was embarrassing,
that there was systematic rape.
They didn't say systematic. They didn't say systematic. They said there were reasonable. They said there were reasonable grounds. They said they were reasonable grounds to believe that sexual violence occurred, which is exactly what I just said. That there were reasonable grounds to believe that. I am taking issue with the idea that it was systemic.
Yeah.
I guess my issue is, why would you call yourself a feminist? Why would you even try to downplay or minimize these sex?
So
why would you even try to
oh, she's finally
hold on.
Wow. Emma doesn't debate a lot, so this is kind of interesting to see.
As a feminist, I'm an intersectional feminist. I believe that often white women are privileged within the context of feminism. That goes back to the suffragette movement in this country. And it also goes to previously before women had the franchise, when white women and within our 21st century Western context, yes, Israel is a part of whiteness. That they women like that, the attacks against them were often exaggerated or used for colonial violence, both against Native Americans in this country, and also was used, and you can look up all of these examples in Southern papers, as justification for lynchings of black people. We know that the Israeli government has borrowed tactics from the Jim Crow South, and I would argue that this is one of them.
Okay, how many rapes would have been enough for you to not try to?
Okay, shut up for a second. You're going to listen to my question and you're going to answer it. Do you think little babies had their heads chopped off, or was that an exaggeration that was used as a lie toward propaganda to allow Israel to do what they did over the past 2 years? Do you think babies had their heads chopped off on October 7th, or was that a lie?
I believe that
he's gonna say
what was said about 40, 50, however number of babies they said were beheaded, that might have been an exaggeration, which happens in every situation like this, as you know, Matt.
Yes.
But what does that have to do with?
Because that was also an exaggeration. The systemic thing is also an exaggeration, buddy.
To deny at this point that there were a lot, I don't know exactly how many, obviously, I wasn't there, but to deny that there were a lot of rapes that happened that's kind of like denying.
You use the word
this guy arguing this?
Systematic, buddy. You use the word systematic, and you said there was actual documentation toward it from the UN. That was a lie on your part. You called into our program with a lie.
Yeah. You thought this was a gotcha?
Matt, you talk about babies being beheaded.
No, Zionists do, and they were lying about it.
How about the babies in the ovens? Did you think that happened? Do you think Hamas cooked babies in ovens?
No, you're answering questions.
Even once, have you guys? You seem to care about babies on the that have been dying in Gaza for the last 2 years.
You
also.
A little bit.
But you, I don't. Have you even mentioned once in the last 2 years anything about the babies who died in Gaza, who were killed by Hamas?
What evidence do you have that the babies were? Is this the same Hamas that bombed their own hospital, according to every Western paper? And then there was actual forensic analysis showing, and we had to have countless debates over and over again on this program about people. So hold on. Now, let me ask you this: did you believe back in November of 2023 that Hamas bombed that hospital?
Actually, if we're talking about the same hospital that I think you're talking about, I think the evidence, and I know that you went on a rant for like weeks trying to prove that it was not Hamas who.
Yeah. So Israel has admitted that they have bombed hospitals all across the Gaza Strip, but your contention is that particular hospital. No. Your contention is that.
Damn, I come back to Emma.
That specific hospital was bombed by Hamas, but about the other. Literally every other hospital in the Gaza.
And I'm not used to her debating, so this is kind of refreshing.
The Strip was bombed by Israel.
She's.
Let me ask you this, Emma. Why?
No. Answer that question. Answer that question, because that was another lie back in November of 2023. And
so wait. So you don't think Hamas? Who killed the Bebas babies?
Who killed the what?
The Bebas babies. The babies that were taken hostage on October 7th into Gaza. And they later died or were killed.
Did Israel drop a bomb on them? I'm not sure.
It's unclear because
we've already established from our lovely caller here that there was exaggerations about what happened on October 7th.
Exactly.
He admitted it himself. So I don't know really why we're even continuing to go down this road.
Well, because I actually want you to answer this question. So your contention is that can you look up the name of that hospital, Matt? That hospital.
Al-Shifa Hospital.
Al-Shifa. Okay. Let's just verify that.
That had previously been bombed by Israel.
That had previously been bombed by Israel, and there have been forensic analyses that contradict the IDF.
I agree with you.
So your idea. So Hamas bombed their own hospital. Hamas bombed their own hospital on that date. But every other hospital that Israel has now admitted that they've bombed multiple times, shooting and assassinating healthcare workers, targeting cancer treatment facilities, bombing those. Like that
they were justified because that was Hamas.
They were justified there, but that hospital, Hamas did it to themselves, right?
Do you well, just to clarify what I'm saying, yes, I know that Israel has bombed other hospitals, but you brought up that specific incident, and the evidence came out after that Israel did not, in fact.
That was your read of the evidence.
Yes,
but you're an idiot.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So what I'm establishing is that your capacity for critical thought.
He's not really showing otherwise.
Is encumbered by your racism towards Palestinians.
Yeah, you're a Zionist lunatic.
Because apparently that particular hospital was bombed by Hamas, bombing their own people for some reason. But every other hospital was bombed by Israel. That would be a bit of a coincidence, don't you think, buddy?
So why is it that people inside Gaza, on the ground, the people who are not afraid to speak out,
Hamas is increasing its popularity because they're the only ones that are fighting the gangs that Israel is funding in Gaza that are stealing the aid.
Why are people on the ground inside Gaza speaking out against Hamas, the people who aren't afraid to speak out against Hamas?
Who
Why
are the
they saying
people?
that
Can you
Hamas
cite
has
your
brought
sources?
destruction on them?
Who are the people? Cite your sources.
Why has the entire Arab world pretty much said that Hamas must go?
Because they are bought off by the United States government. Are you joking? Do you know anything about the region?
There's Arabs there. They're scary.
Okay,
That's what he knows.
No, I want you to answer that question. So we want you to believe this is what you're trying to sell to people. This is what you're trying to sell to people, that hospital was just the one that Hamas decided to bomb and every other one Israel did. And we're supposed to believe that you're presenting an accurate portrayal of the power disparity between both Hamas and the IDF here.
So, Emma, why is it?
Oh my God!
Okay,
what is it about these guys?
All morality aside, if we're talking about Hamas,
says the Zionist.
That's very convenient for supporters of Israel.
Why? Just from a strategic standpoint.
Right. Yeah.
Standpoint.
We follow.
As a resistance group, do you think Hamas is actually good for the Palestinian people? Do you think October 7th was strategically a good move?
I think that October 7th is the inevitability when you leave people in an open air concentration camp and they have no political rights, when Israel controls their borders, land and sea, when there has been a siege on the region, where they control their water, their food, where they've been putting Gazans on a diet, where they've been bombing them over and over again, quote, mowing the lawn. Do I think that eventually some sort of
fucking God, Emma's destroying
armed
this
resistance and slaughter, yes, of a horrific slaughter of Israelis is inevitable in that kind of circumstance? Yes.
I'm surprised that he called in to get cooked.
Oh, yes.
Any sort of colonial
Did he really think that he had a good argument?
situation over and over again.
And that's why we make the issue the.
And to be completely honest, what is he even really arguing here? Because we got to the point of, okay, so do you believe that they were like this? There was the systematic
problem with the apartheid and the ethnic cleansing, because that kind of violence creates blowback.
Oh my God,
blowback. Have you ever heard of the concept of blowback? Have you picked up a book?
Of course. That's why I said strategic. I said put morality aside. What October 7th did is set the Palestinian cause back decades.
I would completely disagree with you. In fact,
it derailed the Abraham Accords.
It derailed the Abraham Accords and also public sentiment about the Palestinian
the way this guy argues reminds me of somebody that used to troll our chat.
Issue has dramatically gone in their direction.
Forever.
So if you want to take the morality out of it, in fact, the facts are completely not on your side either.
Yeah, you're cooked. And I would just say, of course, hey, shut up for a second.
Said that's worth it for Gaza to be destroyed.
You've asked a variety of different questions in this pastiche of nonsense, and we are responding to you with answers on all of them, and then you just keep coming up with a new question to validate your racism.
No, okay, as far as the Palestinian cause, two things, which is specifically what I was talking about as far as strategic. First of all, completely destroyed Gaza. I don't think that's good for the Palestinians, but also...
You seem really concerned about them, yeah.
But also what you seem to care about, a Palestinian state, that has been, despite what the many useful idiots around the world are saying, that there is not...
Maybe this caller was trolling chats and thought he had a good line to
going
run.
to be a because of October 7th, there will not be a Palestinian state of any kind in your lifetime.
Yeah, but that's always true because of people like you and Israel, you fucking idiot.
Wait,
and the people you're saying around the world, are you talking about Macron and Keir Starmer? I agree that they're saying we need Palestinian nationhood. It falls on deaf ears, but...
What do you mean we're not going to have it in our lifetime? Did you not just see the increase in terms of those Western governments that you're describing recognizing a Palestinian state? There's been progress on that issue.
That's who he's talking about. Downplaying.
You call that progress? Those are just words. What does that mean? What are you talking about?
Oh my God.
You just said
oh my God.
that there would
I hate contrarians. I fucking hate contrarians.
never be a Palestinian state in our lifetime, and then I just mentioned that these Western governments have now recognized. So that's meaningless to you.
That's what he's calling useful.
No, it is because he doesn't actually believe what he's arguing. He's just arguing to argue.
Idiots.
I can't stand people like this.
Saying like heads of state of Western government.
Okay.
Well, I'm more talking about the people protesting and people like that.
Got it.
The people protesting saying the exact same things that like Prime Minister are saying.
Maybe I jumped to conclusions.
So, okay, lastly, have you ever been to Israel?
Emma, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question about a Palestinian state. You seem to think that the only viable path to a Palestinian state at this point is a one state.
I don't know if she has or not.
Well, I think that Palestinian statehood is a short-term, important diplomatic step to give them more rights and validity in the international diplomatic sphere to eventually create a one democratic state reality. Yes. Yeah. And then we have to let you go.
Okay, so just answer this one last question.
Yep.
How then do you really believe, if you're being intellectually honest, that there is going to be that Israel is not going to exist as a Jewish state in your lifetime? And can you explain how that is actually going to happen?
The same way South Africa doesn't exist as a white state. Thanks for the call.
Yeah. Yep. Through the United Nations, through international pressure, it being imposed on Israel, through there being some sort of peacekeeping process, and yes, the fall of apartheid and the racial integration of the state of Greater Israel, which Palestinians are still under the thumb of and subjected to. They've been occupied in the West Bank and East Jerusalem since 1967, under control, basically, of Israel. And you think that those conditions don't contribute to a period of blowback?
Yeah, of course. Like we would prefer a secular resistance group like the PLO, but people like you treat them the exact same way as impossible to deal with, and because ultimately Israel's the one impossible to deal with because it wants all the land and all the Arabs off it, what they call Arabs, but we call Palestinians. So that's where we are. So thanks for the call. Call again sometime and
have a lovely day.
Be a member.
Anyway,
he'd be arguing that John Brown set abolitionism back.
Right.
You know, yeah. He got paid $7,000 that phone call.
Yes, thank you. What did he got that routing number.
Drop site. Precisely 0 little babies had their head cut off. This is to Chuck Schumer. And there is no forensic DNA autopsy, etc., or photographic evidence, nor any victims or legal complainants over 16 months after October 7th to prove a single woman was raped by Palestinian fighters that day. Let me skip to the next one. UN Special Reporters Patton, who conducted the report that accused there were, quote, reasonable grounds to believe that sexual violence occurred during Hamas's October 7th attack on Israel, also said that she, quote, did not collect any evidence, did not...
They let the guy go, honestly. They should have done this when he was on the phone. Yeah, I got the fun bit there. They are still dancing, which I'm starting to think. Yep, that means that they have the music on the stream. Damn it! All right, it's a little bit easier when there's no music in the background, obviously. All right, let's... Rachel Maddow did a follow-up to the No Kings protests coverage that she had beforehand, which, hey, it looks like they're kind of, I don't know, stealing from the Majority Report. Anybody?
People showed up to protest against Trump everywhere, not just in all 50 states, but in every state, multiple, sometimes dozens, sometimes hundreds of protests. Start in the great state of Alabama. At least 15 No Kings protests all around the state of Alabama. People protested at the foot of the Edmund Pettus Bridge in Selma. They protested in Oxford, Alabama. Hundreds of people turned out there. In Montgomery, they marched from Riverfront Park. Here's a look at the crowds that turned out in Huntsville, Alabama, and in Birmingham, where the march started at Railroad Park. Here's Dothan, Alabama, and Guntersville, Alabama.
Good coverage.
And up to Alaska, at least 25 No Kings protests all across Alaska, including Nome and Homer and Juneau and Sitka, basically every town of any size that you can name in Alaska, and a bunch you've never heard of. Look at the big crowd.
Cable news seems to be taken from online streaming a lot lately. Yeah, I brought that up with the whole like CNN making that one lady hold her coffee in her phone.
Anchorage. Right, we've got a big,
Like,
look
how
at the crowd in
awkward
Anchorage.
is that?
Here's also Seward and Fairbanks, and
If you're gonna
in
do that, then give her
Wasilla,
pants
from
with
which
pockets
Sarah
so she can
Palin
at least
can
have the
see
phone
Russia
in her
from
pocket.
house. Now to Arizona, more than 60 No Kings protests all across the state of Arizona. State's newsroom reports that when Arizona had its huge turnout for the No Kings protests in June, one of those states where people were really wowed by the turnout in June, that was about 40 Arizona protests in June. This time they had 60, including Scottsdale and Goodyear, Arizona. Also Flagstaff, one of my favorite places in the whole country. People turned out
I'm glad
all
that
along
she's
Route
going out of her way to show the red areas.
66 in Flagstaff. And look at the huge crowd. Look at Phoenix. Look at the huge crowd that turned out at the state capitol in Phoenix. On to Arkansas. No Kings organizers and Pride March organizers got lucky this weekend when both Arkansas's annual Pride Parade and the No Kings protests happened to fall on the same day, on Saturday. Everybody seemed pretty happy with the coincidence. Events kind of dovetailed in Little Rock. This woman from Conway, Arkansas, came out to Little Rock to show that she was proud of her 3 Antifa, that is anti-fascist uncles, who fought for this country.
Thank you.
And against fascism.
She gets it. Saying
in
anti-fascist
World War II.
it really takes away the ammo.
Lots and lots of people turned out in Little Rock, Arkansas this weekend. Here's also a look at Jonesboro, Arkansas.
Again, man, I'm getting that feeling of inspiration again.
And
Cool.
Vilonia, Arkansas, that's in Faulkner County.
I love that the T-Rex just appeared in all protests.
Population less than 5,000. And here's Hot Springs, Arkansas, in the pouring rain. Tons of people turned out. Yeah, I could spend the whole night just showing you protests in California alone, but here's just a sampling from Livermore and Oakland, both in Northern California, and then Long Beach and Los Angeles in Southern California. Los Angeles had big protests over the course of the day, spread out over the course of the day. But so many of the California protests were just huge. I mean, Sacramento was really, really big. Look at Sacramento, upper left there. San Diego, upper right. Look how big that is. Look at Santa Cruz. San Francisco was always going to be big, but Trump's threat to send troops to San Francisco may have goosed the turnout there. It covered more than a dozen city blocks in San Francisco. Colorado, here's Denver, where an overflow crowd spilled out of Civic Center Park. And here's Colorado Springs, and here's Centennial, Colorado. Here's Littleton, Colorado. Connecticut, at least 50 different No Kings protests in Little Connecticut this weekend. 50 different events. Here's New Haven and Milford and Westport and Hartford. The
Incredible. So many people for one cause.
state capital was a
This is why they are freaking the fuck out over on MAGA. Like, again, all the best they had was an AI video of, I don't know why that happened, of Trump just going, you know, gotta take a shit, I'm in my, look, bad AI video. Here we go. Poop, 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 poop.
huge turnout at the state capitol in...
Like, realistically, we should have never even, like, given into them. The whole Piers Morgan coverage of it, where it's just like, Harry, do you feel like you have been pooed upon?
Connecticut this weekend. On to Delaware. Here's Rehoboth Beach and Bethany Beach and Newark and Wilmington, North Carolina.
Newark?
They got a big crowd along the Bancroft
That's the first time I have ever heard it pronounced that way.
Parkway in Wilmington.
Oh, Delaware, so it probably is Newark.
Florida never disappoints, depending on how you think about disappointment.
Well, Jersey,
Really
Newark.
big crowds in Miami in particular this weekend. Apparently some local Proud Boys came out to try to start stuff with the No Kings Proud in Miami, but people just shouted them down.
Miami, Unimoogle.
Nothing really happened.
Turn thy eyes. Apparently, she has something against Miami.
So here's a look at my...
It's still... I love how she's in Twilight and she's talking in her sleep during surgery, and apparently it was all like talking shit about Miami.
Miami, again, big crowds in
You want to talk
Miami.
about random? She's never been there.
Big crowds in Jacksonville. We saw good turnout in St. Augustine.
Maybe I got to take her to Miami, folks.
And in St. Petersburg and in Tampa.
She knew the Proud Boys were there. Oh my God, she was having a psychic premonition.
People turned out in all sorts of different protests all across.
Dude, I'm not even kidding, Etch. It was so funny. Two doctors came in laughing about that.
Florida. The Bulwark posted this video. This is of
I caught one of them in the hallway just cracking up about
interest, particularly to political junkies. This is the Villages in Florida, which is the famous supposed Republican voting stronghold in Florida. Thousands of retired
one of my aunts was there.
Turned out at the Villages this weekend to protest against Trump there. That's something.
Miami.
Okay. In Georgia, there was a huge No Kings protest in Atlanta.
I was about to sing I thought I was gonna sing Miami, but all of a sudden it's just like West, Jim West, Desperado, Rough Rider. No, you don't want none of it.
But that wasn't the only one. State's Newsroom is reporting that there were 40 different No Kings protests in Georgia this weekend, including these in Savannah, in Macon, and in Augusta, in addition to that huge one in Atlanta that just covered multiple city blocks and seemed to go on forever.
Wow.
Hawaii, point of interest here, Hawaii did not call itself No Kings this weekend. Hawaii did not call their protest No Kings protest, since the Hawaiian people, quite rightfully, did have kings and also queens. So in Hawaii, in order to be sensitive on that issue, it was instead no dictators. And who can argue with that?
Hey,
they had a good turnout at their No Dictators protests on Maui and in Hilo and in Kona in the pouring rain. And a ton of people turned out in Honolulu. Idaho. Everybody thinks of Idaho as so hard right. It's like the poster child for a hard right-wing state.
And potatoes.
But tell that to the massive numbers of people who keep turning up for anti-Trump events.
Dicks for short. There you go.
This No Kings protest this weekend.
I like that.
In Boise.
Although
the Idaho Statesman said they talked to
the entire gay contingent. Hey!
A number of people who said this might be the largest protest anyone has ever seen.
And then just a lonely Nightwing. I don't like this protest. Why? Reasons.
In Boise for anything.
Batman, they're being mean to me.
So here's a look at Boise and also Pocatello and McCall, Idaho, and Nampa, Idaho. In Illinois, I think we knew it was going to be big in Chicago. Did we know the Chicago protest would stretch to fill 22 city blocks? I'm not sure we knew it was going to be that big. I'm not sure anybody could have expected that. But yeah, Chicago there in the upper right-hand side. Here's also Carbondale, Illinois. Here's Little Park Ridge, Illinois. Here's Urbana, Illinois. On to Indiana. Indianapolis was really big.
They skipped
here's also
us.
Columbus, Indiana, and South Bend, and Fort Wayne, Indiana. In Iowa,
I thought Crystal Lake was pretty
Des Moines
cool.
was huge. Look at Davenport was really big. Look at Cedar Rapids was really big. Here's Des Moines again, along with Dubuque, Iowa, and Decorah, Iowa, and Iowa City. Just big turn.
I have to give her a lot of credit for doing this.
All over Iowa this weekend. Kansas. Here's Topeka, Kansas. And that's in the upper right. You got Overland Park in the upper left. Wichita, Kansas in the lower left. Hello, Frog Hat. Lawrence, Kansas.
Frog Hat.
In the lower right. Kentucky. In Lexington, it was a mile-long march route up Main Street and down Vine Street, and the whole No Kings crowd filled that whole mile-plus route, plus Courthouse Plaza in Lexington. Just huge turnout in Lexington. Here's a look at that crowd in Lexington and also the crowd in Paducah and Owensboro, Kentucky. And of course, Louisville, which saw a bunch of people turn out in Louisville, Kentucky this weekend. Louisiana had at least 11 different No Kings protests all over the state. Here's New Orleans and Baton Rouge and Lafayette and Shreveport. Up to Maine. This was the 250th anniversary of the British attack on Portland, Maine. Thousands of people turned out at more than 30 protests in Maine. In Portland, they say they had a really, really big turnout at the June No Kings event. But this time they say they think they may have doubled the numbers that they had turn out in June.
That's the average for most of these protests that took place during No Kings 1, was that they doubled the turnout.
Look at that. Here's Portland and Bangor and Augusta, the state capital. Also Southwest Harbor on Mount Desert Island in Maine. Maryland. Here's a look at Baltimore and also Townsend, Maryland, and Frederick, Maryland. Local press in Maryland reported on surprisingly large No Kings events, even in the really Republican parts of the state, like out on the Eastern Shore. Okay, Massachusetts. Yeah, Boston, come on. Look at that. Again, not AI. That's a real thing. Look.
That's a real. Wait. She did it. She did the thing. There we go.
Look at that crowd in Boston. Boston Mayor Michelle Wu told the huge crowd at the Boston Common that in Boston, every day is No King's Day. Because, duh. It was just huge.
You didn't need it.
In Boston,
keep pointing that out, too, where it's like, you didn't need AI for any of this.
Protests in little old Massachusetts, including one in Western Massachusetts in Northampton, which shut down
But everybody got paid $500.
The whole downtown. Apparently. They had to close.
Did you guys hear that? That's the average. Like, that's what's going around in Magaland, is that we all got paid $500 if you want.
All of Main Street in downtown Northampton.
Where's my $500?
Here's a look at Boston alongside Concord and Haverhill, Massachusetts, that long stretch of people there. Also Maynard, Massachusetts, but again, more than 100 No Kings events in Massachusetts. Michigan also had more than 100 No Kings protests this weekend, all over the state, including up into the Upper Peninsula. Here's a look at Ann Arbor up in the upper left, where they had a huge turnout. Also a really big turnout in Detroit. There's a look at Ferndale, Michigan in the lower left there. And of course, our beloved Flint, Michigan in the lower right. Minnesota, did you see the aerial shots of Minneapolis this weekend? I mean, I don't know, head-to-head Minneapolis to Boston. This is pretty intense, right? I don't know why I was surprised to see something that huge for No Kings in Minneapolis, but Minneapolis was just gigantic. Here's Minneapolis and also Duluth in the upper left, Anoka, Minnesota, and Northfield, Minnesota. Head from Minnesota down to Mississippi. No Kings protests, not just in college town Oxford, Mississippi, the home of Ole Miss, and in Jackson, where people rallied on the South Lawn of the Mississippi State Capitol. But you also saw good turnout and big protests in Hernando, Mississippi, and in spunky little beautiful Gulfport, Mississippi. They got a big crowd there. Missouri, Kansas City Star described the No Kings protests in Missouri as, quote, taking over Kansas City. The paper saying throngs of people filled and then spilled out of Mill Creek Park in Kansas City. So here's a look at Kansas City, Missouri. Really was big. And Columbia, Missouri, which was also really big. Springfield, Missouri. Look at that, both sides of the street. And then up in the upper right-hand corner there, that's Jefferson City, the state capital of Missouri. People there on the state capitol steps. Montana, 31 different No Kings events in Montana. Lots of people in Missoula turned out, but also surprising numbers in some surprising places. Here's West Yellowstone and Red Lodge, Montana. That's Bozeman up in the upper left. Our friends again at States Newsroom report that in Polebridge, Montana, which is right on the edge of Glacier National Park, they had more people turn out to protest than the actual population of the town.
What?
Welcome, visitors. Here's a hippo suit and a sign. Thank you for visiting. Nebraska, 15.
That's kind of
different No Kings protests across the state. Hello, Omaha.
That's the most American shit.
Here's Lincoln, Nebraska in the upper right there. Look at that crowd. And Fremont, Nebraska, and Scotts Bluff in the lower right there. Nevada, the Reno one was really, really big. Here's Carson City as well as Reno. Here's Henderson, Nevada. And of course, beautiful Las Vegas. There were dozens of No Kings protests in Live Free or Die, New Hampshire this weekend. NHPR, New Hampshire Public Radio, talked to people who said they had never seen a protest in Concord, New Hampshire. That was as large as the one there this weekend at the State House and along Main Street in Concord. Here's a look at Littleton, New Hampshire and Portsmouth. Here's Plymouth, New Hampshire, and New London. People turned out in Revolutionary War garb because, of course, New Hampshire. New Jersey had dozens of No Kings protests. Here's a look at some of the New Jersey No Kings protests. Montclair, New Jersey, up in the upper left. Newton.
Try to watch Fantasia like once a year. But
Morristown, the great city of Newark, New Jersey. Toms River on Red Bank, New Jersey. Hello. New Mexico, thousands and thousands of people. Absolutely. Look at that. Filled the streets of Albuquerque. Local Channel 7 reported that it brought Albuquerque traffic to a halt for so long and across so many streets that Albuquerque drivers stopped waiting for it to pass and just parked their cars and got out of their cars to either watch and wait or to themselves just join it. So that is the
That's kind of cool.
huge crowds in Albuquerque on the
fuck
left
it. You
side
know
of your
what?
screen there.
Let's go have
Also,
fun.
really big numbers turning out in places like
Let's go Albuquerque.
Santa
Hell
Fe
yeah, man.
and Las Cruces. Upstate New York had more than 20 different No Kings protests.
I was about to say, is she gonna cover
But in New York City, it was just absolutely
It was
massive.
yeah, man. That was the first footage that I saw from like Twitter where
The ACLU says that
the aerial shot of Times Square was nuts.
20,000 people trained in advance of this protest. 20,000 people did some kind of training with the ACLU, nonviolence
Wow.
training, de-escalation training, know your rights training. That should have given us some sort of sign that the
Oh my god, the Donald Trump shit just oh my god. I
turnout in New York
absolutely
City was
love
gonna be
this.
this massive. Just unbelievable in New York.
Wow.
Here's also a look at Buffalo, New York, and Syracuse and Rochester as well. North Carolina, big protest
20K, and that was just people that were trained in de-escalation.
in Raleigh, North Carolina
Sure
this
needs to be
weekend.
orange.
Here's also a look at Charlotte, North Carolina, and Waxhaw, and Morganton, and Durham, North Carolina, with that aerial shot there, so you can see how it wraps around the downtown in Durham.
Dude.
Head up to North Dakota.
All right, I had no idea about all right, more than half of these.
Not
I
only
gotta
these
be
big
real.
crowds in Fargo and
Mississippi, like all these red states, again, kudos to her for focusing on bringing all of these up.
Bismarck, but there were No Kings protests
I had
in
no idea.
Grand Forks and Jamestown and Devils Lake and Dickinson and Williston and Minot and a bunch of other places. Here's Fargo on your left and Bismarck on your right. We've also
North Dakota? Wait,
got shots
what?
from Valley City, North Dakota, upper right there, and Grand
Man, that map was pretty accurate when I was looking at the indivisible map.
Forks in the lower right there. All those places in
That's like everybody that lives in Fargo.
North Dakota. On to
yeah.
Ohio.
Yeah.
Our friend Professor
Oh, you're going to No Kings? Yeah. Oh,
Tim
yeah.
Snyder, the author of On Tyranny, he spoke at a No Kings event in Cincinnati, right there at the Riverfront Park. Thousands of people turned out at the Ohio State House in Columbus. Look at that. Really big turnout in Columbus, Ohio. But there were dozens of No Kings events in Ohio this weekend. Hello, Toledo. Hello, Dayton. Hello, Worcester, Ohio.
Oh, where's Dale in his MAGA hat? Oh, you know, he was dicking around the wood chipper again.
And,
I don't know. There's a lot of red there, but you couldn't tell between him and the hat. You get what I'm saying?
With me now. Hello, Cleveland. Oklahoma saw just huge crowds in Oklahoma City. Look at that. Look at that shot in Oklahoma City. But there were 19 different Oklahoma No Kings protests this weekend. Here's a look at Tulsa as well, the upper left. One of my favorite cities in the country, Durant, Oklahoma, Muskogee, Oklahoma. Lots of people turning out.
It's a random ass town to really like.
Oklahoma in the rain. Up to Oregon. You think anybody turned out in Portland, Oregon? Thousands and thousands.
You went to the one in Boise, Idaho, and there were like 15K there?
And thousands
nice.
of people turned out in Portland,
yeah.
Oregon. Nobody was left at home in Portland this weekend. Everybody
Yeah.
was out at a No Kings event.
Everybody in Portland
But
was
Oregon did not only
protesting.
turn out in Portland, they turned out everywhere, from the state capitol in Salem to Eugene and Beaverton and
Holy shit.
Oregon City.
It's
There were
like legit the
more
whole
than
state.
50 No Kings protests
That's
all
fucking
across the
nuts.
great state of Oregon this weekend. Pennsylvania saw massive crowds in Philadelphia. Look at that aerial shot in Philly, upper left-hand side there. But here's also a look at Pittsburgh and Westchester and Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Rhode Island, little old Rhode Island, is famous for you. Here's Providence, where there were tens of thousands of people at the state capitol. Here's also Little Compton, Rhode Island, on the upper right there. East Greenwich and Westerly, Rhode Island, saw tons of people turn out. South Carolina, here's Columbia and Spartanburg
And this is just going to inspire more people.
and Greenville and Myrtle
Each one of these has inspired more people, and they just announced that there's going to be a No Kings 3 coming up.
Beach, South Carolina. I have to
They're going to try and do it before all the, real crappy weather comes.
up to South Dakota. Thousands of people showed up in Sioux Falls far outdrawing the numbers that organizers expected, according to reporting from the South Dakota Searchlight. Thousands of people turned out in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Now, in Sioux Falls, there was a planned counter demonstration, but as thousands of people turned out for the main No Kings thing, apparently only 30 people showed up for the whole counter demonstration, which was quite a disappointment for the counter demonstration organizers, who I guess thought they'd get like equal numbers. Sorry. Here's a look at Sioux Falls and Vermilion, South Dakota, and Aberdeen and Sturgis. Tennessee saw nearly 36 No Kings protests this weekend, including really big ones in Memphis, as you might expect, as Trump tries to send the military into Memphis as well. Also, really big turnout in Nashville. Look at that on the upper right. Here's also a look at Knoxville, which was big in the lower left-hand corner there, in Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Oh, damn!
Texas also got big crowds at Fort Worth and in Frisco, Texas. Dallas, huge crowds in Dallas, huge crowds in Houston, one of the greatest cities in America. A good turnout.
I was worried that Dallas scene was what I was going to experience.
In Laredo, right on the border. Over in Utah, Utah saw a really, really, really big crowd at this. Look at that upper left-hand corner. Look at the crowd in Utah at the State House there in Salt
what up, Frisco?
Lake City. There's also a look at Ogden, Utah, in the upper right there. Heber City, Utah. Logan, Utah, in the lower right-hand corner there. We're almost there. Vermont. Here's a look at Burlington.
Oh, my God,
Vermont.
dude.
Look at the turnout in Burlington. And Montpelier, the state capital. Pay teachers, not ICE. Virginia. But here's Virginia Beach and Arlington and Richmond and Roanoke, Virginia.
The fact that all of these are just different locations, too, impressive.
Glenn Youngkin hiding under a desk
This is
somewhere.
crazy.
Washington State saw really big crowds all over, including
I saw Ken's. I saw that.
Everett, Washington, where thousands of people turned out.
Sometimes antisocial, always anti-fascist. I really
Governor
like
Bob
that.
Ferguson
Do not obey
turned
in
out
advance.
to address the crowd in Everett.
That's
there
awesome.
was really big turnout in Washington State, in both Seattle and in Vancouver. That's Seattle
Jump on the flag.
left side of your screen there. Vancouver, Washington on the right side.
Very clear logo. I like it.
Side of your screen. Did West Virginia turn out for No Kings this weekend? Yes, they did. Among other places, they turned out.
The only good ice is from Sonic.
In Charleston.
Yes, I agree with the axolotl. Axolotl.
And in Kaiser and Berkeley Springs and Morgantown, West Virginia. Love your
Sonic's ice is fire.
country enough to fight for it. Wisconsin, dozens of protests across Wisconsin, thousands and thousands of people in Cathedral Square Park in
Madison doesn't surprise
Milwaukee.
me.
That's
Milwaukee
a time
doesn't surprise me.
there in
Caterburg.
Madison, Wisconsin on the lower left. Also
Caterburg,
Catersburg,
Wisconsin
here, and Appleton, Wisconsin. Wyoming, a frigid, windy day in Wyoming, but people turned out at the state capitol in Cheyenne. Here's a look as well at Laramie and Jackson and Rocky Springs, Wyoming. And you've been waiting for this one. You've been waiting for this one. You think anybody turned
I'm on pins and needles here.
out in Washington, D.C.? Huge crowds in D.C. He's not even 1 year into his first term in office. And this is what D.C. looks like lined up against him. He is not even 1 year into his first not even full.
She almost said first term, but first year of.
In office.
Yeah, I get what she was saying.
And he just had one of the largest days of protest in American history against him in every freaking state in the country.
I actually like how they made Pee Wee German the tallest one in that whole float. Taco dog. Hey. Might have to get a picture of him in the pep hat. Oh, you know what? I should try for that, but that's going to be... We'll see if I can finagle that. I'll have to get him when he's like nice and groggy. Really scared MAGA fails as...
And we begin tonight with the massive No Kings protests that took place all over the country and the world this weekend. Organizers say that nearly 7 million marchers turned out in big cities and small towns to protest Donald Trump and his policies. And notably, the protests were peaceful. The NYPD said over 100,000 people gathered in New York City alone without a single arrest. In San Francisco, Americans used their own bodies to spell out the message of
Democrat
the day.
or
No
Joe
Kings.
Joe Rogan
And while
is
Trump did his
shitting
best
on
to
this, huh?
downplay and undermine the event, protesters were prepared to speak for themselves.
I think it's a joke.
We live by the Constitution.
I guess it was made for by Soros and other radical left lunatics.
No one paid me to be here. My rage is free and well deserved.
The demonstrations were very small.
There's over 2,000 of these things going on, right, across the country. I think it's going to be bigger than 5 million.
The people who were whacked out.
You were off by 2.
Those are not representative of the people of our country.
I was willing to die and lost a leg in a foreign country fighting for their rights. There's no way I'm bending the only knee I have left for a king here in America.
By the way, I'm not a king.
Trump's claim that he doesn't see himself as a king may be contradicted by his actions. Over the weekend, he reposted 2 different AI-generated videos that depicted him as a king. Now,
God, his AI videos are ass.
Of course, the president's authoritarian ambitions go beyond AI social media. His immigration crackdown is at the heart of the protests against him, and it continues to alarm experts. ProPublica reports, quote, current and former national security officials describe the legions of mass immigration officers operating in near total anonymity on the orders of the president as an unfettered and unaccountable national police force. Trump is also claiming that he has, quote, unquestioned power under the Insurrection Act to deploy troops anywhere he wants. And his next target appears to be San Francisco, California. I should note that as a matter of law, that claim of unprecedented power is false. But just hours ago, 2 Trump-appointed judges on the United States Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit ruled that the president can deploy the National Guard to the streets of Portland. This overturns a lower court's restraining order. All of this, despite the fact that most of Trump's claims of unfettered power have actually been rebuffed by other courts, and his monarchical ambitions are being rejected by millions of Americans in the streets. Joining me now to discuss all of this and kick it off tonight is David Litt, former speechwriter for...
Didn't need that. Just need the beginning of that. All right.
So Joe Rogan is continuing his rush to irrelevancy. He's already washed. What you're going to see here is Joe's Democrat derangement syndrome is completely and utterly out of control. Here he is with Andrew Schultz.
They'll put the cancer in the kids' cereal.
Yeah, they don't give a fuck.
Like, if you don't regulate the food, they'll put anything in it.
Gee, what a great point. I wonder which party wants to regulate the food better. That's a tough one, except it's not. Despite what they think about RFK Jr., RFK's a fucking dipshit. It's Democrats who are in favor of regulating the food, just like they're in favor of reasonable regulations across the board for all of industry. One of the fucking primary things the right does is deregulation. Oh my God.
So you need to have somebody looking after
It's in
this
it right
shit.
now. This is this RFK Jr. shit where they're turning him into a quack, and these companies going to go under if they have to follow these regulations. They're following them already in Canada.
Exactly. It's like
same factory, same Fruit Loops.
And now we got to feel bad for Kellogg's, right? We're like, oh my God, they're not going to make it. Poor Kellogg's.
Didn't Newsom just veto a bill that would stop forever chemicals?
The whole thing with the taking the dyes out of the Skittles and all the food. Yeah, that should have happened a while ago.
There was a bill that would stop forever chemicals being used.
Why wasn't that a thing?
Used on, I think, cooking utensils. Like there's certain like non-stick cookware that has forever chemicals on it. If you're scraping it with like a metal spatula, it'll probably get in your.
Yeah, it shouldn't be politicized, honestly. At this point, like we should all kind of agree that we should get rid of anything that's giving us fucking cancer.
Not good.
Yeah,
I think they were banning it. So
Why would
I
he do
think
that?
he vetoed it. Yeah. He vetoed a California bill banning cookware with PFAS's forever chemicals.
Really? Okay, now this is why I love this story. This is why I love this story, and I love that we're talking about this. You ready? You know who deregulated the PFAS, the cancer-causing forever chemicals, for the entire country? Donald Trump.
Okay.
You know who cracked down on them? Joe Biden.
Okay.
You know who banned them for their
So what's this have to do with Newsom's action here?
Their state where they were governor? Tim Walz. So Joe Rogan, if you're keeping track, he hates Biden, he hates Tim Walz, he loves Trump. Trump deregulated the...
Yeah, but this does not answer for what Newsom's doing here. That's stupid.
PFAS, let the companies run wild with their cancer-causing bullshit. Biden cracked down on them. Tim Walz cracked down on them. So here he is. He's
as long as my Fruity Pebbles taste like neon, they can take out the dye.
Criticizing Newsom.
Hey, hot take. Fruity Pebbles taste better without milk.
For something the guy he supports and went to his fucking inauguration. That guy did for the whole country. And he hasn't said dick about it when Trump does it.
It says the bill would cause sudden product shift, sparking debate among chefs, lawmakers, and environmentalists. No, the bill stops poison, bro. The bill poison for going into human bodies.
Yeah.
You profit monster.
Yeah, did you?
You fucking profit monster.
Yeah. I love it, right? Because even when he's
My
right...
man, taking handfuls of Fruity Pebbles as a snack. All right.
He's wrong. You're right, Joe. Everything you just said against Newsom on this issue is 100%
not a hot take, objective truth.
right.
Woo! I like this crowd.
Why don't you say it to Trump? Why don't you text him? Why don't you call him?
Definitely, hey.
Why don't you call him a fucking profit monster for the fact that he deregulated
a pet meet and greet? It's just going to be like fruit and pebbles for everybody.
For the entire country. By the way, remember when
Where's the milk? No!
Young black kid who wants to be a cop was getting a standing ovation from the Republicans at the State of the Union address, and the little black kid had survived cancer, and so they were all saying, oh, yeah, he survived cancer, hooray! And the Democrats remained seated, and the right attacked the left for that. And they said, why the fuck did you remain seated? Why didn't you clap for this young black kid who survived cancer, who wants to be a police officer? What the fuck is wrong with you? Did you ever hear the answer to that challenge, Joe? The answer was, the reason we're not standing is because at the same time you're virtue signaling like you're anti-cancer and celebrating this black kid defeating cancer, you deregulated the PFAS and you're going to give more kids cancer.
Weird,
so you're lying. You're a virtue signaling liar. You're pretending like you're anti-cancer. Meanwhile, you're letting the cancerous chemicals run fucking wild because the corporations that emit those chemicals paid you.
I feel it like,
but no,
in my back, but kind of like near my shoulder blade.
Like, I swear to God, this is the epitome of Democrat derangement syndrome. This man has peak Democrat derangement syndrome. I've never seen anything like it. I'm still not done. They got more on Gavin Newsom. Here we go.
When is he coming on? He's talking some shit on Twitter.
I know. It's like, you think that's going to work? Like, that's so stupid. Like, this is such a bad look.
Yeah.
It's such a bad choice.
There's a little desperation in it.
But it's just stupid. It's like, this is a bad strategy. Like, I probably would have had him on.
Yeah.
But now I'm like, nah.
You always fucking hated him. He did this shit with Kamala, too. Oh, I would have had Kamala. We were talking about it. You never liked Kamala, and you never liked Newsom, right? So don't pretend like, oh, yeah, I was about to have him on, but then he tweeted some mean shit to me. Like, no. Rogan, to his credit, only has on people he likes. To his discredit, he fucking liked Trump, right? So, like, don't do this bullshit. Oh, I would have had you on. No, the fuck you wouldn't. No, you've been shitting on Newsom for fucking years.
There's a fun version where you just do it and cook them, you know?
Oh, now Andrew Schultz and fucking Rogan learn what it's like that, hey, a tough interview would make sense. If you cook them, that makes sense. What happened? Andrew Schultz, you had Trump on. You basically gave him a fucking happy ending. Trump, or Rogan, you had Trump on. Don't even get me started on that. That was the most pathetic embarrassment I've ever seen. It barely counts as an interview. It was basically a fucking infomercial for both of you. You basically did an infomercial for America's fascist. Congratulations. But now, oh, Newsom, yeah, you should have him on fucking grilling, bro. Weird. Suddenly you understand. It's like Rogan said when it was about Kash Patel. When the Epstein files came up, afterwards he goes, well, what am I supposed to push back?
All you have to do is just ask him questions.
Yeah, it's like, why are people leaving?
I love how he's so sure. All you have to do is ask Newsom questions and he'll cook himself. You had fucking Donald Trump sit across from you and lie to your face for fucking hours straight and you didn't say shit. So in theory, he cooked himself.
Things about California. When anybody says something bad about California, it's like, number one in Fortune 500 companies, number one in higher education. It was all that shit before you were there. It was all that shit forever. It's because the weather's perfect, man. It has nothing to do with you.
I love how he thinks that's like a total fucking own, right? Like, oh, there are good things about California? Well,
that wasn't exactly what I thought it was. He kind of called the protesters losers, but not really. Oh boy. I'm gonna hang for a little bit longer here, but then I should probably hit the old dusty trail.
Leah Littman, who is the co-host of Strict Scrutiny. She is a
Nope. Boring. What is DHS doing?
all right, guys, we got to talk about this. So you know how we basically have a bunch of young Groyper idiots who are staffing the Republican politicians' campaigns and their cabinet.
Seriously, dude. I feel like he's about to like stop me to sell me a couch
and stuff. Well, now
you know what you need? You need one of these ones that has the nice newfangled recliners. You would use the term newfangled, where it's got the back that pops up and then it turns into a recliner, and it's furry too.
That's all coming to a head.
Yeah, only gonna cost you $8,000
because you're seeing them tweet casual Nazi memes. Subtle hidden Heil Hitler stuff, remigrate, which is just a euphemism for ethnic cleansing. Now you have the Department of Homeland Security is trying to start a race war based on fake news and lies. Here's one example right here. So Homeland Security tweets the following. If you threaten or lay hands on our law enforcement officers, we will hunt you down and you will find out really quick. We'll see you cowards soon. So they tweet this video. We're going to take a look at this video. Ready? So it's a 10-second video. I'm going to mute it because it's copyright music that's playing. But it says on the screen here, it says on the screen, ICE, we're on the way. Word in the streets, cartels put a $50K bounty on y'all. And so it's a group of black kids, black teenagers, and this one's trying to make like a scary looking face or whatever, and cover, putting the mask over his mouth. But the idea is, it looks like they're sort of threatening ICE.
Okay.
They're threatening ICE and saying we're working with the cartels or whatever to make $50,000 by killing you. So look at this. Ready? Now again, look at how young these
They
black
look like they're about ready to fucking join the Chonin exams.
kids are. I'm actually not even sure. Some of them might not even be teens, right? Like they might be teens, but some of them look like they might even be younger. This could be like a 12-year-old, right? But Homeland Security tweets this out. Okay, ready for the reality? Here is the original video that they fucking changed the text on. So this was tweeted in the wake of Trump attacking Iran. This was tweeted. This video with the text, "You seen what we can do. Don't say something that you can't finish, Iran. We are already united. We all stand. We want all the smoke." So here we go. So this was a video, like a bunch of... Kid's got fucking braces. Again, he's like 12 years old. This is a video of... If anything, it's sort of like... I mean, I don't think these people are outright political, but it's sort of like a subtle pro-Trump thing, if anything. Because they're basically like joking and threatening Iran here and pretending like, yeah, you want to fuck with us? Like, we'll fuck you up. We're America.
It is kind of funny that they did a pro-Trump thing and then they're using it against them.
So if anything, it's like a tacit agreement with Trump illegally bombing Iran.
All right, that's 2025.
And they just, and Department of Homeland Security just lied and now put a fucking target on this kid's back by pretending he's threatening ICE agents. This is so fucking irresponsible, but they don't care. They're trying to spark a fucking race war, is what they're trying to do. Trying to get a black teen, if that, maybe a black 12-year-old, killed. All right, ready? So here's the kid. The young man responds.
So I'm getting these mad messages from my DMs and social media and on my comments. And I randomly get a text message talking about a recent video that was posted on my account. I was like, what are y'all talking about? By the way, I'm sick, so if I sound weird, yeah. I get threats daily on IG and everywhere all over my social media all of a sudden due to an old video I posted months ago about Iran. Iran, that was not to be a threat. It was literally a joke, bro. Like, seriously, it's just content. Anyways, once I seen that video that was posted in my account, then I was like, what the fuck? Well, didn't I post this like months ago? Then
that kind of doesn't help the whole, like, hey, anytime that somebody mentions like a serious political thing and then they're trying to like gain a whole bunch of people from just making outrageous shit.
Seen the caption and then I was like, wait, I didn't do that. I still got the video saved on my draft from months ago on TikTok, bro. I'm gonna pull it up right here. Now here's the fucked up part. The federal government is involved for something that I didn't do. Like what? So this is what they reposted off my TikTok. That video got taken down. So here's what they reposted on their page. Now that video is going crazy as hell on Twitter, bro. Now I'm a threat to the government for something that I didn't do, bro. Now I'm being called a wannabe YN, a wannabe gangster over a video that I didn't caption or I didn't post. Wow. So thanks for my followers for letting me know about this, because seriously, this is getting out of hand. Like literally, this is going crazy, viral all over social media right now. Probably might end up being on the news, bro. So my
you fucking underestimated that one.
Apologies for that contradiction and rumors from happening. I know my First Amendment, but I did not post that video. So to clear that out, I did not post that video, and I apologize for all the rumors that is going around right now on social media about this conflict.
They smeared this kid and they defamed this kid.
Smeared, and you're like apologizing.
And now he's got to come out and be like, "Wait, I didn't say that. I didn't do that. It was a joke video against Iran." Think about how crazy this is. Like,
yeah, this is fucking insane.
The lack of accountability, the lack of common sense, the lack of concern for others. I mean, it literally is just like groiped up fucking idiots running the Department of Homeland Security account. I'm sure other fucking accounts. You got white nationalists and Proud Boys and Klansmen and all sorts of shit getting the positions at ICE, basically like deputized fucking redneck street thugs. And like, look at what they're trying to do. These are not people that are interested in creating a better country, like improving the country for people.
All right. Is that it? Okay. Oh man. Man. This isn't gonna get better. They're gonna add AI to this shit. The fact that they're just jacking people's content and changing it, that's also wild. This guy, they know that he ain't gonna sue. Although, now that he got the media exposure, he really should try. Because that seems pretty open and shut. That seems like blatant defamation, content theft. Yeah, seems like they did a few things there that were not exactly cool. Alrighty, do we got anything else? Let's see. What's something fun to end the night with?
As Donald Trump is quite literally demolishing the White House on Monday. I mean, look at it. He's also, by the way, during a government shutdown, nonetheless, he's demolishing America's foreign policy. He just goes out there and makes these ridiculous and dangerous Russian maps and say,
this is a war that should have never started, but it's a war that
hated someone in that position on year one.
Oh my God, fucking Midas. How does anybody watch this shit? I have to be real. I just don't get it. Dude, okay, check out this pause face that I have for Kyle. It's perfect. Oh my God. Okay, we get it. Former U.S. official urges Congress to examine weaponization of. A group of 100 former U.S. national security officials on Tuesday urged lawmakers to examine an internal government group that has been coordinating President Donald Trump's retribution drive against his perceived enemies. Not a bad idea. But that would require them to actually do some work and, I don't know, push back a little harder instead of just waiting for Trump to complete. Like, objectively, yes, Trump is unpopular, but they're not doing anything to help increase their popularity, so it's a fucking problem.
On Friday night, ICE tells us a federal agent shot at a suspect near Benning Road and Minnesota Avenue in Northeast D.C. They say a man drove toward the agent during a traffic stop. That agent said he feared for his life, so he shot at that man's vehicle to stop him. No one was hurt, and officers arrested the suspect. All new at breaking news from this scene on Friday night. ICE tells us a federal agent shot at a suspect near Benning Road and Minnesota Avenue in Northeast D.C. They say a man drove.
Huh.
So considering that OpenAI...
All right. This one I want to watch tomorrow. We're going to talk a little bit more about AI tomorrow. So that lines up perfectly with what I already had set up. All righty, guys. I have to get going. It's time to go make some dinner, and also, I didn't sleep last night, so I should probably try to go do that. But I appreciate you guys hanging out. Appreciate you all who checked out the This Space content today. Especially if you were there last night. You guys are the true heroes. I really, really do love you guys, because occasionally I don't mind doubling up on content, but yeah, it means a lot to me. So fantastic show. Lots of fun. Hope you get some rest in uni as well. Yeah, thanks, guys. I really appreciate that. I will be giving more updates as we go here. We had some pretty good ones today. Again, cancer port is in, or the cancer port. I gotta stop calling it that. The chemo port is in. So, like I said, one thing that's going to be happening a lot is, you know, I'm going to have some shows I'm not able to do at my normal time. Just for anybody that wants to know some of the adjusted schedules, I'm going to try and do it, you know, the day before at least. But sometimes it doesn't work out that way. But that being said, guys, can I actually do it? Let's see. Yep, nope. I don't know what the hell is going on with this lately. Streamlabs, ever since the latest update, has been so dumb with this. I have to figure this out. You know what? Before I go up, I'm going to do that. All right, guys. I will see you tomorrow. 2 o'clock, I will be on. And, yeah, we'll have some fun. So, I will see you then. Good night. Cue that music.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on